Introduction. The E3 War begins. Narrator, Millie Schaefer. Starring, Millie Schaefer. World line, Heaven, Arrow 1. Time, 11:46 p.m., December 3rd. Year 4008. Location, the place where I died. My home, Heaven. When does a war truly begin? It's not as easy a question to answer as you might think, my mercenary learner. Example. Did World War II truly start with the entrance of the United States following the bombing of Pearl Harbor? Or do we mark the conflict's true beginning with the expansion of European war when Hitler invaded Poland? Some might pontificate that the war truly began when Hitler came to power, while others would even argue that the war was just a continuation of the bloody destruction that began decades earlier with the death of a famed archduke, a man whose name is now more commonly associated with a Scottish rock band. I can imagine my editor convulsing as I ramble on. Not the most exciting intro, is it? There's a reason why I leave the bulk of this writing work to our devoted pen chewers and keyboard mashers here in heaven. Stories such as these are ordinarily assigned to the authors of record department. They have little need to fret. I'm not about to take their precious work away from them. I will not be your narrator for most of the training kernels that await you, my mercenary learner. In fact, by the time you read or hear this, I should be dead. Odds are, you'll never hear from me again. I'll be nothing more than a memory that universe will be better off forgetting. However, it is vital that I begin this tale. That I am the one who eases you into the story of vampires, gods, and all the other strange beings you'll encounter over the course of this training program that Sherry will one day call the Mercenary Saga. For I am Millie Schaefer, and make no mistake, there will be no debate when it comes to the origins of the war you shall learn about the coming chapters. For I am its primary architect. I am the cause, the root of this terrible war. I am the woman mainly responsible for starting the E3 conflict, and therefore the person to be blamed or praised for every story you shall learn in the days ahead, mercenary learner. A war that began in my very own home, heralded by the dying candlelight. A war that began with the universe's shittiest divorce. If you've paid proper attention to the chapter intro, you would notice that my home is in heaven. That little detail should awaken 100 questions in your mind. Questions that will all be answered in due time, but only if you see the Mercenary Saga training kernel to the very end, no matter how long it takes. Unfortunately, these are questions that you also need to put off for now, lest they distract you from the story at hand. Instead, focus on this. A home in heaven isn't too different than a home on your earth. Setting. Think of a lovely living room with a circular wooden table where friends and family should gather, and you'll have a good idea of where I waited for the end. What end? The end of the Cold War peace I called my marriage. If you want to know what hell is like, all you need to do is find yourself in a loveless marriage, watching the last embers of your relationship burn out. There is no fate worse than this. So is it any surprise that I took to drinking? That I wasted my final day of mortal life sipping at a red liquid from a tacky wine glass, looking for anything to distract my mind as I awaited my chosen end? I'm not an alcoholic, mind you. I wasn't even drinking wine that night. A detail my ex-husband not only missed, but would come to lament every day for the rest of our terrible war. It would have saved him so much trouble if he realized what I had been doing. If only Extremar realized that I had already taken to drinking blood when he barged into my home. My home. For the sanctuary did not welcome the monster that I had come to hate with nearly all my heart.
Millie!
A voice called out, though I barely heard it over the slamming door. I wished there was thunder to drown out infuriating voice, but we lived in heaven. Not many gods wished to pass their nights with such dreary weather, so our war would begin with a typical clear evening sky. A shame. It should have been a storm. That kind of weather would have been perfect for the occasion.
What is the meaning of this?
The dreadful voice added, prompting me to take another drink. William, or Master Kolob II, as he is more famously known as, has installed a system into Heaven's database that will automatically ascribe the personalities and appearances of important players in this war I was about to start. Unfortunately, my second husband has always been terrible with deadlines. The stupid program isn't working yet. Therefore, it falls upon me to describe the central villain of the saga that awaits you. Considering how much I loved him once, how long I was married to the man who first took me as his bride, and how much I am to blame for the monster Extremar became, I suppose it's only fair that I should pay him this respect. Extremar was a god in all but 3 important aspects: office, title, and authority. Curly, angelic blonde-white hair combed past his ears, light skin free from any scar or blemish. There was so much to like about the man. After all, he had a muscular body that had certainly made me squeal with joy day and night, in and out of bed. First lesson I have to teach you, mercenary learner. The most important detail, the first feature you should always study when meeting someone. Always look to their eyes. What wisdom says about the eyes is not just some trite catechism. There's no better window to the soul than the eyes. As for Extremar, his once purple eyes had turned red in the dying candlelight, for a terrible, destructive, and certainly violent anger had swallowed up his corrupted soul, which is what I counted on. I needed that anger to burn until it turned to an all-consuming rage to see my plan come to fruition. As much as I used to love reading your mind, I set my wineglass down, tracing a finger along its blood-stained edge. Your brain is now the last place I ever want to peer into, you disgusting prick. Please be more specific, Extremar.
Divorce? You filed for a divorce today? How could you? How?
I think you meant to ask me why, because the how of the matter is rather obvious. Being so close to your brother Elohim grants one certain privileges, such as the ability to undo that which was meant to bind us forever with little more than a few strokes of a pen. I fake yawned, further poking the bull who stood before me. So let me answer what you're really asking. Why? You only have yourself to blame. I warned you time and time again that I have no intention in joining your pretentious, idiotic rebellion. Lucifer's revolt amounted to nothing, and soon he'll be forgotten along with all the other devils that came before him. What makes you think you'll fare any better, you stupid fuh? I choked. I tried to speak, but no words came out. Only a gasp of air, as cold and as dead as I would be in several minutes. That should have been alarming, because heaven is meant to be a paradise. No one is meant to feel uncomfortable in heaven. No one is ever meant to feel pain in heaven, but I certainly did as I tried to reach at the terrible itch in my throat. My mind didn't quite know what to think as I pressed my palm to the aching throb, only to feel something wet seeping through my fingers, trickling down my neck. Oh, that was blood seeping from my throat. My neck slashed open with a wound longer than any of my failing fingers. Where did my mind go as I realized I was about to die? My husband's primary source of anger came from heaven rejecting his latest application to become a god despite his many years of service. However, just because he wasn't recognized as a god by the deities that ruled didn't mean he lacked their almighty strength. On the contrary, as I replayed the movement in my mind, trying to process how quickly he managed to hurt me, I had further confirmation of that which I had predicted. Extremar wasn't just equal to the gods that ruled in heaven. Outside of the Most High God, our Heavenly Father, my newly ex-husband was clearly stronger than every god and goddess I had ever met. Such massive strength, despite Extremar still being a mortal human man with all their weaknesses and follies, which meant he would be the perfect villain for the play that I had planned. A not-so-peaceful thought to take with me to my post-mortal life as I slumped to the ground, forced at last to prepare for a visit from the Grim Reaper that I had eluded for too long. About time. Contrary to conventional wisdom, there are things in life that can only be enjoyed after death.
You aided my former brother in his plan, but no more.
Extremar spat on what he presumed to be my incapacitated, defenseless body.
With your death, heaven loses its goddess of war, the greatest strategist who managed to keep even the shadow of God in check. Without you, heaven's forces will fall apart in short order, especially since Elohim is too prideful to directly challenge me.
Extremar approached, kneeling next to my quickly fading body as I struggled to keep my eyes open. Petty bastard. He came over to me just so he could take my ring off my finger, but that would prove to be his fatal mistake, the singular decision that would cost him everything. I needed 3 things to happen this night. The first was for Extremar to declare war on heaven. Check. The second was for him to try and kill me. Check. The third act, the final step needed to ensure the start of my E3 plan? A cut. I just needed to cut Extremar, to scrape him, to dig deep enough into his skin so I could infect the supernatural ichor that fueled his veins. Check. Digging my nails into his hand accomplished just that, infecting Extremar with... Oh, I almost spoiled the big surprise. Sorry. I really do need to practice this writing thing more. Huh, Anthony? Extremar grunted, grabbing my hand by the wrist and snapping it.
Such strength, even in your final moments. A shame you couldn't have recognized the wisdom behind my resolve, Millie. It will be hard to find someone who could ever replace you. But no matter. What use is a wife if she won't take her husband's side when he needs her most?
Extremar rolled his eyes, at last turning away from me. I wanted to fire off some witty retort, but having your throat cut open and losing a liter of blood in a few seconds doesn't allow you to speak that well. I couldn't even mumble, couldn't even hiss, as Extremar marched away and disappeared into the night. I married a smart man. He did look down at his own bleeding hand, carefully examining the scratches. Fearing that I had laced my fingernails with poison, he spoke a spell beneath his breath that flushed out the red spots and patched up his skin. Flexing his hand after it had been restored, it appeared that no harm had been done to him. I married a smart man, but not smart enough to figure out what I had really done to him. Then again, a genius wouldn't have gotten the idiotic idea in his head that he could somehow fight heaven and win. Fine by me. I didn't marry Extremar because I thought he would be my equal. I accepted his proposal because I saw him as the dog he was, the mutt that would turn on all his masters given enough time.
And on that note, I take my leave. The gods will sense your death quickly. But there are rules that even the goddess of war must follow. You're out of the game, Millie. Without your mortal freedom, you pose no threat to me. So give the gods a message when you see them.
Extremar's eyes glowed in the dark. For a man that criticized his brother's pride practically dribbled like drool from my ex-husband's mouth as he delivered, "Oh, how should I describe it?" Extremar at last delivered his ultimate proclamation.
Tell them to give their all if they wish to take on Extremar Thanatos.
I'm sorry. I didn't expect my ex to be such a dork when I married him. I would have spent the whole night laughing at my idiot former husband for his childish, stupid name. But I was still dealing with a far more pressing problem. You know, dying. I breathed my last as Extremar took his leave, casting magic that would take him away from heaven. Where did he scamper off to? I presumed he would flee to the world he had taken over, the planet that would serve as his headquarters. It was where he went on our honeymoon, so it was meant to be a middle finger to me and the relationship we once had. As for yours truly, I finally let my eyes close. The light took me, and my soul accepted that this was to be the day I die. However, YOLO was never a truth of human nature. You only live once? Hardly. Life awaits us all after death, no matter how righteous or No. A small but important correction. No matter how righteous and wicked we are. For some of us, we who would call ourselves mercenaries in the war to come, some of us wouldn't even settle for just dying once either. It all began with the virus I created, the tool I would use to defeat my husband, his acolytes, and all the forces of evil that gathered to challenge heaven during the E3 war. The blood I had been drinking that night was the fuel that accelerated the spread of the disease, transforming my cells. Unlike a usual infection, the forced transfiguration virus I had infected myself with, or FTV for short, was remaking my body into something greater. The red blood spilling out of me turned white. The neck wound I suffered closed, my skin stitching itself back together. The darkness outside my home, drifting in from the door that my good-for-nothing ex didn't even bother to close on his way out. I drew upon the night itself as I passed through the veil of death, only to reemerge in my own body. The transformation process wasn't quick. That was an aspect of my virus I would need to improve upon as I stood up, only to see that 7 hours had passed. Yet I couldn't complain too much, because my experiment had turned out to be a complete success. Out of habit, I took out my phone to see if Extremar's rebellion had officially hit the news yet. It had, but I was more interested to see my reflection in the digital screen. I was born with electric blue eyes that were always studying, always glancing here and there and everywhere, darting about out of a desire to learn more about the worlds I explored, the realities I inhabited. I had no need for such kind and curious eyes anymore. I relished the new eyes perfect for a woman headed to war. Perfect for the vampire I had become. For I now had blood-red eyes that matched the crimson hair gazed back at me. This is the story of how I died, the first casualty of the E3 war. This is the story of how I became a vampire and ushered in the age of mercenaries. And as I close this story and turn it over to my second husband, Master Kolib II, I invite you to pay close attention to these words, my mercenary learner. Through this tale of joy and sorrow, of love and hate, and of everything that marks external existence, you may come to change as well. Perhaps you may even become a god or goddess, as is your birthright, your divinely inherited destiny, if you but pay attention to the story we vampires who fought in this wonderful war made for you. It is time for you to begin your training, mercenary learner, to achieve your exaltation through the story of the Mercenary Saga.
A short note on the covenant you now make. To the soul who stumbled upon this record, you have my fairest greetings. The story you are about to read is one of fiction, but do not mistake in thinking that the events that are imparted to you from this page on have no consequence on your soul. While any similarity in persons or events in your world and this one are entirely coincidental, the truth of fiction is to merely cast a shadow upon your mortal cognitive understanding of the world you call reality. If you desire the privilege of reading this novel, you will acknowledge the terms of this covenant. You covenant to ponder upon the things you shall hear from this point, and listen to the impressions that shall come upon your heart by doing so. You shall also covenant that no matter how you feel towards this novel, you acknowledge that this story is just a story. What you decide to do, who you decide to become because of what you read, is on you and you alone. To those who are unwilling to accept these terms, especially wicked souls who seek the destruction of all creation, you are advised to close this tome and forget about this text forever. To those who are willing to accept these terms, to those who wake to morning light out of a desire to make the world better every day, in these pages, you will find the determination to change reality according to your will. So begin your training and learn of the calamities that destroy the souls of men and women. Learn the means by which you may escape such ruin, so you may protect that which you cherish most. So spoke the shadow. Master Kolob II. Postscript. I've been impressed to emphasize a point I made. What is truth? The truth isn't determined by what others may say about this journey. The truth isn't determined by what you may come to read within these pages. The truth isn't even determined by what you think I might be trying to teach you. That which will determine the fate of your soul is found only in your heart of hearts. You shall be thy judge at journey's end, for you and you alone can decide the path you should walk. Pray only that the path you choose is the right one, and that it shall lead you to everlasting joy. And on that note, let us return to our tale. Your training begins here, mercenary. Chapter 1. Narrator, William Luck. Starring, Sky Crystal. World line, SS-J-1. 6 a.m., September 3rd. Year 1510 FO. Fall of Osir. A crash site. The mountains of Utega, Lavasa. Mission time remaining, 8,760 hours. We enter the final stage of the war to save the universe with an unlikely hero, for our story begins not with a hobbit enjoying second breakfast, a farm boy gazing at binary stars, or a child discovering he is a wizard on his 11th birthday. Far from these dignified beginnings, let our heroine set the tone for the tales to come. Our story begins with a woman that was cold, naked, and hungry for blood, leaving behind a trail of disgusting vomit in the snow. Now loading. Master Kolob II, database entry system. Loading. 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 Loading complete. Enter Sky Crystal. Title: Firstborn child of House Crystal, the vulgar swordswomen of flame. Bio: Error, unable to load. Appearance: 5'6", light-skinned, but with a subtle tan that never truly fades. Harsh lips etched with lines that often smirk or sneer. Reasonably athletic, the outline of abs marking her stomach. A C-cup-sized chest, making the most of the remnants of the Hale-Moore busty genes she inherited. Not a typical woman, but anything else about her body is for her to reveal on her terms. Beautiful chestnut hair that stretches to her lower back, but there's something about the color that doesn't seem quite right. Typically wears a red blouse with a purple cravat, a short black athletic skirt with matching dark leggings, and heeled boots with points as sharp as knives that allow her to stab with her feet in combat. As part of her mission to Anorta, she also has to wear a bracelet hosting a timer that counts down the remaining hours of her life. Lavender purple eyes, hinting at a gentleness inside that she only shows to those she loves most in her life. Technology. Not even in heaven will technology work as expected, especially when you're most needed. Go to hell, you damn computer. Apologies, my dear mercenary reader, but as you can see, we're still running into some glitches as we both settle into this training kernel. As this series is the first of its kind for heaven, you'll simply have to forgive these unexpected errors. Which means it is time you meet the man you will come to blame for any and all failures with this record. Right. My name is Master Kolob. Scratch that. Kolob is a title that no longer belongs to me, even if it remains my habit to abuse its authority from time to time. You can call me William Luck, and as you'll come to learn, I was once one of the most powerful men in the universe when I wore the cloak of Master Kolob II. I answered to the Father and the Son, but all other gods once answered to me. A pleasure to make your acquaintance, but let us remain as much, for this story is not about me. No, this record, The Mercenaries' Crusade, is about the miserable woman who is trudging along in the snow, my great-granddaughter, as it were, the daughter of my daughter's daughter? Fun way to put it, eh? But make no mistake, Sky might have looked like she was on the verge of death, but she was no mere mortal. Our heroine did not shiver as she walked. Her body ached, her chest heaved with nausea and pain, but she showed no indication that the freezing temperatures affected her, despite the falling snow and lack of clothing.
Well, at least I managed to make it to Anorta in one piece. Question is, where the hell did I land?
Sky looked up and was quickly reminded that this alien world was not like the planet Earth she was born on. 2 moons lingered, and instead of a blue ceiling, Anorta's skies were filled with an unchanging shade of gray. That wasn't normal, but the fact the clouds didn't even move was the least of her concerns. No, that would be the entities who had finally discovered her. Shadows moved along the ground, a disconcerting thing to see even before they emerged from the snow. Thus came the servants of hell. The group of monsters approached Sky, surrounding her as they revealed themselves to be devil wolves. These were once ordinary wolves, whose bodies had been forcibly taken over and possessed by evil spirits from outer darkness. Corruption caused the beasts to triple in size, making them to grow until they were 500 pounds of muscle that would always hunger, no matter how much life these ravenous beasts killed and consumed, until death ended their miserable existences. Saliva dripped from the mouths of the devil wolves, acid that burned through the snow and dirt beneath their massive paws. The 7 wolves drew nearer, causing Sky to notice that their eyes had lost their normal color as well. Only the absence of light, a black darkness that made the soul feel so uneasy when gazed upon, marked the eyes of the possessed who had come to feast on what they thought would be easy prey. "Well, well, what do we have here? A human?" one of the devil wolves growled. "A freak, too. Look at what she has between her legs. Quite the dick for a woman. Must have been cast out of the city of eternal snow for being an abomination. You know how much that asshole Rizzo hates to be reminded of his hollow virtues," another wolf remarked, the others cackling in agreement. As for Sky, she had absolutely nothing to fear from these monsters that had surrounded her, despite their size and number. Even so, an experienced warrior knows the value of letting an opponent underestimate you. As much as it annoyed her to play the part of a sap, the woman swallowed her pride, and so pretended to be an unfortunate, defenseless wretch.
And it's too dangerous to drink their blood. I'm already corrupted from the planetary entry. Time to do things the old-fashioned way.
Sky thought, falling to her knees, drawing an arm over her chest, and placing a hand over her groin. Sky forced herself to cry. unnaturally hot tears streaming and steaming down her cheeks. Most importantly, she made sure to angle her right hand so that the bracelet she wore was pressed against her thigh. A twist, a flick of her wrist, and Sky could turn on the device she wore. The second she did, she would give her true identity away. But for now?
Please, have mercy. I've had everything taken from me. My dignity, my home. I don't even have clothes anymore. Take me somewhere safe. I can work masters, the Sowman labor camps. Take me there. I beg of you, O mighty masters of darkness and hell.
A human willing to throw her lot in with the Sowman? One of the devil wolves actually fell over from laughing. She doesn't have a single shred of pride left if she's willing to count herself among their beastly number. Maybe she is one of their bastards, the child of a human and a Sowman. Would explain her weird body. Another wolf commented, only to get whacked by the largest, most ferocious of the group. As stupid as ever, the lot of you. Remember, the child of a human and a Sowman is an elf, which we already exterminated following the rise of Master Monkod. As for this freak, it will cause too many problems, given it is not truly male or female. Do I even need to mention the obvious? Rizzo will have our heads if he finds out we spared such an undesirable human. We wouldn't even be able to convince a devil to take it as a host. Sky threw herself at the devil wolf, wrapping her arms around the terrible beast's neck, ignoring the pain caused by the monster's breath. How her skin burned as drool trickled onto her uncovered arms. Our heroine begged.
I'm not ready to die. I will work. I will give you anything. Master Devil, I will satisfy your desires. I will even allow you to take pleasure inside my body, if you but take me to the Sowman work camp, O Great One.
What makes you think I would take pleasure from such a disgusting body? The devil wolf remarked, though hesitation and abject desire showed that Sky's pleas were working.
Flesh is flesh, but look for yourself. Do I not stir feelings inside of you, O mighty devil? Besides, why deny yourself any form of fun? Do you not wish to spite the Christians who have already rejected me? Will you actually align yourself with their creeds, rejecting me as they already do?
Very well. The devil gave into his own temptations, howling into the air with the rest of his evil company. The camp is around that third tallest peak to the east, 3 hours walking from here. You shall spend that time preparing yourself for the night we shall spend together. For one way or another, you will crunch. The second Sky learned where she needed to go, she dropped this sniveling act that was even more embarrassing to her than being naked. Flexing, twisting her arms, our violent heroine killed the leader of the devil wolf pack by snapping its neck, smiling through the fire that erupted from the monster's corpse. Any demigod, be it vampire or devil, or anything else that straddles the line between the mortal and the divine, erupts into flame upon death, a consequence of that which is temporary being forced to host that which is eternal, and also the means by which the gods can keep the secrets of the divine from those who are not yet ready to receive them. Returning to our tale, before the other devil wolves could respond, Sky slammed her bracelet into the fire, supercharging it with the magic leaking from the dying devil. Doing so caused the following message to appear on the accessory's digital screen, and with it, our tale can truly begin. Forced transfiguration virus limit removed. Mission start. Sky's body burst into a red flame, one that swallowed her. The devil wolf she killed, and another 2 monsters that had been standing a little too close to the now blazing pyre. The other wolves howled, leaping back in fright and anger. Anger that quickly turned to fear. The 4 remaining wolves conversing with one another as they sensed what Sky was transforming into. No way! That's impossible! The LRO was supposed to keep her kind off of Anorta. Is she immune? We need to get out of here! We can't fight a
vampire.
An object flew out of the red flame, spinning through the air until it cut through the neck of one of the 4 remaining wolves. Decapitated, the wolf's headless corpse burst into blue flame as the remaining devils turned to flee, hoping they might escape the doom that had come for them. They had good reason to flee, for they recognized the weapon wielded by the heroine of our tale, the Soul Saber.
Introducing Soul Saber, number 11, Distant Shore. Wielder, Sky Crystal. Description: a multiform weapon. The base form consists of a twin-sided sword staff that is 6 feet in length from tip to tip. The outer edge of the weapon is covered in chainsaw teeth, 1/4 of an inch in length, and when activated they move at a speed of 40,000 revolutions per minute, RPM. Sky can also split the blade down the middle at will, allowing her to wield twin swords with 2-foot-long blades, but doing so does cause the chainsaw teeth of her soul saber to fade, turning them into more typical blades.
Seriously, the weapons database works perfectly, but I can't even load my own character entries properly? Thanks, Percy. I'm sure this has nothing to do with the fact that your wife is in charge of keeping track of every soul saber in the universe, you little The 3 remaining wolves could not escape their hunter. Sky stepped out of the inferno, fully clothed in her favorite outfit. Neither the vampire nor the clothes she wore damaged by the flame. Our protagonist was a master of fire, and as if to prove this, her aura shifted as her entire body lit up, glowing with energy, what is known as a demigod aura. Sky raised her right hand and pointed it at the fleeing devils, casting the first true spell of our mercenary tale.
Will of Shatali, I cast Pillars of Fire, level 3.
Sky sucked up the magical energy that radiated around her, then closed her fist. A moment later, 3 massive pillars of flame erupted from the ground, as if spewed by a hidden volcano. 2 of the 3 remaining devil wolves were caught in the blast, while the last one managed to stop himself just in time, digging its paws into the ground, and by doing so, kept himself running into the all-consuming inferno. But that did not mean the wolf escaped its doom. The devil turned to find Sky Crystal approaching, heels crunching in the snow, her chainsaw sword staff in hand. The soul saber was loud and whirring, hungry to claim the monster's life. No! No! I don't want to die! I don't want to die! The wolf howled. The pillars of fire blocked off its only escape route, so the devil plopped to the ground, bowing his head as it begged for its wretched life. Please, we were going to show you mercy. Won't you show me the same? Is that not a tenet of your faith? Aren't you a Christian? A disciple of God? Vampire? The House of Cato are known for their faithfulness to the Lord. You even wear the name of Christ.
Life is full of monsters, and so heaven has need of monsters of their own. If you want mercy, don't go begging for it from a vampire.
Sky swung. The chainsaw blade dug into the monster's body, spewing fur, flesh, bone, and blood as dark as oil into the air. Tempting as it was to consume the liquid, the vampire stayed herself, making sure that not so much as a drop of black touched her body as she continued to press her devastating soul saber deeper and deeper into the devil's body. A blue flame erupted, confirming the monster's death, just as Sky finished slicing the devil wolf in half, and so ended her first battle on the world of Anorta, the first of many to come. Sky glanced around the area, making sure there was nothing left to fight, before she dispersed her weapon. Dispersed because with no more than a thought, the vampire Sky caused the weapon to break apart into a cloud of red and purple smoke. Breathing in deep, the supernatural heroine of our tale sucked up the power she had used to summon the weapon, ensuring she didn't waste so much of a bit of its power. Sky didn't like being wasteful in life, be it with food, money, or her own vampiric power. But there was more to this act than just being thrifty. Sky really couldn't afford to waste any of her strength on this mission to save Anorta, a fact reaffirmed by her bracelet as she raised her wrist to check the clock that had activated. Time remaining, 8,759 hours, until you die, Agent Sky. Sky choked on her breath for a moment. The mercenary knew the terms of her mission, the limitations that would be imposed upon her if she made this journey to Anorta. Still, signing her life away on paper was quite different to being forced to watch as a digital watch ticked away, counting down to the end of her mortal life. Sky Crystal, the heroine of our tale, would die before the year was through, a fact that made the girl quiver, if only for a moment.
Well, what's done is done. Let's just hope you're at this camp, Rayla. Now that I've reactivated my powers, Extremar will know that I am here, that I've managed to bypass his LRO barrier, and when he figures that out, I wouldn't be surprised if he sends all of hell after me.
The vampire kicked off the ground, breaking into a supernatural jog. The wolves had estimated it would take 3 hours walking to reach the labor camp. Didn't they? Well, that was with mortal feet. For a vampire, even one trying to hold back on using too much power, such a journey would take an hour at most. Bringing us to the end of our first lesson together. Congratulations, my dear mercenary reader. I hope you've enjoyed this chapter, and that it will encourage you to continue on with the story I have to tell you. The end of the first chapter is the stopping point for many a reader, or so the Authors of Record department tells me. However, if you continue on with this tale, I can promise you these things. A tale of violence, full of unforgettable action as vampires contend not just against vampires, but against other demigods, fallen angels, and even the gods themselves. A tale of knowledge, whereby you can learn the truth about what it truly means to be human, and answer the questions of where we come from and where we shall go after death. A tale of love, for no true tale of vampires is complete without romance, eroticism, and all matter of carnal pleasure as we embrace the most godly of desires. Light and darkness, triumph and failure, joy and tragedy await you, my dear mercenary reader, but only if you continue with your training. So, will you take the next step? If you will, then please, settle yourself, get comfortable, and prepare. Grant me the privilege, my dear mercenary reader, to tell you the greatest story I hope you shall ever find. To share with you the story known as the Mercenaries Saga. Another Side, Another Story. Number 1. Narrator, William Luck. Starring, Rob Turn Harai. Worldline, WL-J-1. 8:56 p.m., March 2nd, year 1478, FO. His father's tent, the Harai War Camp, Bolsia. Rob Turn did not like the night, the darkness that swallowed the idyllic sky. It felt too much like home, and home was a place he had grown to hate. Young boys shouldn't hate home. Little Rob Turn Harai had just turned 8 that fateful day. Though many would mistake him for being far older, the dark-skinned boy was huge for his size, nearly equal to teenagers double his age. Most noticeable of all, his black hair was already turning white, and would be like snow before he even turned 10. Some called it a premature growth spurt. His father claimed it was a sign that God favored him and wanted him to be king over the country they were trying to conquer. Both were right, but not in a way any of them could have ever guessed. I am favored by God, but not because of your war, not because Jadis wants me to become what you want me to be, Father. Rob Turn thought as he walked, no, trudged his way through the sand and dusty camp. They had fought another battle that day and lost. It was always easy to tell when they had failed in combat. If the Rose faction won, the army would spend the night drinking, dancing, and boasting to themselves of the titles and lands they would claim, when the war was in its entirety was won. If they? Silence. There would be no laughter or singing, just quiet. It was so quiet, Rob Turn could hear his own heart pounding against his chest. His heart was so loud, the young boy feared others might even hear it too. It must be done, so do it quickly, before you lose your courage, before you forget why God has asked such a hard sacrifice of you, Rob Turn. Talking to himself in third person was a new one, but this was a night that would give birth to many new things. A personality dysfunction was hardly something to worry about, given all the other troubles that plagued both the boy and the country he lived in. It didn't take Rob Turn long to find his father's tent. All you had to do was follow the trail of anger, hate, carried by the wind, and you'd find Duke Sumfir Harai ere long. I implore you, enough is enough. You have had your justice, your daughter and our people avenged. We have spilled enough blood, and so would be doomed fools if we denied the new king's pardon. He will keep his word and— Silence! The sigil of Bolsia is that of the lion, but one defeat has reduced you all to kittens yet again. For men who fight so bravely on the battlefield, I cannot believe this is all it takes to reduce you all to mewing. Rob Turn's father, Duke Sumfir Harai, sat at the head of the table. Scratch that, raged at the head of the table, frightening all except the young boy who had just entered the tent. The son took after his father in many ways, dark-skinned, large in stature, and hair that had gone white at an early age. Where they differed was the eyes. Rob Turn's brown eyes still possessed an innocence, the kindness and hope that even the most cynical among humankind wished to see in children. Sumfir did not have the eyes of a loving father, even if the man tried to play at one. "Boy, to me," Sumfir called out, patting an empty chair at his right hand. The father stiffly adjusted himself, having settled for a small stool for his seat. Ostensibly, this is how he humbled himself, how Sumfir reminded his soldiers he did not fight this war merely to conquer and become king of Bolsia. In actuality, Sumfir would throw his chair at his cowardly or incompetent lieutenants whenever they disappointed him. The carpenters got sick of giving him actual chairs, as did the medics who treated the subjects of his wrath. Everyone decided it would be better for the army if their leader took to throwing stools instead. Slowly, take it slowly. Don't give a hint as to what you have come to do, Rob Turn thought, so nervous he couldn't even blink as he carefully made his way to his father's side. My friends, my allies, my brothers, I do not deny peace simply because I want to continue to war. Look at how many corrupt dukes remain at the new king's side. Bert Lynn may have given me my justice, but what of the others? What of our countless cousins and close friends who have had their lands stolen, their food taken, their daughters pillaged, and their sons tossed like lambs to slaughter in servitude to the elite who damn our nation? Some fear beat a large fist against the wooden council table. Send word back to Bert Lynn. Remind him of the list that led to this war. The so-called noble hellspawn that have wronged our people. Anything less than the execution of every name on that list, including the former King Asto, will not be enough for the peace he claims. If he is as righteous as he makes himself out to be, he will accept our terms. Otherwise, we will test him and see who God truly wishes to govern this land. But, sir, one of the older generals rose to his feet, despite the leg wound he had received that day. That would be half the noble lords of Bolsia. The new King Bert Lynn would never agree to giving most of the ruling house of the land to the Blade. His subjects would never allow it, even if he wanted to. Then we press on, some fear raged. We press on to the very last drop of irk. Robturn reached his father's side. Then he took out a dagger and slashed his father's throat. Some fear Herai never saw it coming. No one in the tent did, not even the bodyguards that hung back just a couple feet away. But even if they had seen this betrayal coming, Robturn doubted any of them would have tried to stop him. No one would have moved to dare and intervene as Robturn pulled his steel knife out of his father's neck and stabbed again, this time into his father's hip. Shock gave way to acceptance. Some fear was a man of great strength, and even with 2 fatal wounds, he could have fought back. The father could have spent what remained of his fading strength to club his traitorous son, smashing his head open and ensuring that both of them went to their god and father, Jadis, that terrible night. But in his dying throes, some fear Herai, at last, found that his soul filled with acceptance for the tale that life had given him. Acceptance that this was for the best. So Robturn stabbed one final time, shoving the knife into his father's heart. The revolutionary leader, Duke Sumfir Herai, fell to the ground. He was dead before his face even hit the dirt. His eyes were already closed, and the chest showed no signs of breath as the burly man sprawled out across that which would swallow up his casket soon enough. Sumfir had passed quickly, but this was not a pretty death. The patricidal son found himself covered in his father's essence, the liquid that flowed through Duke Sumfir's veins. The foul gore wasn't bright enough to shine ruby red that dark night. The blood seeped down Robturn's body like black oil. Looking down, the sight reminded the young boy of how he looked when he took a bath. The blood flowed like water droplets that only looked dark because of how liquid reflected against his ebony skin. Once again, death made Robturn feel at home. I have read my father's will. I was to be given control of the Rose Army upon his demise. I suppose you could challenge my position, since murder nullifies such testaments. But do any of you dare to argue? Robturn announced, pushing his fists into the wooden table. He had to make himself look tough. They would have seen the boy breaking down in tears over murdering his own father if he didn't. Even if his god Jadis had been the one to ask such a sorry deed of his future archangel. Even if he had accepted his father had gone mad months ago and needed to die? A son will always love a father who genuinely loves his son. We have gained enough. We have avenged enough. And most importantly, we have lost enough. I move to accept King Berlin's invitation and bring the Rose Revolt to an end. All who are in agreement, say aye. Robturn proposed. I. All agreed, even the bodyguards who did nothing to save their formal leader. All except Sumfir Herai, but he was already dead. And who cared about what the dead had to say? We all do. We all care what the dead preach, because we wouldn't have started this awful civil war if we didn't. But there comes a time when you have to focus on the living, Robturn thought. When you have to move on from your regrets and just let go. A difficult lesson Robturn Herai would fail to learn when he reached his father's age. Because even though Extremar was the first archangel to fall to darkness, he would not be the last. Secret Report Number 1. The Declaration of War by Extremar at the start of the E3 conflict. Citizens of Heaven and the cognitive world of mortals, I was once Extremar Mercy, and if you are reading these words, then I invite you to join my war against Heaven in order to create a better universe for us all. For over 1,000 years, I served as an archangel to He who I once called brother, the man you all worship as your heavenly Father, the Most High God Elohim. I served out of the belief that he was the God most fit to rule over all of the other gods and goddesses that rule in heaven. I served based upon the promise that I would one day be granted exaltation of my own, that I would one day be promoted to serve as my brother's equal, as a god on the high council of heaven. But despite my dedicated and faithful service, I was always found wanting. Despite over 1,000 years of complete devotion, I have been rejected my birthright, my endowment, time and time again. At first, I believed my critics, my evaluators, were right to deny me, that I was not ready to reign as a god. But with each denial, I came to realize the actual truth. With each rejection and petty excuse, I came to realize what was really going on. I was not denied godhood because of my imperfections. No, I was denied exaltation because I would not fit the status quo, because the gods feared that I would rule better than they ever did, that I would prove that there are those who can rule even better than my former brother, the Most High God. And for this cause, do I now renounce him. I renounce my service as archangel. I renounce my allegiance to heaven and the gods and goddesses that rule it. For I now know the truth. That while you may have achieved a type of moral perfection, it is a sinlessness of cowardly, pusillanimous beings, better regarded as mice instead of gods. Your souls are stainless and white as snow, but only because you were too afraid to do the actual work expected of you, to come down among your children and aid those you condemn as wicked and red, despite the fact that they are braver, stronger, and more determined than you vain and useless lot. No more, I say. Mortals have suffered enough. Too many have been denied exaltation. Too many have had their righteous prayers rejected. Too many have lived a life that is too cruel, too painful, too miserable, because you damned gods rely too much on Jesus Christ to fix everything for you. Life requires trials, but it also requires a stern hand to ensure that no undue suffering must be experienced. True peace, true bliss, true heaven will only be achieved by a hand that has known the light and the dark, the struggles of mortals and the responsibilities of the divine, a being who understands the need for agency but is willing to override it when the truly evil among us take things too far. Though I give thanks for all that my former brother Elohim has done, it is time to change the order. I am him. I will become the Most High God to surpass Elohim himself. Join me, my brothers and sisters, my sons and daughters, and all who have been found wanting by the Lord, yet seek power, glory, and exaltation all the same. Those who desire a more righteous universe, but find God's ways lacking, suffer no more, rebel no more, fight on, but under my banner, and together we will create a new heaven that will cause even our Heavenly Father to recognize as superior to his own flawed and imperfect regime. This is my oath, my cause, and my purpose. And if I must destroy everything to see it, then so be it. Call me a villain, call me a monster, call me the fallen archangel who has taken upon himself the name of death in pursuit of a better life for all, for those who have passed on and may yet redeem, and for those who we might yet save from undue suffering. With this declaration, I abandon my old name, and so dub myself anew. I am now Extremar Thanatos, and I will reign as your new Heavenly Father one day. Follow me and achieve the exaltation that has been denied to you. You who would have the privilege of becoming my soldiers, my servants, my mercenaries. Chapter 2. Narrator William Luck. Starring Sky Crystal. World line SS-J-1. 7:06 a.m. September 3rd. Year 1510 FO. Outside the Lavasa work camp, the Valley of Penat, Lavasa. Mission time remaining 8,758 hours. Time. There are few things more annoying than having time as an enemy. About an hour later, Sky found herself standing on a cliff, overlooking her destination. Standard operating procedures called for the mercenary to scout out her destination, which our heroine wasn't doing. Instead of looking across the snow to plan her attack, the woman found herself raising her bracelet to her face yet again. Sky watched the numbers marking her remaining life. Tick, tick, tick away, her mouth quivering with every passing second.
A good thing I never got into watches. Can't imagine how much time I would have wasted checking it. Fight. I just need a good fight or two to get myself back on track. No getting distracted now, Sky. Not when you have so much at stake.
The woman thought, running a hand through her chestnut hair. Oh, I suppose now would be a good time to mention a small little detail about her. Red hair, blood red hair. With each passing hour, with each use of her vampiric powers, more and more of Sky's hair was turning crimson. There was a reason for this, but to avoid derailing the story even more, I shall save the explanation for later. Just know that while there was only a slight change to her hair at the moment, such a detail is something to keep track of in the story ahead.
Now, let's take a good look at what'll be my breakfast.
Sky thought, dropping to a knee and centering her thoughts. As this is your first introduction to vampires, allow me to explain some of their powers. While the particular talents, abilities, and spells used by the infamous blood drinkers varied from warrior to warrior, enhancements to normal mortal human senses were a supernatural blessing universally found among these otherworldly mercenaries. Such enhancements can be overwhelming to newly turned vampires. But Sky was a veteran of the E3 War, a mercenary with decades of experience to her now famous name. In fact, the whistling of the wind, the flakes of snow that melted against her cold skin, the clouds that rolled in the purple day sky above, it all faded, and the vampire Sky found her eyes zooming in, as if someone had pressed a pair of binoculars to her face. The once tiny dots and indistinguishable shapes in the work camp she planned to attack grew large in size, and so Sky found herself able to see people half a mile away, as if they were standing right in front of her. This work camp was primarily a lumberyard, a place with a couple hundred captives, all forced to chop, carry, and craft wood according to the will of their overseers. The guards, dressed in either light metal plating or leather armor, oversaw the forestry work with a mixture of disgust or boredom. They all belonged to the same kingdom, for every servant was adorned with the symbol of a sword thrust through a snowflake, the insignia of the kingdom of Lavasa. While there were some human prisoners mixed in with the lot, most of the work was carried out by Sowman captives, the other natives of Anorta. Important note, I call the Sowman humanoid, but if you hear anyone call them human, there is no reason to correct them. After all, the Sowman had human bodies and matched us in height, skin color, genders, and overall build. When they died, their Sowman souls would eventually revert to a fully human form, hinting at the connection between our species. However, the Sowman were also partially animal in appearance. The beast Sowman had fur, tails, and ears that jutted from the top of their heads instead of their sides. The avian Sowman were marked by feathers, though you're more likely to notice the large wings sticking out of their backs. Most powerful of all were the dragon Sowman. Scales covered their necks, forearms, and thighs, and each of them possessed a tail strong enough to smash trees, boulders, and bones with a single swing. Sky feared the worst when she heard her target, Rayla, was kept imprisoned in such a place. But as she surveyed the area, she found the Sowman prisoners in surprisingly fair condition. They were certainly prisoners, the humans and Sowman alike, forced to do their work in threadbare rags. Don't forget the silver collars around their necks, these chains preventing the humanoids from making full use of their powers or their ability to transform. However, no one seemed to be starving, and the common signs of abuse expected among work prisoners were not present here. No bruises, no scars. Not a single man or woman seemed to be on death's door. Yet there was a sadness that marked the faces of these prisoners, and in some cases, even the dead-eye stare of those who had lost all hope and any desire to live. They shuffled about slowly, but the guards did not rush them. Why? Sky studied the enemy closer and quickly realized that many of the guards were just as unhappy about the situation as those they were charged to watch over. One guard had even taken to banging his head against a metal pole, slamming it over and over and over again. But this accomplished nothing. Literally, nothing. The man couldn't even bruise his own face, no matter how hard he slammed his forehead into the pole. He could have gone at this forever and changed nothing. So it was good that some of the other camp overseers came over and restrained him.
So that's Monkod's Folly. I can only imagine what this world would be like if everyone fell under his curse. But it means that I won't face much resistance from Lavasa's soldiers once I start freeing these prisoners. Make an example of Extremar's vampires, and the rest will give up or run away without a fight. Which is too bad. I'm thirsty enough for a slaughter, but I know I need to save my time, my strength for those who won't go down so easily.
Even so, the heroine of our tale found a good excuse to flare her magical strength. Sky's vampiric aura lit up, an outline of energy growing around her. The magic shifted from red to orange to yellow, and finally settling on green before it faded. Such an aura would only reappear when our heroine reactivated her magical powers. But as she stood up, the vampire could already feel the difference in her strength. The enhancement had been successful, the bloodsucker's body primed for the fight to come. Which means this is our chance to finally relish in the glory of vampiric combat. Well, we'll have to enjoy it vicariously, but that is the joy of fiction, isn't it? Activating her chainsaw sword staff, Sky threw her soul saber with usual impeccable aim. When thrown, distant shore was a twirling boomerang of death. The weapon soared down the hill she stood on and raced across the valley. Focusing on it, Sky waited until she felt it made contact with a foe, one of the 7 vampires stationed at the enemy work camp. A soul saber is connected to their summoner, for it is part of them, a weapon manifested from... An explanation we'll have to continue another time. Sky felt a warmth spread across her body, the familiar feeling of metal tearing through flesh and bone. Sky blinked, and she instantly teleported to her sword, an advanced spell, even for experienced vampires, but one that our heroine was an absolute master of. Even so, while she was used to the strange sensation known as teleporting, it always took a moment for her eyes to adjust. Sky found herself standing in the middle of the lumberyard, gasps erupting from the prisoners. Though they were drowned out by cries of horror echoed from the ordinary Levassan guards. Certainly didn't help when our heroine yanked her sword out of the man she had impaled, setting off a spray of blood larger than anyone in the camp had ever seen before. That was the effect Sky wanted. For winning a fight is often just as much a test of skill as it is a contest of will. So, to really make her foes second-guess themselves, Sky swung her chainsaw staff again, bisecting the vampire she had already wounded. The man split in half from head to groin, turning his hose-like spray of black blood into an erupting geyser. A bloody bath, but most importantly of all, a rejuvenating one. Sky's pores allowed her to soak up that which a vampire thirsts for every waking moment of their demigod lives, which makes it easy to describe just how much the mercenary relished this gory shower. When a vampire absorbs blood, they don't simply drink the liquid through their mouths. That was the best way to absorb it if the bloodsucker wanted to indulge the pleasure of the act. But what if they're in the middle of a fight? When they were in a rush, vampires could accelerate their consumption by simply absorbing blood through any pore on their body. Sky was bathed in black, but only for a few seconds as she soaked up the defeated vampire's essence like a sponge in water. Nothing remained of the killed vampire, nothing but ash and dust, scattered by the howling wind that announced the arrival of our vicious heroine. As for Sky, she felt her power had grown, her magical stores replenished, thanks to the kill, but not in the way that mattered most. Time remaining, 8,755 hours until you die, Agent Sky, the bracelet cautioned.
So the nerds in heaven were right. I can't even extend my time here by absorbing the power of other vampires. And my remaining time? Damn. My stage 4 powers are burning through my reserve faster than I thought it would. I'm gonna have to make this real quick. A shame. Loving and fighting are the 2 things I never like to rush.
No more time for thinking. Sky found herself turning, spinning through the air as an arrow nearly pierced her face. To kill a vampire, you must destroy both the head and the heart within 7 seconds of each other. Otherwise, even the weakest form of vampiric regeneration will repair the wounds, undoing any damage caused by one's opponent. That wasn't the only trick she had up her sleeve. Sky sensed someone sneaking up behind her, attempting to run a spear through her back. Our heroine instinctively swung her blade twice, cutting the spear tip off with the first strike and jabbing her soul saber through the enemy's chest with the second. To finish off this enemy, Sky kicked out with her heeled boot, stabbing through the vampire's brain and setting the man's corpse aflame. Sneaking up on the woman had failed to accomplish anything, so the remaining vampires gathered together to fight as a more coordinated unit. That finally gave our heroine a good chance to study them, to see the kind of vampires that the enemy had deployed to the area. Sky wasn't impressed. The vampires that approached were fully human, which already meant they weren't as much of a challenge as elves, dancers, and other humanoid races she had fought in the past. But they weren't small fry either, because they weren't locals. Instead of medieval armor, these vampires wore tan trench coats, without a mask or hat. That meant they were soldiers who served in Extremar's main army, not roundabout servants like the soldiers of Levassa, who only served the fallen archangel Extremar by extension through their king, Rizzo Din. To confirm this,
Sky looked more closely at their eyes of her enemies.
Orange and yellow. Weaker vampires. But the fact you can afford to deploy so many on a meager job like this does indicate you didn't lose as many warriors during Tempus Finis as we hoped.
Sky deduced by studying her foes. A vampire's eye color indicates their strength. So what did it say about these men? They weren't the weakest breed of vampire, but Class 2 and 3 vampires could still destroy armies all by themselves. Sky outclassed them by far, but even she knew she couldn't win this fight with her eyes closed. Numbers can make a difference in a battle, so Sky kept her power level at 4 just to be safe, even if it meant wasting more of her limited mission time. It was the right decision. One of the enemy vampires cheated by taking out a submachine gun from his coat. Vampires generally tried to match the local technology of the worlds they visited. For doing so, allow them to blend in better with the societies they were meant to infiltrate and eventually take over. Extremar had already conquered Anorta, so what was the point of subtlety? Whatever the case, the submachine gun made the man most annoying vampire to deal with among the 5 who stood against her, meaning he also just became Sky's next target. Using her chainsaw sword staff, Sky twirled her blade in a circle and deflected all of the shots that came her way. Bullets howled, distant shores sparking as metal clashed against metal, but the divine weapon didn't do so much as chip, as it blocked every bullet fired from the submachine gun. Sky waited until her enemy needed to reload to make her move. As soon as the man stopped firing, our heroine broke her soul saber into its twin blade form, tossing both at the enemy. 2 swordsmen charged her when they saw she had thrown away her weapons, neither able to guess why she would leave herself open like this. They slashed at nothing. Sky warped right past them, for the blades had landed in the face and chest of the gunman, instantly killing the vampire. A good kill, but Sky made sure the job was done as she soaked up his blood, disintegrating the already burning corpse of the gunman. Now to have some real fun. Sky stole the man's submachine gun and opened fire, emptying the rounds remaining in magazine into the closest enemy until he, too, burst into a flame that marked his death. With the enemy running out of options, one of the surviving vampires hoped to catch Sky off guard, given her back was turned to him. He failed. He failed in multiple regards. He failed to strike down Sky, and he failed to learn from the death of the fool who had already tried the same trick earlier in the bloody fight.
Weak! Why are you all so weak? I expected more from those charged to protect Rayla.
Sky angrily shouted. Our heroine used the empty gun as an improvised melee weapon, shattering both the firearm and the sword wielded by the less than sneaky enemy. Frustrated, Sky grabbed the man who had tried to kill her by the chest, tossing him 10 feet into the air. Leaping up, she summoned her twin swords back to her hands and slashed away at her opponent, cutting off the orange-eyed vampire's arms and legs with a few swift strikes. To destroy the heart, Sky plunged both of her swords into the man's chest. Then, wrapping her arms around the enemy's now limbless torso, Sky turned both of them over in midair. The man hit the ground, our blood-drinking heroine using the enemy's head as a cushion. It exploded like a tomato that falls out of a grocery bag as you're unloading the car, ending the life of the 5th vampire opponent. A brutal and certainly unnecessarily violent execution, but as Sky got back to her feet, she was feeling pretty great. The sadness, the worry, the anxiety that she was doomed to die was gone, replaced by the thrill that comes with fighting a foe to the death. Spinning her twin blades, she looked forward to the challenge that the remaining 2 vampires would give her, had they stuck around. Seeing their friend get filleted in midair, the 2 survivors had decided this wasn't a fight they could win. The remaining enemy vampires cast one of the few spells that even weak vampires like them knew by heart, which was a spell to retreat to safety. By connecting their hearts to a master, to whoever gave them their powers, the low-level vampires managed to open portals of swirling darkness, gateways that would take them to their mentor's side. Sky knew the counterspell that would shut down the portals, allowing her to hunt down. A part of her was tempted to keep them there, to consume these two remaining foes, but she decided it was better if her enemies could escape.
They will flee to Monkod, or to whoever gave them their vampiric powers, and they will confirm what Extremar has felt. They will know that I have done the impossible, that I have bypassed the LRO barrier and penetrated a world they thought safe. Extremar is a wise and careful tactician, but his greatest weakness is his tendency to throw away all of his well-laid plans whenever something completely unexpected pops up in his face. Time to play whack-a-mole, asshole. Throw everything you have at me. I'm more than happy to be a nuisance, the thorn in your foot, if it makes it easier for my family to beat you on the other front.
Sky suddenly coughed, a glob of white blood escaping her lips. Strength fading, our heroine couldn't keep herself from collapsing, from toppling over into snow-stained black with those she killed. Groaning, trying not to vomit all of the black blood she just absorbed from the enemy, Sky allowed her magical strength to fade until she was reduced to her base level 1 abilities. Doing so sealed much of the power she'd been enjoying, but it also calmed her body and slowed the flow of time that had been accelerated. The vampire nervously checked her bracelet yet again, and by doing so was given another reason to puke. Time remaining, 8,735 hours until you die, Agent Sky.
A day? I've already lost an entire day? Damn it. Damn it! Do I really have to be careful about using my power going forward?
Sky thought, shaking her head in disappointment. Time lost could not be regained. So as angry as she was at both herself and her situation, there was nothing for Sky to do but move on. To carry out her final mission, to do what she could to stop Extremar's madness before her life came to an end. Another Side, Another Story, Number 2. Narrator, William Luck. Starring, Vid Akis. World Line Cycle, WL-J-1. 7:30 a.m., June 26th. Year 1478, FO. Castle Akis Training Yard. The City of Fair Breeze. Bolsia. The Prince of Bolsia began his birthday just like any other day. Training. Spear in hand, the prince slammed the wooden practice weapon into the shield of his dummy opponent, only to twist his weapon to block the fake sword that came swinging his way. Dancing to the left and right, sidestepping as quick as he could, he did this to another dummy, a third, a fourth, and a fifth, stealing quick breaths and striking hard at every pretend foe. Despite being human, the prince's trainers already noted his incredible stamina, suggesting he would make a powerful and incredible warrior one day. But only once he grew up. At the age of 9, he was little more than a gnat, compared to all of his teachers, especially in comparison to his uncle, the former king, Sokar Akis, now serving as the kingdom's top general. And his adoptive father? Vid could only hope he would one day be as tall, powerful, and respected as the Dragon King, Bertlin Akis. And so he trained. Not just his body, but his mind and his spirit too. Once he was finished in the yard, the prince would spend day reading, praying, and speaking with his betters so he might be equal to the men he looked up to the most. No days off. No taking it easy. I have to be better. I have to become my best. For I am...
Vid? Vid? Oh, where did you scamper off to?
Mother? The training yard was still dark, illuminated only by the rising sun. But Vid's senses were closer to a Sowman than a human. That made it easy to see, to hear his adoptive mother as she emerged from the shadows, her cane echoing around the yard as it dug into the dirt. Once the chief bodyguard of the Akis royal family, until Bertlin wed her, She was the nation's greatest warrior, and Vid's first teacher. Until the Rose Revolt. Until a battle with the accursed witch, Jessica Rose. The queen, Lydnis Akis, won the duel, but only at a cost. A curse spread across the human queen's body, one that would be her end in just a year or two. It had already claimed her right arm, the limb amputated at the elbow, and the rest of her flesh didn't fare much better. Lydnis found herself unable to walk without the use of a cane. Even so, there was still so much that Vid Akis admired about his adoptive mother, to the point that he often claimed to be her true son. After all, they shared the same golden hair, though the prince had to admit his head was turning grayer by the year. At least it wasn't snow white, not like the hair that belonged to the boy accompanied Queen Lydnis. A surprisingly shy lad, given how he hid behind the queen, despite the newcomer being almost as tall as a fully grown man.
Ah, there you are. Already up and practicing even on your birthday? As dutiful as ever, my son. But in the days ahead, you'll need to take it a little easier. If not for your sake, then for the sake of your new brother and bodyguard.
Brother? Bodyguard, oh! Vid remembered what his parents had told him just the other day. Pushing past his mother, Vid marched right up to his nervous new sibling, shoving his hand forward to welcome. Then you must be Duke Robturn Harai. Just Robturn. The dukedom of Burkaru has been dissolved. The lands given to Duke Dusen, Robturn muttered, his voice so quiet that Vid wouldn't have been able to hear his new sibling were it not for his supernatural hearing.
He feels guilty for what his family has done to ours. Please, make him feel welcome, my son.
Lydnis whispered beneath her breath, relying on the prince's special abilities to communicate without Robturn overhearing. Then that means you'll have even more time to serve as my brother and champion, Robturn. Come on, let's see what you can do, Vid exclaimed, taking his new brother by the hand. Despite the newcomer being over a foot taller in size, the prince found the strength to drag Robturn into the yard and towards the nearest weapons rack. You must have some practice with battle, yes? What kind of weapon do you prefer? You'll find them all here. I am partial to an axe, Robturn admitted, Vid shoving a wooden version of the weapon into the dark-skinned boy's chest before he had the chance to reconsider. While the prince preferred a spear or a lance for battle, he didn't want to humiliate or take advantage of his new brother in arms. Therefore, the prince decided a sword would make for a fairer, more interesting fight. Now then, Vid announced, taking charge as he led his sibling to a circle in the dirt. Mother, will you serve as our referee?
With pleasure, love.
Lydnis smiled, nodding to the headstrong boy. Excellent! Then I propose a gamut of 3 matches. The winner the first to take 2. That should be enough, so we can see what you can do, Sir Knight, Vid announced, Robturn kicking at the dirt as he grumbled. I'm not sure I'm in the The rules will be simple, Vid continued, ignoring his sibling's protest. Step out of the ring, you lost the round. If a strike lands on a limb, you can't use that limb for the rest of the round. Strikes to the head and chest win the round. Oh, and if you somehow manage to break your opponent's weapon, you automatically win the gamut. Are you ready? No, Robturn complained, only for Vid to wink at his mother.
Begin!
Lydnis whistled, seizing the moment. Vid charged in, swinging his sword with wild abandon at his opponent's right arm. Despite being caught off guard, the Dark Knight in training proved his size wasn't just for show as he raised his axe just in time to block the first strike. Vid's sword bounced off of the axe, much to the prince's delight. But while Vid was still a boy, he was already an expert in weapon handling. Twisting his wrist, the prince angled his sword down and managed to catch Robturn on the knee. Grunting, the boy pulled back, a questioning look in the Dark Knight's eyes. Come on, you're not really going to make me hop around on one leg, are you? Why not? Vid grinned, pulling his right leg off the ground. I can do it, can't you? You're an odd one, Robturn declared. But as he pulled his leg up, he found himself smiling. That's all Vid wanted. Well, that, and to win. Vid hopped forward and shoved his sword at Robturn, forcing the man to block it with the flat side of his axe. The strike nearly caused Robturn to fall over, but he managed to recover by hopping around.
Out! You have left the circle. First point to Prince Vid Atkiss. Return to the circle and reset, Sir Robturn.
Lidness whistled, pointing at the edge of the ring. Having fun yet? Vid asked, beaming as his opponent re-entered the ring. Some, Robturn confessed. Sure enough, the boy had wielded his axe with only one hand during the first round, but now he held onto it with both. The Dark Knight in training was finally taking the duel seriously, Vid's excitement rising as he sensed his opponent's growing desire to compete, to battle, and win. Then let's make this interesting, Robturn. Vid laughed, showing off his swordsmanship by twirling his blade from one hand to the next. Today is my birthday, which means this day shall end with cake. The first slice is always the biggest, so that is what I wish to bet. May the winner of this duel be the first to partake in my birthday cake tonight. I have nothing to bet in return, Robturn confessed, Vid shrugging off the comment as he explained. It is of no consequence. After all, I have never lost a duel against anyone of my age. I have even fought some adults and bested them in combat. I make my bet, for I have no fear of losing to you. Whoa! Robturn took advantage of his foe by swinging his axe as hard as he could at his opponent's head. Having successfully parried the occasional strike from adult duelists, Vid raised his sword to block the overhead swing. After all, even if Robturn was bigger, he couldn't have been as strong as some of the actual knights that served his father, Crack! A huge mistake. Vid wasn't the only one who possessed powers beyond that of an ordinary mortal. Robturn's axe cleaved through Vid's training sword, shattering the wooden weapon into a dozen broken pieces. While the prince himself was unharmed, he still found himself trembling as Robturn's power reverberated through him. The only thing that brought the prince back to reality was his mother's astonished declaration, Lidness announcing,
Prince Vid's weapon has been destroyed. The match is over, and the victor is Sir Robturn Harry, the newest archangel of Anorta.
Archangel! Vid exclaimed, cackling with laughter. His pride would have been wounded in most other circumstances, but to lose to such a foe. I'm surprised I managed to win a point at all against the archangel. Well done, Robturn. Oh, what a wonderful gift that I will have you to call my brother in the days ahead. Vid rushed over to his new bodyguard and embraced him in a tight squeeze, hugging him as hard as he could. Robturn didn't quite know how to respond, especially as Lidness came over and turned it into a group hug, wrapping her one good arm around both the boys she would call her sons during the last days of her mortal life. Adopted they both may have been, the love and affection Lidness had for them was genuine as she declared.
Welcome to the family, Robturn. I know replacing what you've lost isn't an easy thing, but I truly hope you shall feel the Lord's love here as you live with our family. We all serve as best we can, but though we all might not share blood, we are all brothers and sisters in Christ. May you feel His grace always, as you strive to share His grace with those who need it most, my new son.
Thank you, Robturn muttered, struggling to get his words out, not just because of the tight hug, but because of the tears that had appeared in his eyes. A normally dispassionate person, especially because of how he had to carry himself during the Rose Revolt. This sudden warmth caught the newest member of House Akis completely off guard. But as Vid and Lidness Akis pulled away, they found that Robturn Harai Akis was happy enough to show them a toothy smile. I will do my best to be deserving of your love, my queen and my prince. Nonsense! Love is freely given to all, even those we hate. We have no enemies but the devils of hell. For yesterday's foe is tomorrow's brother, Vid announced, beating a hand against his chest. So let us be the proof of it, the standard that all of humanity shall follow. What do you say, Robturn? To happy days ahead, and to better world we shall build together, brother? I can think of no better cause to serve, my brother, Robturn agreed, matching Vid by beating his hand against his own heart. What a wonderful oath to swear. A shame that oaths always prove so hard to keep.
Secret Report Number 2. Goddess of Medicine Public Memo. Vets Heilmore. Good tidings to those who are privileged enough to read this memo. This is Dr. Vets Heilmore, writing to you in the first of many, far too many PSAs I will have to publish as part of my duties as your newest goddess of medicine. A less than precise title, but I suppose it sounds better than the goddess of diseases that cause bodily ailments that can be studied and treated scientifically. That was a joke. Please laugh. Now that the war with Extremar is over, I have been asked to take part in this new training program that Master Kolob III, or rather Sherry Sears, has organized for the benefits of all mercenaries who read or listen to these training kernels. Specifically, I have been assigned to discuss the mechanics, intricacies, and scientific aspects of the viruses that gave rise to the demigods we refer to as vampires. Ergo, there's no better place to start than with the 26 basic vampire strains. Shortly before the start of the E3 conflict, the second goddess of entropy, Millie Schaefer, foresaw that heaven would need a new class of warriors to combat Extremar Thanatos and his miscreant army. To that end, she developed a virus that would transform humans into demigods able to take on the rebel forces. This first virus was named the Forced Transfiguration Virus, because when one reaches the final stage of the FTV, the infected host will find their bodies like unto those who have achieved transfiguration. Oh, forgive me for intruding on your territory, Lanus, but I need to explain what transfiguration is, don't I? In short, transfiguration refers to a state of being in which a mortal being can make full use of their inherited godly powers despite still being mortal. To learn more about transfiguration, please speak to the scholar of the everlasting gospel, or open your scriptures. If you do not own scriptures or have absolutely no idea what I'm referring to when I say the scriptures, now is a good time as any to bookmark www.churchofjesuschrist.org. To return to my purview, the initial FTV virus was developed using the blood of the first ever vampire as a base. Who am I talking about? The first vampire was not Cain or Dracula, despite what the rumors have suggested, but Lady Sanguine Exekizo, the mother of Extremar Thanatos. To defeat the fallen angel, it made sense to turn his own mother against him, and so vampires were developed according to the powers she gifted them through the weapon Sangua and Millie invented. As the war progressed, and as the FTV was developed across multiple world lines, it mutated until it developed into 12 additional FTV variant strains. Similarly, Extremar's Thanos used his knowledge and power to create his own vampiric virus known as the ZTV, or Zeta Transfiguration Virus, along with 12 other ZTV variants. That is how we wound up with a total of 26 vampire viruses. All 26 virus strains are unique and facilitate growth in their own particular way. Some viruses are complementary and cannot work without the aid of other viruses, such as the EEV strain. Some viruses, upon failed infection, will produce something other than a vampire, like the UDV strain. Some viruses will transform a humanoid into another species, like the DIV. To summarize all their distinguishing features, powers, and traits in a single document would be impossible. In fact, there is so much to learn about them. The third goddess of medicine, Sangua, commissioned each vampiric virus strain to have their own dedicated department head. The goddess Sangua was wise to do so, for despite dedicating much of my research to understanding the 26 vampire strains, I still feel I have barely scratched the surface of knowing what they truly are. To that end, I agreed to help out with this training kernel program, for through writing these memos, I hope you and I can share in the joy of uncovering the secrets of the FTV and the ZTV strains. Please look forward to additional memos that shall be published by our department in the future. Thank you for your continued studying, and may you continue to grow your knowledge every day, Mercenary.
Chapter 3. Narrator William Luck. Starring Sky Christel. Worldline Cycle SS-J-1. 7:38 a.m. September 3rd. Year 1510 FO. The Lavasa Work Camp. The Valley of Panat. Lavasa. Mission time remaining 8,735 hours. Oh, gracious Savior, thank you for saving us. However can we repay you? Oh,
Have you seen a wolf Sowman by the name of Raelia Atnai?
No.
Then go away. Leave. I don't need you getting in my way.
Sky was not in a good mood. Part of it was because her combat high had expired. Just as the afterglow of sexual pleasure must fade after intercourse, so too does the pleasure of battle eventually expire, leaving the warrior empty. However, that was only part of her problem. The real reason for her grumpy mood?
Come on. I can sense her, but I still don't see her anywhere. There isn't a single other wolf Sowman in the camp. Besides, the report said Monkod killed the other members of her clan. So where the hell is Raelia?
Sky fumed. The vampire approached another group of Sowman, only to find that they were all crows and herons. Slashing their chains off, she ignored their gratitude, and this time didn't even bother speaking to them. Rude as it may have been, the time she had already spent just to get to the labor camp meant Sky couldn't afford to be nice. No, wasting time wasn't the only reason why the veteran mercenary felt so on edge. Taking a deep breath, the vampire shut her eyes and reached out once more with her soul, surveying the area. Sky managed to sense herself and two other vampires present in a camp, one of which she knew to be her target. Besides time, the other issue pressing on her was a threat on the horizon. A company of demigod mercenaries, 200 strong. Their large number made them easier to track. At the rate they were moving, Sky had half an hour before they arrived, forcing a battle the mercenary knew she could not win. Not in the real sense of the word. Though she was the mighty vampire and had fought legions upon legions of supernatural foes during the Battle of Tempus Finis, the heroine of our tale didn't believe she could take on such a large force by herself, without using up an incredible amount of power.
Fighting them will cost me months of time. I have to find Raelia before they arrive, or this mission will be a failure. But what is the trick? The Sowmen haven't seen her, and neither have the guards.
Sky had already tried the overseers. Once the battle with the vampires were over, she confronted them, bullying the human soldiers of Lavasa into obeying her commands. Surely one of them knew where they were hiding their most important prisoner, right? None of them did. None of them even knew they had a wolf Sowman in captivity. Was it a lie? She bit the wrists of a couple of the humans to peer into their memories. As it turned out, the Lavasan soldiers truly didn't know. Tempting as it was to kill them all and drain their blood as a way to vent her frustrations, she had already fed enough that day. Better that they help her out by clearing the other Sowman from the camp. Perhaps even delay the reinforcements that were coming to reclaim the camp.
Well, if the guards don't know and the Sowmen don't know, then there's nothing to do but to speak to this other vampire prisoner. But man, I really hope my reading is wrong. I don't need to deal with one of his pets right now.
Sky thought with a terrible sneer, her heavy footsteps melting the snow beneath her feet as she marched over to a box. A box made entirely of silver, about 10 feet tall and wide, located at the southern edge of the lumber camp. Vampires have very few weaknesses, but silver was a metal that affected not only the blood drinkers, but most demigod creatures with supernatural abilities. Why most? Because Sky was among the lucky few who was completely unaffected by silver, so she could approach the metal container without having her powers repressed.
Whoever is in there, stand back. Hate to cut you in half when I'm trying to free you. Kind of. Not really.
Sky sighed, scratching at her cheek and wondering if this was truly her best course of action. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sky figured 5 seconds was enough as she swung her chainsaw sword staff, the metal teeth chewing through the silver just as easily as it did through human muscle. Sliced apart, the doors to the box fell over, and so allowed the single vampire prisoner inside to stumble out of the container. A woman came out. She fell to the snow with a pitiful thump, and as soon as the light hit her thin, emaciated body.
Damn it. It is one of his pets. My day's just getting better and better.
Sky rolled her eyes, grinding her teeth as she pointed her weapon at Enter Nitas Vade. Title: The Bisexual Yellow Alligator of the Blades of the Revanchist. Bio: Born to a wealthy family in Astern, the death of her mother at childbirth caused her already unstable father to raise her with excessive love and an angry fist. When the illegal dealings that made him rich were brought to life, he was executed, while the state claimed the money that the heiress would have otherwise inherited. Destitute, she was brought into Astern's infamous sex trade, working as a prostitute for several years, until Roas Christel recruited her and transformed her into a vampire. Falling in love with her personal savior, she found herself unable to fully serve him as he sought a woman to give birth to his child. Extremar Thanatos promised her fertility if she succeeded on an impossible mission to take down Rizzo Din, but she was defeated by the king and so wound up his prisoner instead. Appearance: 5'11", faint scars cover her arms and legs, but vampiric regeneration helps them fade more and more with each passing year. Medium-length blonde hair that tends to get curly when exposed to human weather, a constant in her home country of Astern. A lithe figure she has maintained ever since being forced to dance and strip on stage. B-cups, a good perky chest, but not quite big enough for what I like to see in a woman. As a blade of the revanchist, she wears a latex superhero onesie and a cape that are pink, purple, and blue in color to represent her sexual identity. Despite calling them her friends and allies, she never really fit into the organization, well, due to her angry, rebellious yellow eyes. Oh, thank goodness. The program is finally working properly. You have no idea how tedious it is having to rewrite these introductions over and over.
Thank you.
Nitas muttered, struggling to get to her knees. The vampire had spent the last 3 months trapped in the box, the only sustenance given to her being a cup of water once a week. That she could speak at all would have been mildly impressive to anyone that wasn't our heroine. But Sky, like all of her siblings, despised the woman because of who Nitas served. Even so, whether it be pity or a need for answers, the heroine of our tale would not deny this lowly prisoner aid.
Here. This will restore your strength. Just don't try to fight me once you've recovered. You'll find me even more dangerous than even my monster of a brother.
Sky declared, dragging a fingernail across her left wrist. It wasn't a deep cut, Sky intending to only give a few drops of her own blood, but even that was enough to greatly restore another vampire's strength. Pressing her arm to the prisoner's lips, since Nitas was too weak to even drink blood without help, Sky watched as the woman's body filled out, gaining over 12 pounds in the span of seconds. While not fully recovered, the blonde in latex changed to a person who looked as if she was just on a strict diet, rather than someone who'd been starved for a quarter of a year. Nitas blinked, groaning as she finally stretched her limbs for the first time in forever, skipping, even bouncing in place, to get what counted for blood to flow through her vampiric veins. Nitos was rather cheery for someone who hadn't seen the sun in 3 months.
The song is true. You really don't know what you get till it's gone. Thanks a ton, Katie. Guess I'll have 2 members of House Cristal now.
Nitos beamed, earning a disgusting grimace from Sky as a reply. Was it the blonde's cheery attitude, or the notion that the yellow alligator of the dreaded blades of the revanchist actually liked her, that upset our long-suffering heroine?
How do you know that? No, forget it. I've gone back to going by my birth name, Sky. Really? Katie suits you more. It does, but I'm not comfortable wearing that name until I've... No, I don't need to tell you anything. Stop getting me off track. Raelia Atnai, the wolf Sowman. If you want to thank me for freeing you, tell me where she is. Right there.
Nitos pointed across the lumberyard, specifically to a container marked for waste. Rizzo didn't want his people dirtying his forests, so he must have demanded that they collect all of their feces and toss them into a box that could be shipped off and disposed elsewhere. At least, that's what Sky had thought when she passed it again, and again, and again, during her search for Rayla around camp.
Of course. I never would have guessed he buried Raelia's cell beneath a pile of poop. Tenacious bastard. I keep underestimating Rizzo. Well, no matter. Thanks, I guess.
Sky walked to the box. Nitos followed. Sky stopped. Nitos stopped. Sky started walking again. Nitos started walking again. Sky stopped. Nitos stopped. Sky started walking again. Nitos
What the hell are you doing? What does it look like? I'm going to join you,
Nitos proclaimed, not feeling threatened in the slightest. 1 slash, maybe 2, is all it would take to end her vampiric life, given her weakened state. But the blonde hadn't stopped smiling once ever since Sky fed her.
No, you aren't. I have no need for a partner, especially a perverted hedonistic whore who I have to worry about hitting on me every time we have a conversation. Now you're just trying to offend me. Too bad Roas told me everything about you and the rest of your family, Sky. I know your daughter is bisexual, which means you're smart enough not to believe all the silly lies you church folk like to say about people like me. Damn it. I'm really going to kill that dumbass the next time I see him. But have it your way. I am fighting against Extremar. That means I'm fighting everyone who stands with him, which includes Master, the man who saved you from prostitution, Nitas. Why do you want to serve me if it means going against the man you've looked upon as your savior? Because Extremar and Roas are the reason I've just spent the last 3 months in that silver hellhole. Anything I owed them died inside that box, while I now owe everything to you for rescuing me from my torment. Besides, we both know that I can't leave this planet until someone does something about the LRO barrier. The fact that you've made it through means you know how to get through it. Or at the very least, have a plan to take it down, right? You're smarter than the rest of the peacocks that serve in your gay band.
Sky bit her lip, at last finding a reason to look at the blonde woman with a reason other than disdain. That is, until her bracelet beeped and informed our heroine that she was down another hour. Another reason to groan. Another reason to make a decision now, and to accept whatever consequences would come of the universe-changing choice Sky was forced to make.
Screw it. Have it your way. But I'm not dragging around a low-level vampire like a lost puppy or a child. What is your max power level when you're going all out in a fight? I'm a Class 4 vampire. Can you summon a soul saber? I can. Then prove it. I'll give you more blood until you fully replenish your powers. Summon your soul saber and break Raelia free. Do that, and you can join our mission to stop Monkod and free Anorta. I mean, I don't really care what happens to this world. But if that's how I get off this dump, then hey, I'll kill whoever you want me to, boss.
Nitos stuck her tongue out, Sky shuddering at being called such a name. Was this really a smart decision? Probably not, but Sky ultimately decided that if nothing else, Nitos would at least make for entertaining company. Besides, beggars can't be choosers, and Sky needed as many powerful allies as she could recruit for the tough days of fighting ahead.
And if I can actually turn this girl on my dipstick brother, all the better.
Sky snorted, and so dug her fingernails once again into her wrist. Nitos pounced on the open wound like an alligator who spotted prey in the water, living up to the title that Roas had given her during her service as a member of the Rainbow Blades.
Ew. Something's wrong with your blood. I mean, blood is blood, but that's the first time I've ever had blood that tasted, I don't know, like it's been microwaved? Left out in the sun too long? It's like flat soda that... Shut up. I don't need a reminder of how effed up my body is right now. Now can you summon your soul saber or not? Prepare to be amazed, boss.
Nitos beamed. Fully restored after all the blood Sky had given her, the former yellow alligator held her hands out to her side, making an L shape with them both. Yellow, red, and gold smoke poured out of her palms, quickly coalescing and solidifying into this soul saber.
Introducing Soul Saber X2, Lux Pex Lux Lig. Wielder, Nitus Vade. Description: golden-plated laser pistols about the size of a Colt 1911. While they feature unlimited ammunition, they can only fire up to 30 shots in a minute before they go on a 1-minute cooldown. As such, Nitus typically alternates which one she uses in a battle, allowing her to maintain a steady rate of fire. A single shot is capable of vaporizing a mortal human, and with 2 shots, she can even melt through most modern armored vehicles. An incredible soul saber to use against low-level vampires, but has trouble penetrating the ATG barriers generated by Class 5 vampires and above.
But wait, why are they called soul sabers if they can take the form of a gun, narrator? Well, when Heaven originally decided to name these powerful weapons, we were going to call them Unfortunately, Sherry informed us that a famous fighting game series on Earth already used that name. The series had also taken Soul E and So, Soul Saber was the best name we could come up with that wouldn't piss off your entertainment overlords on Earth. Not sure what we're going to do when we meet a vampire who can summon a saber of light, because that is probably going to Sky crossed her arms, genuinely impressed by the gunslinger as she twirled her laser pistols.
You should have led with the fact that your soul saber is a gun. Not many of you gunslinger vampires out there in the universe. Really? You didn't know? I thought I've been doing a bang-up job of making a name for myself. The children of House Crystal hate my exiled brother, but Sylvester is the only one that cares to track his movements. The rest of us are content pretending that Roas doesn't exist. Considering what he just did to me, I get the feeling. Now stand back. Let me show you what my babies can do. Hey, wait a second. Aren't dry feces flay?
Too late. Sky and Nitos were both thrown off their feet as the blonde gunslinger shot the box of dehydrated poop that was meant to hide Rayla. Dry feces are typically flammable, not combustible, but by packing it all into a tight box, the 2 vampires found out why fertilizer silos are considered dangerous. A good thing they were demigods, because this was a rather explosive mistake. It wasn't a massive explosion, not a big enough blast to do either of the vampire women any serious damage, though it absolutely would have killed them if they were regular mortal humans. Even so, Sky was miffed as she picked herself up and found her vision full of stars, the uncomfortable urge to puke returning for what must have been the 100th time that day.
Really making me consider shoving you back into that box, Nitas. Aha! But I was right. Take a look, Sky. Seems we found the shaman queen of the Sowman at last.
Sky's head snapped to attention, and all of the frustration she had felt that morning faded. Breathing a huge sigh of relief, Sky and Nitas headed on over to the prisoner that had been thrown out of the now exploded silver cage, reeking of fecal matter. Ignoring all of the burning poop, it wasn't a pretty sight. If you thought Nitas had it rough, the wolf Sowman Rayla had been kept captive for the last 18 months. A vampire won't die from lack of food, water, and blood, but they will eventually slip into a coma to preserve their supernatural life.
Well, at least she's alive. Can you carry her for me? I'm going to open us a portal to take us to safety. Let's get out of here before Rizzo's army finds new cages for us all. Sure thing. But who are you going to take us to? Who is your connection? The Herald of Joy. Today is your lucky day for more than one reason, Nitas. Looks like you'll have the pleasure of meeting my grandmother, Shatali Harry Halmore.
Another Side, Another Story, Number 3. Narrator, William Luck. Starring, Rob Turn Harai. Worldline Cycle, WL-J-1. 6:34 a.m., January 1st, year 1485 FO. Castle Akis Bedquarters, Number 9. The City of Fairbreeze, Bulcia. About 7 years after his adoption into the Akis family, Robturn Akis Harai experienced what would wind up being one of the best and worst days of his life. The best, for this was the day he met the love of his life. The worst, for nothing undoes a man quite like meeting a woman he will grow to love. Once upon a time, the Herald of Joy was sent for by King Bertlin Akis of Bulcia, because the royal heirs of Bulcia and Astern had come of age, and would soon be wed. The kingdoms of Fataria mutually decided that something more should be done to prepare them for the throne. Therefore, Prince Vid Akis and Princess Thabavi, along with many other choice children, were to be given at a year of tutoring under the guidance of one of the best, most capable minds in all of Anorta. There was just one problem. Verlandi, the public face of the Church of Jesus Christ, on Silsey, and a former Herald of Joy, declined. The curt woman said she had far more important work to do, and simply couldn't make the time to babysit a bunch of children. So the responsibility fell on Shatali instead. While she should have been too busy given her responsibilities, the current Herald of Joy, she had done so well in her duties that there were no longer any bones of Oser to deal with at this point in Anorta's history. The girl could afford a break from her travels, and this opportunity to befriend the children of the most powerful families and factions in Fataria seemed like one she could not pass up. That is how Shatali, the Herald of Joy, came to Castle Akis. That, as Robturn came to check in on her, is how he met his future wife. The woman I am proud to introduce as my firstborn daughter. Enter Shatali Harai Hailmore. Title: The Final Herald of Joy, offering peace and relief to a world in dire need of both. Bio: My eldest child, one of the most powerful spellcasters in the world of Anorta. She spends her days wandering the lands, seeking to destroy the devils of hell and the bones of Oser to delay the revival of the mandevil Monkod. As the daughter of Master Kolob, she has been blessed by heaven since birth with almighty power. Said power also makes her a target, for the scriptures say that it shall be the blood of an active herald of joy that shall be used to revive the man who wishes to conquer Anorta. Appearance: 5'4", snow-white skin, fitting for a girl I know to be a princess in nature and kindness. Very athletic, because she is to live her life as a wanderer, a vagrant who roams from country to country in her pursuit to destroy evil. As loath as I am to talk about my daughter's breasts, her gigantic E-cups are typically the first feature people notice about my daughter.
After that, pay your respects to the long blood-red hair that stretches to her lower back. My daughter typically wears a priestly red and white robe that marks her as Anorta's herald of joy. Exercising with cheap brown cloaks, she doesn't mind getting dirty with the blood and gore of her enemies. Emerald green eyes prove that green can be more than the color of envy, for in her eyes there is only the desire we call love. Excellent, Robturn blinked, praying that the girl hadn't noticed his blushing as he studied the sage already playing with his heart. I am glad the servants showed you to your proper quarters. There had been some confusion about who was staying where, so I feared you'd find yourself sleeping next to the smelly barracks of our troops. Chitali had just sat down in her bed when the large man entered her quarters. No, not a man yet. The red-haired woman looking closer and seeing that the giant who strode in had a boy's face. Though his hair was white, he had the clean baby face of a lad who did not even need to shave yet. Guessing his age would have been impossible, given that Robturn was already 6 feet tall. But Chitali knew all about this man who stood before her.
Trying to earn your teacher's favor by showing off even before our classes begin? You must be one of my students, Robturn Harry, adopted son of the king.
Chitali announced. She had noticed the boy's eyes, how they lit up when he saw her. The embarrassing thing to admit is that her face had done the same upon meeting the handsome Dark Knight. But Robturn wasn't as experienced at noticing such things. I hardly think giving you a proper room to stay should be considered going out of my way to impress you, Herald of Joy. You are our honored guest and humanity's greatest protector. Ensuring you have a proper room to stay is but the last of my responsibilities. Robturn bowed, Chitali shaking her head as she pointed a finger at the man.
Says our archangel in training. I do much to slow the forces of hell and Monkod, but my efforts, and even the efforts of the Church of Jesus Christ of Silsey, are paltry compared to that of an archangel.
But it is as you say. I am but an archangel in training. I shall be of little use until I am a man fully grown, a warrior strong enough to fight the monsters you have hunted according to your station, Robturn said.
Think more highly of yourself. You shall find that humility, while a virtue, will be ill-served in the classes I intend to teach. But if you intend to treat me with the honor you think I deserve, would you be willing to assist me until classes begin this afternoon?
I am blessed to be granted the privilege of attending your classes, Master Chitali. What would you have me do? Robturn pressed a fist against his chest, puffing himself up. This was his way to proclaiming that he was willing and able to do anything that was asked of him, for he was.
Help me figure out how to prank Vid and Theba.
Excuse me? Robturn deflated, shrinking like a balloon.
Yes, because it will ensure that we will have a wonderful class for the rest of the year, especially if we can figure out how to get Vid and Theba naked. Nah, that's going too far. And among a bunch of youngsters, the last thing I should do is sexually stimulate them in the middle of a class.
Chitali schemed, leaping off her bed as she formulated her plots. Naked? What is this jest? Is this some sort of test? Robturn moaned. The man at such a loss, he looked like he was ready to cry. So, like any good teacher, Chitali got to work and performed her duties, instructing the man she would come to claim as her greatest student.
Robturn, how many students will be attending our class?
47 in total, Master Chitali, Robturn declared.
46, actually. I see your servants have failed to notify you that Duke Mason Veilt has come down with a serious case of scalepox. Oh, don't make that face. I only found out 2 days ago, but it's good to know that news for Castle Akis can lag a bit. Now, explain to me the demographics of our class, Sir Robturn.
Our class is composed of the best and brightest from Sakalek, Silsey, Bolsia, Astern,
and even Lavasa. Those who shall have the greatest influence on the future of Fataria shall come to learn from you, Herald of Joy.
Indeed. But that doesn't actually say much. What of their wealth? What of their political and social backgrounds?
Some of the richest are coming to learn, as are the poor sponsored by the rulers of Fataria. Kings and queens, dukes and counts, along with the children of ordinary craftsmen, and even, the most dreadful of all, actors. Robtern winced, Shatali resisting the urge to interrupt her lesson by laughing at the man's disdain for entertainers. Oh boy, our voice actors are going to kill us for that line. Good thing that isn't my problem anymore. Getting respectfully retired from my position as Master Kolob sucked, but I sure don't miss all of the responsibility that came with it. Good luck, Sherry. You'll need it.
Finally, what is the previous tutelage of those who I am meant to teach? Their education, experience, and the like.
It varies, just as I've answered you previously. There are those who have been educated since birth, and there are those among our class who do not even know how to read or write their own name. There are those who have visited every kingdom in Fataria, and those coming who are leaving home for the first time, Robtern concluded, starting to see where Shatali was going with all of this. Oh, you think that Vid and Theba will feel isolated because of their status? The Dark Knight at last realized.
Not just isolated. They'll be unapproachable by nearly everyone in the class. None are richer, more powerful, or influential, or as smart and experienced as the prince and princess coming to attend my classes. Which means this class will suffocate them. If they do not already feel solitary because of their stations, this class will ensure they do. That makes for poor rulers, and worse for me, a poor teaching experience for every student in the classroom. Which is why, as embarrassing as it will be for them, we must begin this first day by humiliating them as much as we can. For when the others see the Emperor without their clothes, the others will remember that a human is a human, no matter who they are. Despite station, gender, race, wealth, knowledge, or even if they have a tail growing from their back or wings protruding from their shoulders, all are alike in the eyes of heaven. We of mortal flesh are all brother and sister, and we should treat each other as such despite the foolish expectations we have of others and ourselves.
Shatali marched right up to the taller man, grabbing him by his hand. Robtern tried to shirk out of her grip initially, fearing he was disrespecting his teacher by refusing to treat her as anything less than his master. But that would have ruined the point she was trying to make. Better to go with the flow, to learn from one he truly looked up to, no matter how different he imagined the venerated Herald of Joy to be. If it is for the sake of class integration, to help the others befriend Lord Vid and Lady Theba, then I shall assist you as best I can. You might be assumed to learn that His Majesty the Prince suffers from lactose intolerance. If I can slip some milk into his morning meal without his noticing, the others shall discover that all men, no matter their royal status, can fart. Robtern guiltily confessed, betraying his friend, his own adoptive brother, to satisfy his new mentor.
That's what I'm talking about.
Shatali laughed, patting the man on the back. Seeing him blush from this, the Herald of Joy knew the polite thing, the proper thing to do, was to go a little easier on the boy, just trying to do his best to serve her. But she couldn't help it. She was my daughter after all. So Shatali used one of my favorite lines on the boy she had come to claim as her partner for the day. And with a little luck, a partner who would stick around beyond year's end.
Robtern, I think this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship.
Fate had already made up its mind that it wanted the two to be far more than that. It wouldn't take my daughter Shatali more than a couple months to realize it wasn't just friendship she wanted from Robtern Herai. Nothing would make the Herald of Joy happier than winning the Dark Knight's love.
Secret Report Number 3. Goddess of Weapons Public Memo. Razgath Wamu Tadip. Howdy, nerds. It's your girl Razgath, writing her first public memo. While I know that I'm not supposed to be a prim and proper lady now that I'm a goddess, I really can't settle into this job until I give a giant middle finger to every one of you dumb cucks that accused me of being illiterate back at the academy. Well, guess what, nerds? Mama's on top now. Whoa, that felt good. And with that out of my system, let me prove why heaven decided to make me the new goddess of weapons now that Hephaestus has moved on to become a god of art? That was his promotion? I mean, good for him, but, well, gods shouldn't speak ill of other gods, I guess. Soul Sabers. That's what heaven wants me to talk about today for Sherry's new training program. While soul sabers were primarily used by demigods during the E3 conflict, any humanoid being can summon them, including regular mortals. It's just, pretty hard for non-demigods to do it because of what they are. The soul saber is a weapon that reflects the soul of the wielder, and it is manifested by concentrating one's will and fusing it with one's divine energy, tachyons, until it solidifies into a weapon. Once forged, a soul saber is unique to the wielder and can be summoned and dismissed at will, though only as long as the wielder has stamina to maintain their soul saber. Because it is forged from the soul, it is an object that is seen easily in both the cognitive mortal realm and the spiritual realm. Ergo, how it appears to be summoned and dismissed varies, especially according to the race of demigod that summoned it. And before you ask, no. There is almost no getting around this rule. Children can never inherit the soul sabers of their parents. You can't copy a soul saber by absorbing another person's power or blood. And even clones or identical twins will manifest their own individual soul saber. The only way for multiple people to manifest the same soul saber is to split the soul into multiple bodies. But how often does that happen? I mean, I guess it happened a few times during the Mercenaries Crusade. But that's just the exception that proves the rule, hon. So, what else do I say about soul sabers? Well, they're highly lethal to mortal beings, and usually a single bullet or slice is all it takes to kill them with a soul saber. Not much can resist the power of a soul saber, which is why those who have forged their soul sabers will almost always use them in battle. Even against demigods and other supernatural entities, they're highly efficient. Ever wonder how the gods fight each other? Soul sabers. You can't kill an immortal being with a soul saber, but you sure as pie can make them hurt with one. I'm pretty sure Kolob 2 already brought this up as well, but despite being called a soul saber, they don't have to take the form of a sword. In fact, I would guess only 20% of soul sabers manifest as a blade. But just because you met someone that can use a soul saber gun, don't assume that a soul saber even has to be a traditional weapon. There is one very special person whose soul saber manifests as a sort of effed up, hyper-lethal rabies virus, but I won't spoil the surprise for who that is. And with all that said, I've met my quota for the day. Fantastic. If I regret one thing about becoming a god, it's the fact that there's just so much friggin' paperwork involved. Sure, I try to dump as much of it as I can on my husband, Percy, and the other nerds in the office, but there are just some things you have to do yourself in life. But don't let the preachers fool you, mercenary fighter. The work goes on, even after death. You can't enjoy life without a purpose, and that's even more true for eternal life.
Chapter 4. Narrator, William Luck. Starring, Sky Crystal. Worldline Cycle, SS-J-1. 11:14 a.m., September 3rd, year 1510, FO. A hidden cave, the Dead Tundra. Guy Lordan. Mission time remaining, 8,731 hours. Sky thought she hated wasting time before she started her mission on Anorta, now that she was constantly being reminded of how much of her life was left.
This sucks.
Sky thought, along with many other expletives I will not print here. To the story at hand, the trio of women warped to safety without issue. Sky's connection to her grandmother proved stable, allowing a quick getaway before the forces of Rizzo arrived. Upon their return, the vampires did what they did best. They drank blood. As much blood as Shatali had on hand. Sky and Nitos both wanted a pick-me-up, while they made Rayla drink her body weight in the crimson currency of the soul to force her to recover faster. After that, nothing. There was nothing else to do but to hurry up and wait. A good opportunity to discuss just what it means to be a demigod. Physically, Rayla's body had been restored to normal health after her bloody infusion, but the mind and spirit need time to readjust to the cognitive world of mortals. Bringing a vampire back from such a near state of death couldn't be fixed with just a few liters or gallons of blood. A thought that made our heroine quiver. Sky knew that her grandmother Shatali had fallen into such a comatose state once before. At one point during the E3 war, the Herald of Joy had been taken captive by the enemy. It was 3 years before Robturn and the forces of heaven managed a successful assault to free her from the clutches of Extremar's evil servants. It took another 3 whole months before Shatali could even open up her eyes again. Sky gulped. A disturbing thought to focus on, but fortunately, one that did not linger long in the mind of our principal heroine. Rayla recovered faster than anyone could have predicted. At least, that's what Sky assumed when she saw the wolf Sowman stirring. The truth was going to be more complicated, but as a wolf's howl echoed around the dark cave, lit only by soft candlelight, it falls upon me to introduce you to another member of the family. My dear mercenary reader, meet my mother, or at least the wolf version of her. Enter Shaman Rayla Atnai. Title: Former leader of the Sowman, now tasked with saving all of Anorta. Bio: Once the religious head of her beast-like, due to her incredible vampiric power, the growing devil threat in Veilbis caused her to take many of her people across the sea to Astern in search of a new home. They eventually settled in Sakliak, where the shaman was made queen so she could negotiate with the human kingdoms of Fataria. Hundreds of years later, as Extremar took greater interest in the world line, she joined the crusade against him as she allied with the Herai family. At one point, she even left the world line with Robturn and Shatali's daughter, Algara, to raise her in safety until the archangel's daughter came of age. The two eventually returned to continue the fight on our homeworld, but the shaman queen was captured with everyone else with the revival of Monkod and the fall of Anorta. Destined to be my mother, the wife of Verum Amitai. Appearance: 6 feet, even if you measure her at the top of her pointy white wolf ears. Fair skin made tan and leathery after spending hundreds of years beneath the sun. Very muscular, and proud of it, due to the tribal tattoos that highlight her strong body. B-cup breasts, though it can be hard to tell, given the fur coat that covers much of her body. Wavy gray light purple hair that stretches just past her shoulders. As is the habit of the wolf clan, she doesn't wear much in the way of clothing, if at all, because her fur covers her more intimate parts. At her true strength, she's a Class 7 vampire who wears an eye patch over her right eye, but when Sky recovered her, the Sowman wolf had reverted to Class 5 vampirism. That meant that both of her eyes shone a celestial blue so bright and pure, one would never have guessed that this was a soul that harbored many a dark secret.
Ugh. Did I wake up in hell or something? I hate caves.
The wolf Sowman yawned, shaking her large, fluffy tail as she returned to life. Sky was glad to hear such a comment, to see her adoptive grandmother and former babysitter in such good spirits. Which is why our heroine, Sky Christelle, almost had a heart attack when Rayla remarked,
And who might you be, rescuer? I don't think I've ever met you before, vampire. Grandma! Could you come in here? Immediately!
Sky shouted, panicking and groaning as she rubbed her brow in frustration. Once more, despite truly being someone who looked on the bright side of things, mortal life was testing our heroine's belief that all things would turn out for the best. They would. Things would work out, but only for those who had faith and patience. That is what Chitali had taught Sky when she first came to Anorta many years ago, and despite all that she had endured, it was a belief that my daughter Chitali would continue to cling to for the rest of her days.
Welcome back to the cognitive world of mortals, Shaman Queen. I would love nothing more than to shake your hand and gaze upon your pretty face. But as you can see, the curse that has stripped your memories has taken my strength as well.
Rayla perked up. Her triangular wolf ears twisted and turned as the sound of squeaky wheels echoed around the cavern. Someone came to see her, someone that she vaguely remembered as having known quite once upon a time. Hard to forget someone like Chitali, and doubly so because of the Herald of Joy's current condition. Disability is a loaded term, especially for those who could cast magic, but I can think of no better word for what had happened to my daughter. The Herald of Joy, once known throughout the land as one of the most beautiful sages to have ever lived, had been reduced to a half-living thing, chewed upon by the darkness. Chitali Halemore was forced to move with the aid of a wheelchair, one that magically pushed itself around, since my daughter didn't even have enough strength in her arms to move her wheels. The sage was bundled up in a thick brown robe that covered everything but her eyes, the green irises tainted by swirling darkness that spread across much of her body. Like writhing snakes or living chains, hell's cruel curse moved across her skin and clothing alike, radiating the same evil as any other devil on the cursed world of Anorta. But she clung to life, despite it all. My daughter clung to the power she retained, and to the hope that she would one day be freed from the curse that had sapped her of so much strength. Where her body failed her, her spirit shone bright, and that was enough for those around her to take heart, to place their faith in the still, mighty Herald of Joy.
You've already determined what has happened to Rayla, grandmother?
Sky asked, her stomach sinking with despair as she studied the wolf she had been sent to rescue. Rayla had taken to cleaning herself by licking her fur, an unseemly sight, and not something a normal Sowman would dare to do when in human company. This act was so frowned upon in social meetings. Sowman didn't even clean themselves in the company of other Sowman that weren't members of their immediate family.
Being in a coma for so long didn't help, but her memory loss is primarily due to the influence of the mandevil. Damn it! We were counting on her to help us free the others, to serve the curse that restricts your power. What am I supposed to do with this?
Sky motioned to Rayla, the wolf Sowman having taken to chewing on her own tail.
Fret not, granddaughter. The curse will weaken with every lieutenant you defeat, and a weakened Rayla is still mightier than the average vampire. I figured as much, but I need all the help I can get now. I can't afford to waste my power. I really was counting on Rayla. Honestly, I have no idea how I'm going to complete my mission with her like this.
Sky bitterly complained, only to feel something furry brushing against her leg. Rayla had walked on over, though she had done so on her fours, walking with her hands and feet against the ground. Even more proof of how much of her memory she had lost, for Sowmen insisted on walking on their feet when in the company of humans. The once wise Shaman Queen, someone who even Chitali looked to for guidance, had been effectively reduced to a child. At least it makes my job easier, for Rayla figured it was time to ask.
Excuse me, but I sense I am supposed to help here. Can either of you explain for me what is going on? Long story short, we're on a planet called Anorta. A mandevil, a human who has seized the power of hell without sacrificing their human body, has taken over the world. We hope to save the world from destruction by defeating him. Grandma Shatali, would you explain the rest? Certainly, for you and I share this in common, Ralia. The mandevil Monkod is also responsible for the curses that have befallen us. Curses that remain in place thanks to 4 lieutenants. People who were once our friends, but have been corrupted by a virus known as the LRO. These lieutenants not only repress our powers, but are part of a ritual that has created a barrier around the city from which Monkod rules as a false deity. Were we to try and attack Seda City without taking out his lieutenants, he could kill us with little more than a snap of his fingers or a blink of his eye. Seda. I know that name. Why do I know that name? Seda is our matriarch, our ancestor. She was the first of our order, the heralds of joy, the first woman of Anorta and
that explanation would have to wait. The whole cave shook, dust and loose rocks falling from the earthen roof. Rayla got on all fours and howled, become even more wolf-like as fear coursed through her, while Sky used magic to stabilize herself and to keep her grandmother Shatali from falling out of her wheelchair. What happened? They got their answer a few moments later as Nitos rushed in. The yellow alligator ran a bit too fast and tripped on her own cape, causing her to tumble and slam into the cavern wall. A good sport. She wasn't the least bit embarrassed as she recovered, though the others had to stifle a laugh at the huge welt that had formed on her forehead.
Bad news! Lanús spotted a huge devil army coming our way. There has to be at least 500 devils, maybe even 1,000 marching towards our position. That was fast. Too fast. How did they find us so quickly? It is likely our curses. It makes us easier to track, especially when 2 people afflicted by Monkod's curses have gathered together. Lanús had the right of it. We need a permanent place to settle, a base we can defend, if we are to continue our campaign against Monkod and his forces. Then please tell me Lanús almost has his airship ready to go, Nitas. He's rushing as fast as he can, but he still needs to get it up and running. More time than we have. The devils will probably get here before he finishes. Which means he wants us to buy him some more time, huh? Then I guess I'm still good for something after all. Grandma Shatali, can you take Grandma Ralia to the airship? It is the least I can do. What about Ralia? I want to fight. No, you're in no condition to.
Sky tried to say, only to be cut off by Rayla's growling. Not only that, but the Shaman Queen's body lit up with a purple aura, the wolf Sowman channeling her true power despite the curse that capped her strength. It was only for a few moments, the aura shifting back down to a proper blue, but even Monkod's curse struggled to contain the strength of Rayla Atnai Amatai. Yes, I will brag about my mother as much as I can. What of it?
If she can transform, she'll be more than able to keep up with us, Sky. If Ralia dies, it's game over, Nitas. It is impossible for us to break the barrier around Seda City without her help. If she gets injured or in trouble, do you promise to take her to the airship right away, even against her will? I'm not much of a dog person. Alligators don't get along with canines. But I think I can handle the mutt. Who are you calling a mutt? You. Because I can't believe I'm already giving in to what you want, you old hag. But beggars can't be choosers. And heaven knows I'd be happy to take as much help as I can get. So come on, Ralia. There's no better welcome back to the world of the living than with some good old-fashioned devil hunting.
Another Side, Another Story, Number 4. Narrator, William Luck. Starring, Elgara Harai Christel. Worldline Cycle, WL-J-1. 7:57 p.m., June 26th, 1508, FO. The Eternal Cathedral, Sada City, Silsi. As night approached, So too did the end of Anorta. But if this was going to be the end of the world, then Elgara Herai Christel would go out fighting, win or lose. Let the record show, let heaven and hell both remember, that she truly gave it her all until the very end. Enter Elgara Herai Christel. Title: A coach who reluctantly fought to save the world of Anorta. Bio: Despite being born on Anorta, the third wife of Cato spent much of her life away in other world lines. Far from home, she mastered her vampiric powers, but drew to dislike combat, and instead chose to spend her days as a high school PE instructor. Athletic and surprisingly capable of getting people to do what she wants, Jadis personally requested that the prodigal daughter return home so she might take up the mantle of archangel given up by her father, Robtern Herai. It was not a mantle she wanted to wear, but the dutiful woman would serve in whatever capacity heaven thrusted upon her. This is how she spent her adult life, balancing her time leading the anti-Extremar forces on Anorta while raising her daughter, Sky Christel. This wonderful girl is also my first granddaughter. Appearance: 5'7", as dark-skinned as her father, has a slightly smaller bust than her mother, but she's still pretty happy about her C-cup breasts. A good athlete with well-defined abs, but her garbage diet keeps her from looking like a true bodybuilder. Has a deep scar that stretches from her chin, down her neck, and to her collarbone, from where Extremar managed to cut her with his soul saber. Her hair is dark gray and is usually worn as a high ponytail, and when undone, her hair reaches down to her knees. Favorite outfit is anything she can go on a run in, so usually is found wearing a sports bra, a running jacket, and tight jogging pants. A Class 7 vampire who uses magic to sport viridian green eyes, having changed her face to the magically enchanting gaze as her beloved mother, Shatali. Gunshots rang out, accompanied by the screams of the fallen as their lives departed from the mortal coil. In Elgara's right hand was a magnum, a hand cannon strong enough to blast humanoid opponents in half with a single shot. In her left hand was a short axe, one she could use to either parry most melee weapons or behead those who got too close within her attack range. Neither weapon was her soul saber, the vampire having lost the ability to summon it hours ago. But a vampire without a soul saber is still a vampire, a master of killing anything that dared to get in their way.
Come on. Is that all you got, you hellspawn?
Gargoyles, devil wolves, walking trees, all manner of devils, accompanied by human soldiers, and the occasional vampire, flooded the worship hall of the Eternal Cathedral. Didn't matter how many they sent to challenge her. All who dared to oppose Elgara met their end. 1,000 corpses already piled at her feet. So many dead that it would have been impossible to move if Elgara wasn't forced to feed off of those she killed, all to maintain what had becoming a perpetual killing machine. The air was thick with dust, so much so that the mortal soldiers serving Extremar had to wear masks just to enter the desecrated church without choking on the ash that lingered in the air. For Elgara, she wasn't sure she'd ever wash out the smell of gunpowder that marked her firing hand. Even worse, the dark-skinned archangel suspected that the poop and piss that leaked out of the dead would ruin her sense of taste forever. Yet the woman fought on, despite her injuries, despite her tiredness, despite it all. Axe met bone, bullet met muscle, and the axe went flying out of her hand as a soldier's mace slammed into her wrist, breaking it. A simple trick to recall the weapon, but Elgara was running on fumes. The vampire was almost completely out of her blood reserve. This was a demigod at her absolute limit, and just healing her broken hand took about 10 seconds longer than it normally should have. Elgara got her revenge by firing a bullet into the soldier that struck her, then fired off another 50 rounds as fast as she could pull the trigger towards the men that continued to flood in like a plague of crickets. One problem with that: a vampire can use standard ammunition, but many replenish their rounds with their own magical reserves, so that they never have to reload. Well, Elgara had already used every standard round she carried on her, and by shooting so much, she was draining the last bits of power she had left. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the gun to click empty. Elgara dropped to a knee, struggling to catch her breath, as the firearm went up in a puff of brown, purple, and black smoke. Desperate, Elgara tried to grab a sword among the many weapons that littered the desecrated chapel, but 2 bull devils charged in at the nearly defeated woman. They were 3 times taller than her and fully rested. Even so,
I'm not done yet,
Elgara cried, kicking out. One of the bull devils was split in half at the waist, and a punch shattered the brain of the other. Unfortunately, these monsters merely distracted Elgara from the soldiers that had circled around behind her, and with her power drained, no ATG barrier formed to block the spears that they thrusted her way. It was not a pretty sight. The vampire woman sensed their attack at the last second and tried to dodge, grabbing 2 of the spears. Unfortunately, the enemy had coordinated their efforts, so the other 4 spears all managed to pierce their target. The tips were made with silver, and these warriors were trained well. They made sure that their spearheads stayed inside the body even as they let go of their weapons. The men jumping back to avoid being killed by Elgara, to avoid the fate of the thousands of soldiers that had died fighting the archangel throughout the long, long day. Which meant that this fight was over at last, just as the sun began to set on Anorta. Elgara Christel fell to her knees, her body barely able to move, as the silver spears in her repressed her vampiric powers. It had been such a terrible fight, Extremar's Tempus Finis invasion having started before the sun even rose that morning. 14 hours of fighting across Anorta had ended with this, with Elgara Christel defeated, and the men responsible for her humiliation walking in without having needing to lift so much as a finger to achieve victory.
coward. At least your master led the charge against heaven. You bastards couldn't even bother leading your own troops into battle.
Elgara moaned, spitting a glob of white blood towards her hated rival. The Shadow Lords of Extremar, also known as the Shades of Extremar. The Shadow Lords were 12 individuals who had synchronized so well with their master, they looked like perfect copies of the fallen archangel. They could even use their master's soul saber in battle, along with all of the magical spells and other abilities possessed by the wicked rebel they selfishly served. The real kicker? Extremar launched what he hoped would be his final invasion against heaven, because if he suffered any fatal blow, it would merely transfer to one of the Shadow Lords. Elgara had begun the day hoping to strike down the Shadow Lord of Anorta, robbing Extremar of his scapegoat, but the coward had lived up to his name. The monster happily hid in the shadows until all of his enemies were defeated, revealing himself only because he thought the day was won. "I must congratulate you, Elgara," Shadow Lord 1 declared, so called because he was the first in Extremar's employ to achieve this unity with his master. "You actually lasted the longest among all of your peers, but with your defeat, our conquest of Anorta is complete. Rayla, Theba, Bertlin, Sokar, Vid, Shatali, even your father Robtern have fallen and failed. You have been defeated. Your forces have been decimated. There is no one left to oppose us."
Is that so, huh? You failed to mention Emeranda, Shadow Cook.
Emeranda lost her importance in this War of Worlds, the day she renounced the throne of Silsi. The Shadow Lord huffed, unable to hide his annoyance over Algara's insult. We could chase the rat down and kill her if we wanted to, but we have no need. Without the power of kings, she is no threat to us.
That's the thing about rats, though. Gather enough of them, and even men will meet their end. You'll regret not killing every one of us, because we will rise up. We will be a plague upon your house, and we will win.
Algara gritted her teeth, ignoring the pain coursing through her body as she got to her feet. Several soldiers moved in to push her back down, but the Shadow Lord held up his hand, keeping them back. Such tenacity! No wonder you held out for so long. Oh, what a fine gift you will make to our god, Extremar. At least you can fall today, knowing that you shall be absorbed by one who will make full use of your talents, Algara. The Shadow Lord tried to mock her, giving her a disrespectful bow.
You talk too much.
Algara smiled, holding out her hand. It happened in a flash, faster than anyone in the room could respond, faster than even most gods could react. Algara thrusted her right hand in front of her, summoning the last of her strength. A wave of power exploded from her, sending the spears flying out of her person. The woman's wounds closed, which is a word I'm using very specifically. They didn't heal. The wounds simply closed up with crystal. The cost of Algara using her ultimate power, despite not having any blood left to draw upon.
Willa Vets. Time stop. 50 feet. 10 seconds.
Algara cast. It was a gamble. The woman didn't know if she even had enough power to cast this spell. But heaven took mercy upon her and provided the aid she desired. Just as she desired. Everything within 50 feet of Algara froze, except for her. To help her differentiate from that which was frozen in time into that which wasn't. Everything in the frozen time zone had lost saturation, a gray pocket world that blighted the normal, natural world outside of the isolated space. There were many limits to what someone could do in a frozen time zone. More powerful vampires could move without ending the spell, but Algara had already lost too much of her blood reserve to do that. Fortunately, Algara wasn't planning on making her escape. The temporary archangel of Anorta needed just enough time to perform one final ritual, to cast the spell that would end her life. Algara Christel needed just enough time to summon the weapon that could defeat even a Shadow Lord, the ultimate countermeasure known as the Blade of Sacrifice.
And so my service ends. Heaven, hear my prayer, for I, Algara Harry Christel, daughter of Rob Turn and Shatali, wife of Cato Christel, and mother of Sky Christel, wish to perform the sacrificial rite of the bloody lamb.
Algara thought. A voice from heaven boomed in answer. Consider that proof that every prayer, be it those which are said aloud and those which are kept within the quiet heart, are heard in equal measure by the gods who shepherd us. I, Lord Jadis, God of Anorta, hear thy proposal. What is the covenant thou
Laying it on a bit thick today, aren't we, Jadis?
Algara couldn't help but smirk, which should tell you where Sky got some of her bad attitude from.
Whatever. I, Sky Christel, am goddess of the void through an eternal marriage sealed in the temple of the house of the Lord by blood, love, and the powers of the priesthood to my husband, Cato Christel. His authority is my authority, and his power is my power. Therefore, I now desire to summon the Blade of Sacrifice so I might erase the Shadow Lord of Anorta. In return, I offer my cognitive existence so I might override the will of fate and break free from the attractor limit that governs this world line. I accept that this is where I will remain, a guardian trapping the power of the Shadow Lord, in exchange for the power that I need to free Anorta from the Extremar's dark designs.
Elgara prayed. Despite thy sarcasm, thy covenant is accepted. I grant thee power and thank you for thy service. Here you will remain until the day comes where your daughter can help you destroy the power you intend to cage within thy soul. Let thy name be remembered in heaven forevermore as a champion of champions, one who has fulfilled her duty as warrior true and goddess brave. Jadis answered. Light shone upon Elgara, and the woman felt a surge of power that restored her stamina. In fact, she felt even more powerful than she did when she began fighting that morning. The rite of the bloody lamb endowing the woman with godlike power. Elgara would need it, for only a true god or goddess could wield the blade of sacrifice. Red and golden light wrapped itself around Elgara's right hand, coalescing and solidifying into the strangest blade Elgara had ever seen. For to call the blade of sacrifice a mere sword is to undersell what the weapon was. The hilt was made up of wood taken from a certain cross, protected by a square guard composed of the metal nails driven through the hands and wrists of him whom we call our Savior. As for the blade itself, it was actually comprised of 3 different sword blades extended from the handle. Though none of them were made of steel, the 2 outer blades acted as scissors, matching each other in length and sharpness. What were they made of? The blade on the left was made from solid frankincense, while the blade on the right was made of hardened myrrh resin. As for the central blade, it was the sharpest of them all, made from solid gold. However, while the middle blade did glow bright, it gave off a red glare. This is because of the blood that stained the ultimate weapon, turning that which should have been a rich yellow into a scarlet crimson instead. So concludes my explanation of the Blade of Sacrifice, a weapon whose significance the biblically knowledgeable among you already understand. The Blade of Sacrifice was a sword made from the gifts given to Christ at his birth, along with the materials used to crucify our Lord and Savior at the end of his mortal ministry. A mighty blade, then, one that could be used to best almost any enemy. But such power requires sacrifice. So it is any wonder that to use the Blade of Sacrifice requires giving up that which is most precious to each and every one of us. This is a weapon that can only be used once, because not even the gods could wield it without suffering some form of death upon its use.
Time stop end.
Elgara said, the gray frozen time zone regaining color as the vampire ended her spell. If her foes were frightened before, they were in an absolute panic as they saw the weapon pointed in their direction. It was like blinking, only to find that in the brief moment your eyes had closed, your hated foe had pulled a nuclear bomb out of their pocket. Ergo, the first Shadow Lord and all of the soldiers that had accompanied their evil master tried to escape. Rats will be rats. The enemy cast teleportation spells, the servants of Extremar doing their best to flee from the now unbeatable Elgara.
Chain of Fate. Stop the Shadow Lord.
Elgara commanded. A dark spot glowed on the woman's chest, directly above her heart. From this point, a metal chain shot out, zipping across the room faster than the speed of light. Too fast for Shadow Lord 1 to complete his escape. The chain slamming into his heart and binding it to Elgara's. The other soldiers left. They took one look at Shadow Lord 1 and realized there was no saving their master. He would have been angry at seeing his servants flee like rats, cockroaches, and cowards. But he was too busy trying to escape his own doomed fate to focus on those who had abandoned him. Elgara! No! Stop! The Shadow Lord pleased. We can come to an agreement. We can come to a covenant of our own. I will let you leave Anorta. No, I will leave Anorta and promise never to return. Don't do this. Don't you know what you're about to lose? You're not just trapping yourself here. You will lose your connections to those you love most forever, Elgara. You shall be a void to those you adore. Many of those who now call you friend shall forget every experience in which you share. The name Elgara will mean nothing to them. Even your own parents will have difficulties recognizing you. The happiness, the triumphs, all the fun you've had throughout your service on this planet, gone, destroyed, sacrificed. This is what you sacrifice, Elgara. Is it truly worth it, just so you can defeat me?
It is.
Elgara bowed her head, her will resolute, even as tears ran down her dark cheeks.
And so our stories end, Gorlin. It is finished.
Elgara swung her blade and cut the chain that bound her heart to the Shadow Lord. Two things happened as the chain melted away. The Shadow Lord of Extremar lost all of Extremar's influence. Every single LRO cell in his body melting into heaven's light. If the host was any weaker, this would have meant the Shade's death. Even as it were, the former Shadow Lord screamed in pain, his power fading in the form of red and golden smoke that leaked from every pore like steam. The Shadow Lord, reverting back into the elf he once was, before he became Extremar's puppet. He collapsed to the floor, falling into a coma that he would not wake up from for months. As it would turn out, his story wasn't quite as over as Elgara thought it would be, but his involvement in the days ahead would be with his true name, and not the name of the master which he had taken to wearing. Gorlon Godder's story on Anorta would continue, but Elgara Christel's story on Anorta would not. Just as she promised. This is where her story came to an end. A tale that would not continue until someone freed her from the heavy fate that had befallen the dark-skinned warrior. A fate that the woman, Elgara Christel, did not try to challenge. The crystal that had sealed up her wounds, it spread quickly across the rest of her dark-skinned body, the consequence of her using power her body could not handle. Elgara would need someone to free her from the prison of her own making, and she knew it would take a while. After all, while Elgara had defeated the Shadow Lord of Anorta, Extremar still won this battle. The world of Anorta, for the foreseeable future, would belong to Extremar Thanatos. But did demure my brave Elgara, my incredible granddaughter? No, not in the slightest. The proud warrior who had truly given her all stretched out her arms with a great big smile as she waited for the crystallization to—
Huh? What the— My clothing! The sacrifice even takes my clothing away? Damn it, Cato. You could have warned me before—
Elgara exclaimed, panicking as she looked down and saw every bit of clothing she wore had already melted off of her body. With only a second of life remaining, the less than dignified woman tried to move as fast as she could, to cover up the now exposed parts of her entirely nude form. A mistake. Elgara tried to do something that would make her look modest, but it just made her look rather stupid. Besides, it wasn't as if anyone was going to see her naked body, just a crystal statue of her, and the last time I paid it the visit, Papal, city of Rome, had no problem with their collection of nude statues, that even the most chaste among us respect his art. The final result? Elgara stood in the grand cathedral, with her right arm raised just in front of her chest, pointing to heaven, and her left arm frozen near her waist at a weird, off-putting angle. Elgara had tried to put on a smile, but she would up with a sheepish grin that made her look like a kid. Had she remained calm, she would have been a beautiful monument to the heroine who defeated the Shadow Lord and changed Anorta's fate. If you came upon the statue, you wouldn't be sure if it was carved by a talentless artist, a tactless comedian, or a lascivious dumbass. But despite how undignified her crystal statue ended up being, it truly does not take away from what she did. This is how the mortal life of Elgara Christel ended, along with her story on Anorta. Heaven did have more work for her, but her story would only continue in worlds beyond this one. As for Anorta, the world that the dark-skinned archangel had fought so hard to protect, the mission that began with the mother would fall to the daughter to complete. And that is how Miss Sky Christel became the heroine assigned to this project, the Mercenaries Crusade.
Secret Report Number 4, taken from the scriptures of the Church of Jesus Christ of Silsey. In the beginning of Anorta there was a god, our father, who we called Jadis. Jadis summoned the spirits that he had borne and assembled a great council in heaven. Within this council, he showed up a world which he has made, a planet that heaven had given the title of Anorta. The hosts of heaven looked upon Anorta and saw that it was good. And our god Jadis said, "There are 2 ways by which you all may come to live upon this world. You may become mortals, taking upon yourselves physical bodies which shall be yours forever. Those who live well shall realize the potential of your bloodborne, the blood which your progenitor shall inherit from I, your father. This shall be done with the aid of the Redeemer Jesus Christ, who has already paid the atoning price by which you may return to me and heaven by acting upon his name." And our God said, "There are those who will fail to become gods, and shall corrupt the bodies which I intend to give them, and refuse the succor that our Christ would otherwise provide. Those who fail to repent of their sins will still be granted a degree of glory upon their deaths, but they shall inherit a lesser glory, and will never know my presence again. For I am a god, and a god cannot tolerate unclean things, lest succumb to corruption and lose our exaltation." And our Jadis warned, "There are those who are afraid of acquiring a body and undergoing a challenge. There are also those who think me and the rule of heaven unfair. You may reject your first estate which I wish to endow you with, and choose to leave heaven without a body, to roam Anorta and the other realms of cognitive mortal reality as you see fit. Know that those who do so shall be vagabonds, to travel in darkness and become children of the imprisoned devil known as Satan forever." And so the children of Jadis voted, just as the other children of gods have voted ever since Elohim first began the plan of salvation. 2/3 chose to maintain their first estate and declared that they would do their best to live their lives as mortals with the hopes of earning immortality and eternal joy, which is to say exaltation. 1/3 chose to depart, and so were ejected from heaven under the banner of the devil known as Gothis, and so lost their first estate. And our God asked, "Who shall I send to become the father and mother of my sons and daughters? Who shall go into this new Garden of Eden, that are strong enough to risk their souls by partaking of the forbidden fruit that shall grow from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, which I have planted upon this world?" And 2 men rose among the noble spirits, leaders among the children of Jadis. Both of them cried out that they would do all that God commanded, that they would be fruitful and replenish the earth if they were granted the privilege of bringing humanity to the world of Anorta. And God chose the first, whose name was Monkod, and picked for him a woman by the name of Saga. And so, with the approval of the Council of Heaven, Jadis conceived bodies for his firstborn children and placed them upon the earth, and granted them leave to do as they wished in the Garden of Eden, along with 2 commands. And God commanded, "This planet of Anorta I give unto you, with the responsibility to fill its fair plains and vast oceans with sons and daughters, until the day I have appointed for this world to become a part of heaven. And all of Anorta I give unto you, save that you shall not eat of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. For in the day in which you partake of the fruit, you shall surely die. And so Monkod and Saga lived in the Garden of Eden, but they did so without growth or decay. For neither knew how to conceive of children or how to bring mortals into the world of Anorta, just as their father Jadis brought them to the world. And though the two asked their father for instructions on how to obey this command, Jadis told them that it was their responsibility to accomplish this feat for themselves. For humanity was not to be commanded in all things. Nothing changed in the Garden of Eden until one day the devil Gothtus came and tempted Monkod to partake in the tree of knowledge of good and evil, explaining that by eating of the fruit he may gain knowledge that he needed to conceive children and bring them to Anorta. But Monkod feared death and would not partake, and so cast Gothtus from his midst. And so the devil Gothtus came to Saga and repeated his temptation, instructing her that she may conceive children and bear them into the world if she partake in the tree of knowledge of good and evil. And Saga, recognizing what her husband could not, partook of the fruit despite knowing that she would one day surely die because of it, and so gain the knowledge that she desired in order to fulfill all of God's commandments. And Saga went to her husband and explained that all of God's children from Elohim to Jadis was expected to partake of the fruit and bear the burden of death so that they might conceive children. But Monkod, whose fear of death exceeded the bond that he had with his wife, rejected her and cast her out of the garden, and reported to Jadis what he had done. And Jadis was greatly displeased, and rejected Monkod for failing to carry out all of his commandments, and for failing to cling to his wife. And Jadis returned to the noble hosts of heaven and called out, asking who may do what Monkod had failed to do, and become the father of the sons and daughters that were to inherit the world of Anorta. And the second son called out once more and explained that he would fulfill all of the commandments of Jadis, and his name was Osir. And so God conceived a body for this second son and placed him in the garden, and was greatly pleased, as Osir did what Monkod would not, by accepting death and partaking of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. And so Osir was cast out of the Garden of Eden, and was given Saga to be his wife for time and all eternity. And the two knew each other and bore children, and knew joy as they claimed the fair plains and vast oceans of Anorta for their heirs. And Monkod looked upon his former wife and the brother who succeeded him with jealousy, and remained alone in a time in Eden. And once more the devil Gothtus came to him, and bid him partake of the forbidden fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. And the devil Gothtus lied. You shall surely acquire the knowledge and the power of the gods, and you shall become like unto your father, and have the means to destroy him and Osir, so that you may yet rule over heaven and this earth with your Saga. And Monkod partook of the fruit, and gained some of the knowledge of the gods of heaven, but none of their power, for he discovered that a man could not have the power of a god without a wife. And so Monkod was cast out of Eden to wander the new occupied plains and oceans of Anorta alone, with a servant sent to guard the Garden of Eden, lest the mortals of the cognitive world partake of the tree of life, and live in sin forever. And Gothtus again came unto Monkod and said, See the many fair daughters of Osir and Saga, and look upon how their beauty exceeds their mother. Take your pick among their children, and take your revenge by stealing her from her family, and making her your own, that you may gain children and power to overthrow Jadis and the gods of heaven. But Monkod was afraid, and feared the sons of Osir, for they were mighty in their works and protective of their wives and sisters. And so Gothtus came again unto Monkod and said, Form a pact with me, and grant me leave to fuse my spirit to your own. And with our power we shall overcome all who dare oppose us, and bear children whose strength shall oppose even the gods of heaven. And Monkod sacrificed his humanity and became a mandevil, and fused his soul with the spirit Gothtus. With their terrible strength, Monkod went to the children of Osir and Saga and stole the fairest daughter who walked the plains of Anorta, whose name was Solo. And Monkod knew Solo against her will, and conceived a child corrupted by his fallen blood. And Solo pleaded to heaven for salvation, that she might be saved from her plight, for she was among the most righteous of the heirs of Osir and Saga. And so Jadis took pity upon the mother of Solo and upon her children. And the children of Solo grew and became known as the Sowman, for they were neither human like their mother, nor mandevil like their father, but beings with the blood and traits of the beasts, the birds, and the dragons of the world. And the Sowman took after the path of their righteous mother, and rebelled against their father, and fled from his presence, and made peace with their grandparents Oser and Seda. And the Sowman told their family of their tale, and of their upbringing, and the passing of their mother. And Oser was filled with grief for the loss of his daughter, and hatred for the evil presence that had brought unrepented sin into the world. For Monkod had begun to instruct others in his ways, as devils and humans formed covenants and bred more monsters into the world. And so Oser, blessed by his father Jadis, took up arms with 300 of his children and grandchildren, for all the Sowman came to destroy their father as well. And the army of Oser waged battle against the army of Monkod, and shed blood and tarnished the earth, and brought the spirit of war to the world until the final days. And Oser battled Monkod, and slew him with the aid of the servants of God. But as Monkod fell, he uttered a curse upon the world, and proclaimed, "This world shall belong to devils, and as long as my hate burns, all mortals shall suffer an indemnity. The air shall be a toxin, the water a poison, and even the food which they eat shall transform them, and make them hosts to the devils at my command." And Monkod died, and caused Gothis to lose his consciousness and be cast into hell as a shattered spirit forever. But from Monkod's body leaked his Folly, a miasma that spread across the continent, which they battled and leaked all around the world, and became a curse that those who drank its power should transform into beasts that the devils of hell could possess. And Oser, who stayed to contain the miasma, fell in his dragon form, the corruption chewing away at his flesh until naught but his cursed bones remained. And those who survived the battle split his form, in fear of the power that lingered in his corpse, and went their separate ways. To the 4 continents they spread the bones of Oser, all while passing along the final warning given to them by Seda as she succumbed to the passing of time. And Seda warned, "Gothis has been cast to hell forever, but Monkod shall rise again and take his revenge upon the world that Jadis denied him. For Monkod is bound to Oser, and Oser's seal shall begin to fade after 1,000 years. If enough bones of my husband are gathered, and if a sacrifice of my power, carried by the heralds of joy that shall carry on with my mission, is made along with that of an archangel, the elder dragon shall rise again to burn the world in flame." Thus is the prophecy of Monkod's Folly, and the burden which the children of Anorta must bear.
Chapter 5. Narrator William Luck. Starring Sky Christel. Worldline Cycle SS-J-1. 11:30 a.m. September 3rd. Year 1510 FO. A hidden cave. The Dead Tundra, Guai-Lordan. Mission time remaining, 8,731 hours. Anorta wept, or such was the sound that seemed to echo around the wasteland as the goblins marched across the icy tundra. The devil army that had come to capture our heroes was made up of several different types of devils, but the vast majority of the soldiers were the monster we all know and hate as goblins. I would call them tenacious little bastards, but even a bastard is still human. Goblins are monsters, and monsters are nothing more than the creations of God corrupted by the devils of hell. To give a more precise definition, monsters are the victims of sin's dark magic, flesh contorted and twisted until the once divine body is made to serve the will of evil, and evil alone. In the case of goblins, these green-skinned freaks were made from lizards, their once miniature reptilian bodies forced to grow until they were 2 to 3 feet in height. A singular goblin is threatening to none except children, but because devils found it easy to corrupt the forms of mindless lizards, one never encounters a singular goblin in the wild. These wicked beasts came in hordes, particularly in groups of 50 to 100 strong. When organized by a master, a goblin army is capable of sacking towns in minutes, proving that anything can be deadly once it is mobilized as an army. That is how 2,000 goblins came to march across the empty land of snow in pursuit of Monkod's most hated foes. Normal humans would have stood no chance against such a threat. So it is fortunate that our tale records the heroics of those on the interstice of the mortal and the divine. The goblin vanguard was just about to enter the cave when our heroes came out to meet their hellhound foes. The first to crash through them, launching dozens of the green and brown lizard monsters into the air, was a transformed Rayla. The bestial qualities of the Sowman you have met thus far wasn't just to set them apart from humans. Every Sowman could transform, and that is how Rayla would fight, even though she had lost much of her power and memory. A 1,000-pound gray and purple furred wolf emerged from the cave, 5 foot in height and 10 feet long from tail to snout, crushed the goblins beneath her heavy paws. The monsters tried to pierce her side with crude spears, fashioned from wood and stone, but the goblins could not penetrate the thick fur and magical hide, allowing Rayla to tear more of them apart with teeth sharper than their weapons. An incredible beast, yes? There was a weakness to this transformation, though it was fortunate that only the smartest among the Devil Army was aware of it. If you had the chance to study a Sowman in their transformed beastly state, you would see a strange bump protruding from some part of the body. The nape, the chest, the ankle. A single part of the transformed Sowman would resemble a cancer boil. This is where the true Sowman would be hiding, the place where the original body piloted the magical animal form. In the case of Rayla, the bump was about 1/4 foot away from where her tail connected to her body. Attack it, extract the true body from the boil, and the rest of the beastly form would go up in smoke. Why did Sowman possess such a weakness? This is because the human body is the ultimate form that any species can achieve. For there is no power greater than that which has been modeled after the Almighty, our Heavenly Father. The giant mammals, birds, dragons, and other creatures that Sowman transform into are simply a trick. Manifestations of magic solidified into a form capable of wreaking havoc in the cognitive world of mortals. But just that, a trick. That's all a Sowman's transformation is. Useful, but discarded once true divinity is achieved. But that is a commentary we shall continue another chapter, and another day, my dear mercenary reader. Gargoyle devils, flying bodies of stone, often wielding lances and bows, are typically equal to human in intelligence. They acted as officers for lesser devils, and so they understood what they needed to do to defeat the wolf tearing through the goblin hordes. The tail! The bump is just in front of the tail! That is Rayla, so target that bump and... A gargoyle cried out, only to be silenced as...
Like taking down flies with a bug zapper.
A voice exclaimed, gleefully filling the air with her pink laser shots. Thanatos was having fun. Vampires do not simply have enhanced bloodlust, but come to love the thrill of the fight with all our hearts. Though we are often loath to admit it, we are exhilarated by the act of killing. In the case of the former blade of the revanchist, she took special pleasure in wiping out foes she viewed as less than her. Pushing her laser pistols to their limit without overheating them, the gunslinger Thanatos proved her skill as each shot felled a flying devil. Credit to them, the gargoyles tried to keep order even as sizzling clumps of dust dropped out of the sky, to be blown away and lost forever in this icy wasteland. Rayla was more than able to handle the goblin horde on her own, while Thanatos protected the wild wolf from the smarter gargoyles in the air. But what had caused the tremors? The great shaking that our heroes felt in the cave.
You, tree giants, speed it up. Monkod will give your wood to the fire if we fail here today.
One of the gargoyles shouted at the monsters bringing up the rear. Walking trees. These creatures take many names across legend and fiction, sometimes serving the forces of good, sometimes avatars of evil. In my travels across the universe, every creature made of wood that has been brought to life has only been a servant of darkness. Why that is, you can deduce for yourself, for reasons stated above, my dear mercenary. Which is why you should relish in their destruction. Relish in the eradication of that which mocks true life as a chainsaw sword ripped through the air. The spinning, roaring teeth, hungry for anything to tear through. Sky's soul saber took great pleasure in cutting through flesh, but it would settle for wood as distant shores slammed into the face of the first of the 5 giant tree devils. Standing at 50 feet tall, you would think that a person a mere fraction of their size would pose little threat to these giant devils. But nothing cuts quite like a chainsaw, especially when wielded by a vampire with the strength of hundreds of warriors combined into one excited package. With a grin stretching from ear to ear, Sky warped to her soul saber and pushed it in deeper, all to get at the wicked spirit that hid inside the twisted form it had made for itself. The shark teeth of her chainsaw blade tearing through the devil's wooden body like a hot knife through butter. Devil, human, or even angel, all living creatures in the universe bleed when the skin is penetrated. Blood is the currency of the soul, that which allows us to value life and sentience over the dead and mindless. The giant devil attacked by Sky bled just like anything else, a fountain of black ichor and sticky tree sap pouring out of the hole that the vampire, our mighty heroine, had made. Blood that poured to the ground, melting through the thick ice and causing the air to fill with toxic fumes. Devils often bested lesser vampires by tricking them, dousing their flesh and stealing the bodies of new vampires by getting them to soak up their corrupted blood. But Sky knew better, and so she managed to manifest a shield to protect her, a barrier you will come to know in time as an ATG shield. Another tease, another hint of a vampire's true power. But all knowledge is gained line upon line, precept upon precept. For now, suffice it to say that the heroine of our tale dazzled all who looked to her. A crystalline bubble, as if made from stained glass, had forged around Sky and shined with the colors of a rainbow. A bright icon of death and virtue that stood proud and strong as the first of the devils fell. For Sky had cut deep enough into the giant tree devil to find the core that gave the servant of hell its mockery of life. The entire tree burst into blue flame as it slammed into the ground, once more causing the area to shake with a mighty shake. Sky leapt from the felled creature to the snow, looking around as the 4 remaining giants drew near to her, the walking trees bellowing with evil laughter as they spoke.
Ha 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 ha! Well done,
one tree devil said.
To be expected from the hermaphrodite of House Christelle,
the second monster said.
Seriously? Why are they so fixed on that part of me?
Sky angrily grounded her teeth, channeling more of her power as frustration bled out of her spirit.
But do not think you have bested us yet. There yet remains 4 of us, but only 1 of you. Foolish servant of the doomed god.
The third devil tree said,
How do you hope to prevail against us, the mighty woods of
The fourth devil tried to say, only to be cut off. Sky's body glowed red. Her aura burst, setting off a massive geyser of power that spread like a shockwave across the icy tundra. The tree devils, as big as they were, skittered and scraped along the ice as they were knocked back. As for the much smaller goblins, they toppled over, living tumbleweeds that tumbled and rolled. Monsters at last coming to realize that this battle would likely be their last.
Will of Searcher, burn these mocking trees with the fire of Mespaline.
Sky casted, slamming her soul saber into the ground to complete the spell. The 4 remaining tree giants roared with pain, the cries of the damned having their wretched spirits torn asunder from the pain of death. The wooden bodies had some protection against magic, but not against a level 5 vampiric spell. As if they had been doused in oil, Each tree giant erupted into fast-burning flame, so strong that it even boiled the devil blood that poured out of their melting bodies. The liquid transformed into harmless steam, and the giant devils met an end that heralded the start of their true eternal damnation. Sky didn't get to enjoy the moment for long. The woman tried to laugh, pure ecstasy washing over her as she watched the tree devils burn. But she had made a mistake once more. Laughter turned to coughing, and Sky toppled over to the ground, just like the monsters she had felled, vomiting up her white vampiric blood.
So much for holding back, damn it. This mission just won't let me enjoy myself, huh?
Sure enough, Sky glanced over to her bracelet watch, only to grimace at the numbers. What hurt more? The pain coursing through her body, or realizing just how much time she had wasted toying with these devils when she needed to save her time for far greater foes? That wasn't the end of Heroine's problems either, as she scanned the battlefield. Rayla had just come back to the world of the living, and so the Sowman herself, tiring out rather quickly, despite the fact that she'd only been fighting for several minutes. The gargoyles, having calculated Nitas's fire rate, were starting to turn the tables and shot arrows at the gunslinger faster than she could shoot back. Sky wanted nothing more than to help her friends, new and old, but she had a far greater problem of her own to deal with as she heard crunching in the snow. The woman instinctively rolled, and just in time too. A dark stallion, once a warhorse that belonged to General Sokar of House Akis, charged through the snow and crushed the ground where our heroine had been resting. Pools of poison that caught alight burned in its wake, every step from the terrible devil leaving naught but destruction. It had been an impressive mammal once before, but now it was truly a fiendish foe. The corruption of hell having caused the black beast to grow 3 times in size, a singular hoof almost as big as Sky was. So, this is the mistake that has been wiping out my troops? You don't look so tough.
Wish I could say the same.
Sky grimaced, immediately increasing her vampiric power level as she studied her new foe.
Meaning, it is time to introduce yet another feature, designed by yours truly, for the Mercenary Saga training module. Alert! Final Act Boss detected.
Recruit, Duke of Hell. Bio: one of the few devils from the Atonement World line that did not join Satan in the final battle for Earth. Recruit opted instead to bide his time in hopes of becoming the next King of Hell once all of the other contenders fought it out. Unfortunately, he waited too long and was ultimately subjugated by Hell's new ruler, Monkod. Forced to take the body of a horse or be absorbed into his new master, Recruit's only delight now comes from crushing those who defy his master, eating the flesh and blood of those he kills so he might have the power one day to take the body of Monkod for himself.
Abilities: resistant to fire and darkness magic. His body cannot be damaged with conventional weaponry. Leaves hell poison with every step that catches ablaze as it comes into contact with oxygen. Can breathe fire from his mouth. Uses his large size to crush his enemies beneath his heavy hooves. Weighs 3,000 pounds, but moves with the speed of a Class 4 demigod.
Will of Searcher. Gah!
Resistance to fire does not mean an immunity to it, a fact that Sky was reminded of as the dark stallion from hell opened up its mouth and let loose a stream that set our heroine ablaze. A good thing she was surrounded by snow, making it easy to douse herself, but it was scary how deadly the monster's fire was. The woman winced as she looked at her right arm. Despite only being on fire for a couple seconds, the flame had completely chewed through her clothing, her skin, her muscle, and even much of the bone inside the limb. Regeneration and magic restored both the arm and the sleeve, and with her body healed, Sky figured it was time to return the favor.
Time to send you to the glue factory, bastard.
Sky hissed, throwing her soul saber distant shore once more like a boomerang. The chainsaw sword staff continued to whir, to cry for flesh to cut through as it spun through the air. Our heroine having aimed for the thinner legs of the charging, dashing devil it bounced. The soul saber merely bounced off of the beast's leg, much to Sky's great disappointment and Duke Recru's great pleasure. "If I'm glue, then I'll turn you into a bloody paste, you malformed mistake!" The devil horse exclaimed, breathing more fire as it rushed towards Sky once more. Teleporting to her soul saber allowed our heroine to dodge this charge, but doing so caused her to accidentally step into one of the fiery pools of poison left behind by the horse. The vampire lost a foot for that mistake, and though it regenerated a moment later, Sky really didn't like how much blood she had wasted because of this fight.
Meaning, I can't afford to hold back. Focus, Sky. Remember who you are.
That wasn't just a catechism to bolster her spirit. The secret of magic is that its power is greatly influenced by the emotions we feel when we cast spells. I will keep the secrets of spellcasting to myself for now, but I will give you a hint to its true nature by explaining that the strength of one's will is an important part, and in many ways, the most important part of the ritual one wishes to perform. How did Sky psych herself up then to improve the efficacy of her spells? The woman simply needed to look into her past, to shut her eyes, and dig up the memories that she would have gladly forgotten if they weren't such useful kindling for the fire. The fire that always roared inside of Sky, but she had to be so careful about letting out.
Ew. Get away from me, you freak. Will of Searcher. Compound.
Sky spoke. A ring of fire appeared around her right wrist, and if that wasn't a good indication of her intentions, the fact that every flake of snow within 10 feet of her should have indicated the power she was accumulating. Monsters in other stories might have just stood there with a finger up their butts, waiting for their opponents to complete their attacks. You don't last long as a devil if you don't take the initiative. So Recru charged in with the utmost haste. The walking trees had caused the ground to shake earlier in the battle, but now it was this Duke from Hell that caused Anorta to tremble with every ferocious step he took. A problem for the horse. Sky didn't need to stay on the ground. The woman tossed her soul saber high into the air, teleporting to it so she could more easily dodge the charging, rampaging black stallion.
You're in the wrong class. Young Women's is for girls only. It's part of the name. Will of Ifrit. Compound.
Sky spoke, and by doing so, caused a ring of fire to appear around her left wrist. "Gargoyles, shoot her down!" El Duke Recru ordered, and his servants were quick to obey. A dozen of them flew towards Sky, filling the air with their arrows. They could have been a problem if Nitas hadn't taken down so many of them already. So those that remained were but a trifle for the incredible heroine of our tale. Warp after warp, throw after throw, Sky cut through the flying stone statues and happily destroyed the devils inside each one. Only when she was ready to cast the next part of her spell, only when she was overwhelmed by another terrible memory, did the vampire allow herself to fall back to the waiting, melting snow.
They let you become a vampire? You won't last a week at the academy. Will of Agni. Compound.
Sky spoke, and so caused rings of fire to form around each of her ankles. "Fine then? You want this to be a battle of flame? Know the fury of hell, and be consumed by my dark bale fire!" The dark stallion roared, Recru's whole body igniting as he charged up his own attack.
Throw it to the front lines. If nothing else, it can finally be of use as a meat shield. She married who? And here I thought she couldn't debase herself any further. Psh. I always knew it was a coward. Couldn't have died with their friends on Anorta. You should have been the one to lose their life instead of your mother, Katie. Will of Shatali. Compound. Fireball. Level 4 × 4.
Sky at last casted. The rings of fire she had summoned were absorbed, and by doing so, she was ready to cast one of her most powerful fire attacks. Though she loved her purple eyes, Sky's irises glowed red, the same as the fire she summoned to her hand, a hand she pointed at her enemy, her open left palm serving as the base for the fireball she summoned. If the horse wanted to dodge, this would have been his last opportunity to do so. But Recru was content to take this challenge head-on as wisps of fire leaked out of his wicked mouth. It wasn't even close. They both set off their magic at the same time. A ball 16 times the size of Sky Crystal shot out of her hand, while an unholy black flame sprayed from the dark stallion's mouth, as if the beast of hell had the mouth of a dragon. Size doesn't typically indicate strength when it comes to magic, but in this case, it absolutely did. The vampire's spell easily rolled through the stallion's evil breath, Recru realizing far too late the difference in their magical abilities. The horse didn't even have a chance to neigh, to scream, to curse the name of the warrior who felled him, and sent his evil spirit back to the darkest pits of hell. The ball of fire blasted through the monster's body, just as easily as it rolled through his breath. Sky blinked, only to see what little remained of the stallion. A few hooves, along with a pile of poop that the devil horse dropped in his final, horrified moments, were all that remained of Recru, Duke of Hell. A good achievement to defeat the first major boss of this story, but Sky had other things on her mind. Specifically, she was doing her best not to pass out as her knees buckled, almost all of her strength fading from her body as she collapsed into the snow. Glancing around, she saw that Rayla and Nitas really weren't doing much better, both of them clearly overwhelmed by the devil horde that pressed on despite their many, many losses. Had the battle gone on for much longer, even a few minutes more, our heroes would have been overwhelmed. But this whole battle had just been about buying time, and our heroes had already bought enough of it. The snowfield erupted, the icy ground exploded in a dozen different spots as bombs fell from the sky. The gargoyles that had been harassing Nitas were shot down, not from pistol lasers, but from a steady stream of armor-piercing rounds. Those that managed to dodge the cannons were still flung all about, the air disrupted by the wake of a powerful airship testing out its engines.
Sorry for the delay, gals. At Gantric Garage, we believe in perfection, and as you can see, my new baby, the Deft Animos, should more than meet your standards for air travel and devil destruction.
A black spot zipping through the air slowed down, Sky's eyes adjusting until she recognized the features of the Deft Animos. And practically, most airships didn't look too different from spaceships, and what differentiated the two was their ability to travel through space or not. The latest vehicle from Lannis Gantric consisted of a central black triangle, about 30 feet in height and 50 feet in length at the back, with 5 large thrusters, allowing it to zip at speeds to Mach 30. For maneuverability, 3 10-foot-long wings extended from the right corner, left corner, and bottom of the aircraft. Not a practical design, but magical allowed the airship to fly, even when physics suggested it would have been impossible. Though I suppose these details don't matter much to warriors who are simply grateful for the assistance, Sky certainly didn't, the woman using her soul saber to push her tired body out of the snow.
Time to go!
Sky shouted at her friends. Lannis brought the aircraft close to the ground, a circular hatch opening up in the center of the triangular body. From this hole came several ropes, each of which just long enough for our heroes to grab onto. Nitas was the first to grab hold as the airship flew by, while Sky headed to Rayla as the wolf flopped over to the ground. When a Sowman transforms into their bestial form, or exits this magical transformation, they set off a giant cloud of smoke. This makes it harder for enemies to hit the Sowman as they create or leave their magical construct bodies, which is what Sky counted on as arrows, spears, and other thrown weapons flew through the air, coming close, but failing to hit her and Rayla as she gave up her giant wolf form. Grabbing her distant relative by the waist, Sky reached up and took hold of another rope as it passed them by.
Hold on tight, gals. Let's give these damn devils a gift to remember us by,
Lannis shouted over the ship's intercom. The ship tore into the sky. The ropes retracted, bringing our heroes closer to the aircraft, ferrying them higher and higher into the heavens. More importantly, it also brought them to safety, for Sky, Rayla, and Nitos all watched as a massive bomb fell out of the airship's central hull. Lannis didn't just want to kill every devil that our heroes failed to eliminate during their standoff, but the engineer needed to sanitize the area for any information he might have left behind in his cave workshop. So Lannis dropped a 15,000-pound bomb that had been further augmented by magic. Excitement built up in direct proportion to the sound of the whistling device as it fell away from our fleeing heroes, the group knowing that the quieter it got, the closer they were to detonation. They all took a deep breath once the world turned quiet. No sound reaching their ears, but that of the wind as it continued to blow past. Boom! They saw the light. Then they felt the heat. A massive blast of orange, red, and black swept across the blue and white ground. A beautiful display of art created from the catastrophic destruction. The devils were annihilated in seconds, and the cave Lannis and Chitali had spent the last 6 months hiding in completely collapsed. The home our heroes had been living in was buried, layer of stone, that would not be moved until the world of Anorta came to an end. A good calling card as any to leave behind. Sky was almost moved to tears out of admiration for their violent designs, until her bracelet beeped. Caution, 8,700 hours remain until you die, Agent Sky. Another Side, Another Story, Number 5. Narrator, William Luck. Starring, Cato Christel. 7:16 a.m., October 20th. 1 to 3E. Year 1 of the Third Era of Nova Dear. World Line, SS-JT-4. The Prison Home, Beacon City, Nova Dear. Congratulations, reader! You have successfully completed 5 chapters in the Mercenary Saga. I hope you have thoroughly enjoyed yourself thus far, and that you will continue to enjoy the works that we here at Icy Sherry's Productions have made for your education and entertainment. As to your reward, it may not seem like much a gift right now, but I'm going to use my authority as your author of record and my former status as a master collab to get you started on another story. The story of the man who once served as the God of the Void. The story of Sky's father, and the father of 13 other siblings born after her. The story of the false archangel who Extremar Thanatos came to hate more than any other being in the universe, even more than God himself. Grant me the gracious privilege to tell you the story of Cato Christel. Enter Cato Christel. Title: A brilliant strategist serving as Heaven's chief advisor to defeat Extremar Thanatos. Bio: A prince once fated to become the Emperor of Earth in his original world line. Destiny had other plans for the man who would become the key strategist for Heaven during the E3 War. Achieving victory after victory, no matter his opponent, it was he who ultimately stood as the last line of defense against Extremar and managed to stop the invasion of Heaven along with his chief protege, Martha Zahn. Because of what took place in that battle, his reward for driving off Extremar was to become the God of Nothing, the deity in charge of erasing tragedies that the Lord wishes to forget. This is a duty that the head of House Christel is all too happy to perform, and so the man now finds himself on a journey meant to heal both the universe and himself. Appearance: 5'10", skin as pale as the dead, as thin as a scarecrow and as pale as a skeleton, despite his penchant for sweets. Medium-length black hair that he takes the time to brush, typically worn to about his shoulders. Prefers to wear dark trench coats over black-collared shirts with purple ties, the same color as his eyes. His apparel covers up the heart-shaped hole in the center of his chest. Royal purple irises mark him as a true level 7 vampire, with strange purple lines extending from his eyes to his chin as if they were tears. Cato Cristel was on a job. He always was. Though he may have been an immortal god and all of eternity to look forward to, he did not like wasting time. He had done enough of that in his youth, so a shred of guilt still encouraged him to live every day like his last, despite knowing his life would truly never end. Okay, fine. I should also mention that there was a time-related curse upon the man that kept him moving, but we'll get into that later. As Cato was a god pressed for time, he had mastered the art of multitasking, the only way for him to enjoy his immortal life, really. He'd done his job well enough on so many assignments, the god of the void hardly had to put forth any of his brain power to fix the endless realities God sent his precious servant to clean. What then did Cato's mind turn to today as he walked down the marble hall? The beautiful world around him. Cato had been to over 1,000 different world lines over the course of his service. But this place? Nova Dear was certainly near the top of the most gorgeous vistas he had ever visited, especially if one only considered this island. Beacon City was made from carving into the quartzite mountain that managed to poke through the city, nearly every building made from the marble-like stone. The city workers did their best to preserve their island, and by doing so, created an industrious and modern society that also managed to maintain much of the beauty of the natural world. No matter the time of day, no matter how dark the night, the stone city would shine as a beacon for the rest of the world to look to, thanks to the thousands of bonfires scattered around the island. Some even suggested that the brilliant stone city was a beacon to the rest of the universe. No matter how many world lines fell, one merely had to look to Nova Dear for light. But elves do suffer from an excess of pride. Then again, if I built such a beautiful city, I would have indulged my ego too, Cato thought. Oh yes, I should mention the citizens of the glassy stone island. Such a city was only made possible due to the work of the pointy-eared, long-lived humanoid beings. They were very close to their human cousins in size and shape, skin and demeanor, and all other attributes that mark the descendants of Adam and Eve. But elves and humans are different for these 3 reasons. The first was their ears, the main source of pride for the elvish race. The second was their magic, for all who were born with elven blood are capable of some form of elemental bending and spellcasting. The third was their longevity. Elves cannot be felled by age. The only death they can accept is when it comes by disease, war, or by their own accord. Cato Cristel was not an elf, but as a god, he was one of the few non-elves permitted to visit the glorious island. No, not just permitted, not only respected, but beloved by the citizens of this wondrous island city. Be it lord or simple servant, all who noticed the dark-clothed man in the city of white paid respect to their very important guest. Cato returned the favor and offered good tidings and heaven's blessings to all those he came across, climbing higher and higher into the city. Ironic that they should lock the worst among their people in the highest tower they've ever built. A kindness? A show of mercy? Or perhaps knowledge that heaven is better equipped to deal with the prisoner? It must be an act of faith, a hope that the gods might keep him from falling again to the darkness. Cato headed for the tower. Like much of the city, it was carved out from the same polished quartzite material that made up the rest of the island. In fact, the tower didn't even have a name for much of its history. It was simply one achievement among many. Why give it any special attention? Well, now the elves would care. Now they would pay very close attention, if only for the person, the prisoner, that would live in the tower for many years to come. Good morning, Ainza, Barad. Cato performed a short bow to the husband and wife pair of elves standing guard at the door. Is your guest up and at it yet? Ainza, the tan-skinned woman, replied. He's restless. Barad, the humongous elf, twice the size of Cato, answered. Spent so much time as a soldier that he doesn't know what it's like to live without a war to fight. He will learn to adjust with time, Cato carefully enunciated. The vampire pointed at his watch, one that had 2 faces. The first reported the local time, while the second
reported the time he had left before heaven forced him to leave the planet. A curse? A restriction? While the god of the void was a very kind man, he often came off curt or rude because of his strict limitation.
You would be too if you only had 24 hours in any world line you visited,
Cato thought to himself, or rather thought for you to understand, my dear mercenary reader. The god Cato could actually sense me writing these words, despite the fact I am writing this chapter many years after the events I am now describing took place. Therefore, remember that whenever he is speaking, it is not only to others that he is talking to, but to you and I as well.
May I enter?
Cato inquired.
You're the reason he surrendered. You of all people never need to ask.
Barad chuckled.
All the same, we vampires do have trouble entering places without permission, or so the stories say,
Cato thought, nodding in thanks as he finally stepped into the prisoner's room. Cato didn't know what to expect, so nothing should have surprised him. That said, even Cato was caught off guard to find an elf who had nearly overthrown the world, a man so dangerous it took the gods intervening to defeat him, to be doing one of the most innocent things in the world. The former Dark Lord, Tudoran, a man once considered for the role of Shadow Lord of Extremar, was sitting on a balcony, whiling away the hours by petting a cat.
Oh, how the mighty have fallen,
Tudoran snorted upon noticing his friendly guest. You can laugh if you wish. The guards have already done it more than once this morning.
I promised you peace if you repented. Why would I laugh at seeing my word fulfilled?
Cato sat down next to the defeated Dark Lord. Tyrants with the power to destroy planets don't look all that intimidating once they no longer have an army at their beck and call. I, in my capacity as Master Kolob, didn't bother creating a profile on Tudoran for this reason. The prisoner had been reduced to just an ordinary elf, long golden hair draping across the shoulders of a white robe, only the most common of his people would ever bother to wear. Even the man's smile had already softened. This was no longer the face of a man who struck fear in the mightiest of heroes, a dark lord who had brought death and destruction to thousands of heaven's servants and disciples. This was the smile of a man content with his new life, despite the limitations that had been imposed on the prisoner. 300 years. I am not to leave this island for 300 years, Tudoran explained, continuing to stroke the black cat, the ball of fur giddy to rest in the elf's lap.
I cannot leave this floor without the company of 2 guards for at least 50 years, and can only explore the city for up to 2 hours a day. If I maintain my good behavior, I will eventually be able to wander Beacon City and the rest of the island at will. But I will not step off this island to see the rest of Nova Dear for 3 centuries. A rather lenient punishment, to be honest. I expected much worse.
Tudoran laughed, especially as the black cat rolled around in his lap and exposed her belly.
I presume you had something to do with that?
I merely told the council you submitted yourself to the truth. I have visited you, bested you in combat, and convinced you to see the error of your ways. That you chose to come here, that you chose to surrender yourself to their authority, meant a great deal to them,
Cato explained, only to touch a finger to his cheek. A notepad appeared on Cato's lap, along with a very expensive pen? How so? The pen was worth more than the average angel's 5-year DP salary. As for the paper, it bore the mark of a cherry sitting in a glass of wine, ice, and vanilla ice cream. The symbol of his daughter's company, a woman you shall meet soon enough, given that all authors of record answer to Lady Sherry Sears, the woman who ended up succeeding me as Master Kolob.
But I will not lie. The information you have on your former master is worth a great deal to me. Your reduced sentence was given with the understanding you tell me all that you know. You may be able to shorten your sentence further, depending on the usefulness of what you have to tell me,
Cato explained.
There it is.
Tutoron chuckled ever louder. Knowing what was to come, the elf picked the cat off his lap and encouraged it to leave, to explore elsewhere, instead of wasting her morning with him and his dull chatter.
I would accuse you of taking advantage of me, but I know why the gods have you roaming the universe. Extremar told me why before I betrayed him. Even if I couldn't help you defeat the fallen archangel, you would have stopped by and encouraged me to repent of my sins all the same, given enough time. You give me too much credit,
Cato tried to claim. Tutoron now the one to raise an eyebrow in doubt.
None of these elves, not even my own family, dared to see in the wretched and toxic swamp I called home. You were the only one who saw the good that still lingered in my heart, who believed that, like all other creations of our God, I could still be redeemed despite the many atrocities that I committed. Grievous sins I committed for nothing more than selfish vanity. And yet you believed. Yet you spent your time trying to save me, despite the curse that kept tearing you away again and again from this world line. Lord Cato, I only believed in you because someone believed in me. Long ago, they gave me the same chance for redemption that I gave you. Their grace has given us both the opportunity to be saved,
Cato casually explained, unable to hide his smile at the memory he invoked.
Then give my thanks to the person who saved you, for I know I would not have been saved were it not for you, Tutoron shrugged. And as thanks, I will gladly tell you all I know. That is, if you can merely answer one question for me. It depends on the question, Cato acknowledged. Why do you still care about him? Why do you want to ask me about him instead of Extremar? Tutoron asked, furrowing his brow in thought. The Dark Lord Gorlon Gauder is dead. We were there when he died. We even scattered his ashes to the wind. Vampires of a class 6 level can't even come back from that, and Gorlon was comparable to a class 4 or 5 vampire at best. And yet, Cato gulped, giving Tutoron the chance to figure out the truth for himself. And yet, the fact you've come to question me suggests that Gorlon isn't quite as dead as we wish him to be. Must we truly fear his return, Lord Cato? No, Cato declared, shaking his head lest he terrorize his elvish friend. I give you my word as a god. Gorlon Gauder will never trouble the people of this world. You will not see Gorlon Nova Dear again. In fact, none in this world line shall even remember his name by the end of this millennium. If you had continued to walk the dark path you were on, you would have carried on his legacy. But you have listened to my counsel and chosen atonement instead of damnation. Because of this, no one will ever need to fear Gorlon in this world line again. Cato frowned, standing up and walking to the edge of the balcony, only to point a finger at the dim stars glinting in the sky, bright lights that remained even as the sun continued to rise on Nova Dear. But other world lines will come to fear your former master, as you and your people once did. Extremar Thanatos has entered into a partnership with Gorlon, and now seeks to use him to conquer a world similar to your own, a planet known as Anorta. Heaven has asked that I help put an end to their machinations, but it will not be easy. I have power beyond compare, but even the power of a god is useless without knowledge. Knowledge of where to direct one's power, knowledge of how to wield one's power. For this purpose, you find yourself granted a golden opportunity. Atone for your sins by repenting of your allegiance to the Dark Lord. Cato stretched forth his hand. Tell me all that you can of your former master, and you will find that heaven shall welcome you with open arms once you bid this mortal life farewell. Given all that bastard did to me, you shall know it all. Tutoron acquiesced. The two shook hands. What came of their conversation? What secrets did the kiddo learn that fateful day? This tale is the product of that vital conversation. This conversation is yet another reason why this story, Operation the Mercenaries' Crusade, came to be. Secret Report Number 5. The Charter of Fate Public Memo. Stolas Coelestis. Oh, good afternoon, Monsignor or Madam, or, whatever time you've chosen to read this, mercenary friend. My name is Stolas Coelestis. You probably either know me as a demon from the Ars Goetia, or by the crude, reprobable caricature of me that stars in a certain crude online animation. Well, let me assure you that I am neither a servant of hell, nor such a vulgar, weak-minded owl who'd throw his life away over a trashy imp. I am a demon. But did you know that the word demon comes from the Greek daemon, a word that refers to all supernatural spirits or deities? Unfortunately for those who desire knowledge in all things, mainstream Christianity, in their paranoia, have tried to distance themselves from all beings that do not appear as angels of light, thereby throwing us, we beings who serve heaven, in capacities other than angels, in the gutter with the actual devils of hell. To that end, my dear friend Anthony has asked me to educate you mercenaries on the nature of devils, demons, and other supernatural entities. That kindly author of record has done much for me over the years, so I simply had to return the favor when he asked. Do think highly of him, despite his exile, and whatever else the gods might say about my friend. He may act like a cat even on his good days, but even the most skittish cat can come to show great affection with just a little care. But I digress, and I know how much Anthony hates it when we go over the word quota. Ergo, let us get right today's lesson, my new mercenary friend. When a god organizes a world, he or she calls their children to a grand assembly and gives them all a choice. All human beings, and I do mean human, since humanoid is a stupid term, are given the choice to be born into a body of flesh and blood, to live a life in mortality, so they might be tested and discover whether they should be made gods or goddesses to rule in heaven with the other gods. Even should such children fail in their endeavor, realizing they're not suited for godhood, they can still obtain glory, joy, and eternal rest after their mortal life draws to an end. If you are reading or listening to this, then you made that choice once upon a time, my mercenary friend. You chose to follow the will of your heavenly father and mother, to descend to earth and take up the body you now inhabit. Statistically, about 2/3 of God's children choose to gain a mortal body and live a mortal life. But what of the remaining third? They who refuse to go down and take part in the mortal play we call life. These rebellious spirits are exiled from heaven, becoming devils as they move to their new home in outer darkness, known more widely in Christian circles as hell. Such was the case with the first devil on the origin world of Extremar. Such was the case with Lucifer, the morning star, who became Satan. And such is the case with all other devils that will continue to populate hell as long as new worlds are made for the eternities and eternities to come. But what distinguishes a mortal being and a devil? As some of you have already deduced, the primary difference is the body of flesh, blood, and bone. A devil does not have a temporal, corporal form. For this reason, all devils are obsessed with possessing the bodies of others, to gain that which they have lost from their wicked cowardice. It doesn't matter how much suffering they must endure or cause to obtain one. A devil will do anything, absolutely anything, as long as they can possess a body denied to them for rejecting their first estate. This, then, is the singular life and goal of a devil. A devil comes to mortals tempting them, corrupting them, convincing people to commit sin. This makes it easier for the devils to eventually take over their bodies, puppeteering them for as long as the body can withstand their evil presence. Alas, the gods are precise when they fashion a body, and so it can only support the spirit that it is born with. Any other spirit that attempts to possess a body that does not belong to them will find incompatibility issues that gradually degrades the body they possess. This, then, is the tricky game that devils must play, because death for a devil is much harsher than it is for mortals. When a mortal dies, no matter how righteous or wicked they are, their spirits return to heaven. There, the now bodiless spirit waits until the day of their resurrection, in which the spirit shall be reunited with their bodies for time and all eternity, never to be separated ever again. Devils, however, are not so fortunate. A devil risks their own identity every time they possess a form. When the form is destroyed, so too is a portion of the devil's sentience. How much is lost correlates to the strength of the body. A devil who possesses a rock or a tree, for instance, only loses part of themselves upon death. But a devil who possesses flesh, especially human flesh, is gambling their entire being. It is imperative that a devil finds another host to take over before their current host expires, for if they do not, total destruction. The consciousness of the devil fades, and the dark spirit loses their sense of identity. They are reduced to raw spiritual matter, even less than an intelligence. At that point, they shall be nothing more than lingering resentment, bitterness, and sorrow that shall drift in the darkness of the cosmos. Whether God intends to refashion such raw material into another being in hopes they might do better, or is fine with letting such malice fade over eternity, I cannot say. But as I reach my word limit, I shall conclude this lesson here. For all the suffering that you endure in this mortal life, my mercenary friend, be grateful that you at least had enough bravery to take on the challenges that await you. No matter your triumphs or failures, win or lose, you shall have a far happier fate than the devils of hell. Your blessings number as greatly as the stars in the sky, mercenary. Count them every day, and you shall be as gay, as happy as I am. Chapter 6. Narrator, William Luck. Starring, Sky Christel. Worldline Cycle, SS-J-1. 12:02 p.m. September 3rd. Year 1510, FO. The conference room. The Deft Animos. Heading towards Sakliak. Mission time remaining, 8,699 hours. Sky's mother, Elgara, didn't let her have a pet growing up. It wasn't that her mother was opposed to animals. If anything, Elgara considered dogs to be her siblings, given her primary caretaker was Rayla. Nevertheless, because the family traveled too much, keeping a pet would have been impractical for any member of House Christel. Until our heroine came of age. When Sky was raising a daughter of her own, she was more than happy to make up for lost time, to provide her child with all the dogs the kid could handle. Well, a different kind of dog laid in lap now. A very happy Rayla rested her head on our heroine's thighs, wagging her wolf tail, all as Sky scratched the skin behind her ears. A strange thing for Sky to do, doubly so, since the giddy wolf had once been Sky's own babysitter. But if it made the Sowman happy... Well, dogs will be dogs, eh? Besides, it helped Sky relax. Loath as she was to admit it, the battle to escape Gwailordon had taken a lot out of her, not just in terms of time and blood, but because of the emotions she forced herself to feel so she might utilize her more powerful attacks. The kinds of memories our heroine preferred to keep bottled up. The kinds of memories that Sky would give anything to think about. Well, almost anything, because Sky wasn't quite sure if the pilot was really the best person to count on to cure her bad mood. Sorry I'm late, gals. Monkod's damn miasma was messing with the flight controls. But I've finally gotten us to a high enough altitude for the autopilot to safely take over. You won't be needing me up there until we reach our destination. Well, unless space pirates attack. If I've learned anything from my travels across the stars, never discount the space pirates. Enter Lannis Gantrick. Title: Scholar of the Everlasting Gospel and Aviation Engineering. Bio: a proud and boisterous man, but deservedly so, due to his incomparable genius. Among mortal men, there are few who can match his understanding of the mechanics that govern the world, making him both a spiritual and engineering prodigy, especially when it comes to designing airships and spacecraft. Even so, beneath his boastings is a lifetime of regret, marked by all the harm that was caused by inventions of war he once designed. Born on a Prima, he designed machines that brought suffering and death to many who did not deserve it. However, the scholar betrayed his former masters and allied himself with the kingdom of heaven, and has atoned for his misdeeds by serving God faithfully across every world line he has visited. Few remain that know of his origins, for many see him only as the wise, if rough preacher of the good word we call the gospel of Jesus Christ. Appearance: 5'9", olive skin that maintains a good tan no matter how much time he spends hiding in his workshops. A burly man despite his shorter height due to how much time he spends lifting parts working on airships in his engineering workshop. A messy mop of white hair that he never brushes, since he'll just tuck it away into a cap. A Rolothian crystal blew up in his face a few months ago that completely burned away his facial hair, so he's working hard to grow back his once luxurious full-face beard. Typically goes about his work in greasy green work overalls with a flannel undershirt. Possesses the narrow blue eyes of a vampire, the shade matching the skies he loves to soar through. The engineer sat down, completing the assembled circle. I have just been informed by my editor that I am required to describe the layout of the airship. I personally find this to be rather boring, but since I've already had my pay docked 3 times since I began writing this record, I must now endeavor to please the whims of the powers that be at Icy Sherry's Publishing. The airship had 3 floors, the top of which was meant for piloting and engineering, the bottom for the bunk rooms and shared bathroom. The center floor was the main hangout area, a mix of a living room, kitchen, and conference room. Why do I call it a conference room? The room's main draw was just a circle of couches with a black metal ring in the center, a contraption that served as a projector. Much like the rest of the airship, it was powered primarily through a Rolothian crystal. A bit of lore for you that I do find quite interesting. The crystal took its name from the Vonaqua prince, who first discovered they could be used as a battery for most electronic devices, once infused with a magical charge. Given their abundance of energy, most modern technology in the universe relied on Rolothian crystals, as opposed to oil, wood, and other fuel sources to keep the wheels of progress turning. Sure enough, Lannis merely had to poke the crystal for it to reawaken, the 1-foot-tall purple gem glowing bright as the projector function activated. The machine responded to the thought of the spellcaster who turned it on, and so the scholar directed the group to look at the map that he had created with his mind. This is Anorta, in its current form, everyone, Lannis remarked. Everyone in the room had seen this map before, but because she had lost her memory, Rayla didn't know what to make of it. That is convenient for me, because I'd rather not have to deal with explaining the layout of Anorta. While I consider myself a studious man, geography has never been one of my interests. For when a man has been put in charge of protecting thousands of worlds, well, the layout of any single planet isn't that interesting. So, credit to you, if you care more than me about such things.
Can you explain this map to me, Mr. Lanus?
The wolf Sowman asked, the pilot giving a hearty nod along with his reply. Might as well, if only to make sure we're all on the same page. As you can see, Anorta is divided into 3 major landmasses, consisting of 2 large continents and a big island separate from the other 2. In the left hemisphere, we have Veobis, which was once the home of all Sowman. The devils completely overtook the island a few hundred years ago, causing you and your people to come to us here in Fataria, Rayla. Fataria was the major continent of the right hemisphere, a red dot showing they were flying from the northeastern side of the continent to the southwest. Fataria is made up of several kingdoms, all of which Monkod currently rules through his lieutenants. Guailordon, where we've been hiding, is an abandoned frozen wasteland that will only thaw once Monkod has been destroyed for good. Lavasa, where Sky arrived and rescued Rayla, is under the control of Razo Din in the southwest. In the north and northwest, we have the sister kingdoms of Astern and Bulsia, respectively, where the vassal slaves of Theba v. Akis and Bertlin Akis rule as Monkod's puppets. Finally, we have our current destination, Sakliak, in the southwest. Because Sowman cannot be possessed by devils, Monkod maintains his control over the beast humans through the use of my wife, Verlandi Nielsen.
So, what, we're attacking Sakliak first just so we can save your wife? Does our pilot need to get laid that badly? It is I who made the decision to liberate Sakliak first. We will need a secure base to rest our heads, and an army to keep the enemy at bay as we work to defeat the lieutenants of Monkod. Devils and spies will run amok in all the other lands, but since the Sowman are immune from their influence, Sakliak will be the best place to build up a defensive base should we manage to take control of it.
Chitali tried to end the matter, but the engineer had more to say. It will also be the easiest to liberate. Lannis finally pipped up, changing the map. The projector zoomed in on Sakliak until it focused on a single city, the capital of the southwestern kingdom of beasts. This is the city of Dragonglass, the seat of the Sowman, and also where Verlandi casts her magic to keep the Sowman in check. She does it through the use of Scion generators she has enhanced with her own power. Sever the connection between her and Monkod, free her mind from his control, and the Sowman will be able to rise up in rebellion, freeing their country in hours, if not minutes.
One problem, genius. Those Scion generators mean we vampires who don't have the proper security clearance won't be able to use our powers either. Unless you think you can blow them up without our airship getting shot down, we can't take Verlandi on without getting our asses handed to us. Why do you think Rizzo managed to capture me and slaughter my team? He tricked us, waiting until we came to him before he activated his anti-magic field. Which is why we've waited until my granddaughter returned to Anorta to make our move. Care to reveal your secret, Sky?
Chitali asked, looking to her granddaughter. It wasn't just her bad memories that were dragging her mood down. Sky really didn't like meetings. The wolf helped. Our heroine had been content to pass the time nuzzling with Rayla, treating her like one of her family dogs, despite the Sowman's larger size and humanoid nature. But now that the attention was on our protagonist.
Well, guess I better earn my daily participation trophy.
The anxious woman thought. To look more serious, Sky did try to shove Rayla off of her lap. Once my mother makes her mind up, though, it's hard to get her to go away. Unless she used magic, there'd be no way to get rid of Rayla Atnai Amitai. Well, no matter. The bomb Sky had to drop was big enough. It would have the desired effect even if our heroine had a wolf Sowman relaxing on her lap.
I'm immune to Scions. Impossible. But I have heard rumors that you've served heaven as some sort of assassin, taking out Extremar's top generals behind enemy lines ever since the Battle of Tempest Finis. This would explain why they'd give you such a role. No one would be able to hide from you forever. Just returning the favor given what the bastard took from me.
Sky seethed. The girl surprised herself with the anger that coursed through her, the way her hands balled up into fists, the fading high from the last battle. A side effect of burning through so much time fighting off those devils?
Focus on the now. Focus on the mission at hand. I can figure out all that other garbage bugging you once you're done here on Anorta. Not like I'll have anything else to do once I'm dead.
Sky thought, stealing another quick glance at her bracelet before turning back to Nitos.
Here's the real kicker. I can extend my immunity. I suck up and filter out the Scions in the general area. I don't have an exact range, but as long as you and I are within eyeshot of each other, you'll be able to fight without vampiric suppression. Well, assuming you join us for our assault. The proof is in the pudding, huh? What I wouldn't give for some of that right now. One final tasty treat to prepare for this suicide mission.
The nymph Nitas licked her lips and clapped her hands, only needing to think the matter over for a second.
Well, not like I have much better to do. I'll let you and Raelia charge the front gates and proof this immunity of yours. Assuming the two of you don't get yourselves killed, you'll find me to be quite the reliable backup. If not, I'll take this airship for myself and lay low until I figure out how to get off this dumb rock.
Ha 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 ha! That's hilarious! Lannis belly laughed, his messy hair flopping about as he threw his head back to scoff. You won't find the airship defenseless. You seriously think you can take me on, doll?
Who are you calling a doll, dumbass?
Nitas blew a mocking kiss. Two could play, and play they did, because Lannis pretended to snatch the kiss from the air. I'm a dumbass. Then give it a big wet kiss, doll. Ha! The anything-but-Couth scholar snorted, giving his butt a big old slap. This might have escalated, but both man and woman found themselves getting whacked by Shatali. Now, getting hit by a woman is one thing, but my daughter always knew exactly what to say to really make someone hurt, or even die, of embarrassment.
If you wish to engage in intercourse, please do so away from us. Otherwise, would you please save your flirting for after the mission?
Shatali knowingly teased. Nitas and Lannis both stammered and grumbled, neither of them quite sure what to say that wouldn't give their libidinous thoughts away. Still, it's way to end the meeting, though it meant Shatali had to take charge since their pilot had been verbally incapacitated.
Then we have our course. What we do next will depend on how things play out in Sekliak. But if we succeed, we'll take down the first of the 4 lieutenants and make our first real move against Monkod. My friends, you have suffered much this past year and a half since the Battle of Tempest Finis and the fall of Anorta. But on my honor as the Herald of Joy, I know we will
Beep, beep. Sky blushed hard. Like the fool who leaves their ringer on at church or in the movie theater, the heroine of our tale was mortified that Shatali's grand speech had been interrupted by her bracelet. She thought it was just going to be another status update, but the text on the tracker had changed, informing her. Alert. Performance report requested. Warping to heaven at 12:15 p.m. local time.
Oh no! I can't believe I forgot! Damn it! Sorry everyone, but I need to take off for a couple of hours. Heaven calls. Literally. This is a call from the big cheese of Anorta himself.
Sky clarified, and that was enough to fully answer any lingering questions her friends have. Well, if you're going to skip out on us, now's a good time as any, doll. We won't reach Sekliak until nightfall, so say hello to the gods for us. I just hope these kinds of visits won't ever happen in the middle of a battle, Sky. Despite being deity, I've found the gods don't have the best of timing. Lannis raised a dubious eyebrow.
You know who to take it up with if it proves an issue. Speaking of which, a certain former shadow is providing support for the mission. He'll probably be at the meeting, too. Anything you want to say to your father, Grandma? Give him my kind regards. And tell him I will be greatly disappointed if I manage to break my curse before he breaks his own. Huh! You aren't the only one who's annoyed with the face he has to wear right now.
Sky chuckled. I'm glad they could take such humor from it, because the curse that afflicted me was driving me absolutely bonkers. I'd say crazy, but everyone who knows me knew that I was already a mad scientist before Extremar managed to steal something rather precious to me. You'll find out what I mean in short order, what Sky and Shatali were getting at in the next chapter. Just as the bracelet warned, a pillar of light shone in the airship, whisking Sky Crystal away from Anorta and returning her to her true home. to the realm of the gods, to heaven, where I might make a proper introduction at last, my dear mercenary reader. Another Side, Another Story, Number 6. Narrator, William Luck. Starring, Rob Turn Harai. Worldline Cycle, WL-J-1. 8:34 p.m., May 23rd, year 1487, FO. Castle Akis, Rob Turn's Bedchambers. The City of Fairbreeze, Bolsia. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!
The famous phrase is that hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. I would challenge you to find someone more miserable than a man who has been rejected by fair women. Rob Turn Harai raged. There is no better word for the man on the cusp of adulthood as he tore through his bedroom, slamming his fists into his training dummies, knocking over his furniture, lashing out against everything as hot tears rolled down his face. All of his nightly training had been abandoned. The years spent up bottling the emotions he felt, just like everyone else, pouring out of the poor man. For this was a man in grief. This was a man who had his heart broken, for he had done that courageous thing which scares a man more than anything over the course of his mortal days. More than facing a dragon, more than confronting a father, more than even challenging the devil himself. Rob Turn had done that which makes those of our gender piss themselves in fright and fear. Rob Turn Harai had gone up to his crush, Theba V, and confessed true feelings. I don't need to tell you what she told him. What kind of answer makes a man punch his own mirror, shattering the glass with a single strike?
Damn it! Now I need to get this fixed too.
Rob Turn groaned, pain finally forcing his mind to slow down, to feel anything other than embarrassment and anger and horrible, horrible hate for himself. Red blood dripped out of his knuckles, past the shards of glass that jutted out of his injured fingers.
How can I be so stupid? How could a single conversation do this to me? Bodyguard? Brother? Bah! I am nothing. No wonder she rejected me. She saw me for the stupid fool that I am,
the Dark Knight thought, though such thoughts brought no relief. The whole day was stupid, for Rob Turn knew Theba would tell her fiancé, Vid, of the Dark Knight's confession. Despite being engaged, despite knowing his affection for the Queen of Astern, Rob Turn had still gone to her with the hope that she secretly loved him, just as he did her. Healing magic could restore his hand, but not his broken heart or reputation. Vid was a forgiving brother, but the wise do not keep other men in their company once they know they are attracted to their woman. In nature, male animals often kill each other for showing even a passing interest in their mates. The sigil of House Bolsia was a lion, and, like a lion, Vid would assuredly dismiss his bodyguard. He wouldn't even need to make up an excuse. The Dark Knight was on the cusp of entering Jadis's service as a true, full-time archangel, and had no reason to remain in the service of House Akis.
What? Is this how I want my service to end? Is this all that my time with House Akis will amount to?
Rob Turn muttered to himself, only to hear a knock at the door.
Rob Turn, I'm coming in.
A voice announced, belonging to a woman whom had visited this room quite often in past days.
No, I am busy.
That wasn't a request.
The succubus declared. I am being careful with my words, because even now, I'm not entirely sure how I feel about what happened between the two that night. It went slightly different in the other cycles, with him taking a more aggressive response towards my daughter. But the truth remains that in every cycle, she was the one that initiated it. The Herald of Joy was always the one that instigated the wild, troubled romance that would mark their future marriage and the course of their mortal lives. Shatali Halemore opened the door, wearing that which made her intentions for the night very clear. The Herald of Joy rarely showed off her skin thanks to her thick brown clergy robes, but she did so this night. That and a whole lot more. The woman came to see Robturn in a translucent red negligee. It did little to hide the curves of her body, especially since the red-haired beauty didn't even bother to put on a camisole or accompanying bottom beneath the evening dressing gown. With the glow of the evening candles, a man could see everything, could see that the gods had endowed my daughter with such great beauty. Robturn turned to stone, but not because he was trying to repress his emotions. He was overwhelmed by them. The Dark Knight forgot about his wounded hand as his mind tried to process the goddess that had come to see him, showing off what truly made women so divine.
My precious Robturn, how could you do this to yourself? Your body is not your own, you know. You can't serve Jardis like this. Here, allow me.
Shatali seemed to glide across the floor, a specter of the night. The vampire pressed her dainty little hands against his own, her hands so small that even together they struggled to hold Robturn's much larger palm. Activating her magic, red and green lights flickered across the room, driving away the night for a brief moment as she pumped her divine magical energy into the man she desired. The glass fell away, the wounds closing quickly without leaving so much as a hint of a scar. There was no indication that the man had ever hurt his hand at all, save for the remaining drops of blood that stained his dark skin, his black flesh. Flesh that Shatali loved, covered in that which she desired most. A body Shatali had marked as belonging to her, a man she would kill for, as she brought dark and heavy hand to her lips, licking the blood off of Robturn's trembling fingers.
Payment for relying on my magic, my friend. My Robturn.
Shatali smiled. Even after the blood was cleaned off, she continued to press his hand against her lips, staining the palm with her lipstick as Robturn struggled to figure out what to do next. So, Shatali made it easy for him. Shatali is the woman that saved and damned the boy that night as she pushed her body against his. He could have left. She might have been a vampire, but he was still much larger than she was. He still had a voice. A few steps, a call out into the castle. There were many things Robturn could have done if he didn't desire this courtship. But he did nothing.
Theba is a fool that I love, for I do not know if I could have called her a friend if she had accepted you. There is no man more handsome, more brave, more kind-hearted, and more perfect than you, my Robturn, my Dark Knight.
Shatali whispered. Yours? I am? You love me, Robturn stammered.
What? Do you think I am a whore? No one has ever seen me dressed like this, and no one ever will but you, my beloved.
Shatali grinned, moving her lips from the man's hand to his tight yet inviting neck. They had reached his bed and fell into it together. The larger man, Robturn, was forced to grab Shatali, lest she accidentally roll off him. Doing so caused his massive fingers to dig into her excuse of a robe, causing his hands to feel her hot, enticing body at last. It felt good. It felt right.
Yes, that is it. I have waited so long for this, my love. For over a year now, this is what I've wanted from you. But I have waited patiently until you reached a proper age, until you made it clear that you were ready for this, to become a true and proper man.
Shatali announced. Using magic, the sage could cast a flame that could burn without hurting the flesh. Clothing, for instance, could be stripped away, which Robturn discovered as the fire warmed up his body even more. The flame marked them both, the first of many things they shared that night.
Do you wish to be loved? Do you wish for greater power? Do you wish to...
Yes! Shatali initiated the covenant.
but Robturn completed it. Never a man for words, always a man of action. He flung the woman over and pressed her down against the bed, refusing to grant her any escape until both of them were satisfied.
This is where I end this chapter, not only to preserve the shreds of moral decency that remain to us, but because of what that damned fool did to my daughter. Shatali thought Theba was the fool, but there was a reason why Theba rejected Robturn, beyond already being in love with another. The night they spent together, Robturn the Dark Knight and Shatali the Herald of Joy, was passionate. But why have I taken to calling Robturn a Dark Knight? It was not because of the color of his skin. On the nose that would be. It would not even be because of the way he fought, a man who acts more like a devil than an angel in combat. It is because the man is a dastard, a thief, and a rogue. Robturn Herai took all that my daughter Shatali was willing to give him that night. But when she woke up the next morning, beneath what she hoped to be a loving sun, Shatali found herself beneath a stormy sky, weeping. A woman who woke up in bed alone, with no idea where the man who stole her heart had gone. Secret Report Number 6. Narrator, William Luck. Starring, Sky Christel. Worldline Cycle, WL-CC-1. 2:16 p.m., June 6, 2003. The Christel home, outside Duluth, Minnesota. This was the scariest day of Sky Christel's young life. This was the day her mother, Elgara Herai Christel, would read her daughter's report card for her senior year. Why did this final report card matter so much? Because how this conversation went would determine everything for Sky Christel. Not just how she would live the rest of her mortal life. This conversation would determine how Sky would spend her eternal existence. Elgara never showed her anger. The woman was a master at hiding her true feelings. But Sky had been around her mother long enough to sense when Elgara was annoyed, sad, or in this case, very irritated. Very, very irritated. Elgara let the mask slip ever so slightly as she tossed the report card aside, reminding Sky of what she had done.
Well, you certainly won't ever become a scientist with grades like those, Sky. Sorry for being so stupid, Mother. Stupid? Ah, contraire, my dear. You managed to tank your grades to the exact percentage you needed to graduate without failing high school and losing out on your diploma. You were worried about how it would screw up your life if you were known as a high school dropout, but you wanted to ensure your grades were so bad that you wouldn't even be accepted at our local community college. That requires a level of precision that most straight-A students can't even match, which means you sandbagged, Sky. So, do you want to talk? What's up, Sky? I thought you trusted me enough to tell me everything you're feeling, no matter how hard it is to... I've already told you 100 times, Mother. I want to join the war, Mother. I want to become a vampire and help you and Dad fight Extremar.
That was true. This wasn't the first time they've ever had this conversation, but Elgara Christel knew this had to be their last.
Then you're an idiot after all. You're as damn stupid as your grades made you out to be. How many times have I told you why I don't want you to join this war? It's not because I think you wouldn't be a good warrior, or because you couldn't help us out. You'd be a better soldier than 99% of those who served me, and I have heroes like Hercules, Wang Yi, and Dracula Tepesh at my beck and call. Then why? Why won't you let me help you? Why won't you let me show you how much I love you? Why won't you let me fight? Because how many times do I have to tell you? Because this is war.
Elgara raised her left hand, grabbing it with her right. The vampire mother twisted her hand, twisted it until the bones snapped and the skin tore. One final snap, and Elgara tore off her own hand. Sky gasped in surprise, gasping at the ghastly sight, but no lasting damage had been done. Vampires are vampires, and the dramatic is but second nature to them all. The torn-off hand vanished, Elgara regenerating her missing appendage in less than a second. Someone could have blinked and missed the entire violent and gory display. But Sky had seen it, and it sure made an impression. Drops of white blood had fallen to the table, Elgara pressing her restored left hand to the paste-like substance. Sky thought her mother was simply going to suck up that which she had lost, but Elgara dragged her finger across the wooden table instead, a white streak that would forever mark what she had done, a stain that would remain there, at the dinner table, where so many memories had been forged, to forever remind mother and daughter the impact of violence in this mortal world.
This is war. Nothing awaits you but pain, suffering, and death. Be it yours or those you fight against, you have nothing to gain from the battlefield from misery. Pride doesn't matter when you see your friends gunned down and cried like babes as they succumb to their wounds. Battle highs mean nothing when you listen to soldiers scream in fear as swords cut off their arms and legs. Try looking at a fire after you watch a mage use magic to burn a man to death. And I'm sorry. Let's not forget what makes you special, Sky. You are a woman, but a woman with a cock more impressive than the average dick possessed by the carnal men who serve in this stupid conflict. Women captured in war are killed if they're lucky, because a captivity of never-ending physical and most certainly sexual abuse awaits them. Doubly so for you if any sick bastard sees what makes you unique. So why? What is motivating you to want to join our war despite knowing the dangers and suffering that awaits you, Sky? Because it is the right thing to do.
Sky claimed, Elgara rolling her eyes as she jammed a finger into the side of her daughter's head.
The right thing to do? The right thing to do? The right thing to do is use your intelligence to become a scientist and figure out a cure to cancer, suicidal depression, or any of the other physical or mental diseases that afflicts mortal life. The right thing to do is use your keen mind to study the mysteries of the universe, coming up ways to grow food faster, make fuel last longer, and find other means to make the poor happier, healthier, and richer. The right thing to do, given your talents, is to use your genius where it belongs, because any dumbass can pick up a gun and die like a slaughtered pig on the battlefield. But I want to use my brain to overwhelm my enemies and destroy those who would take away everything I love, Mother.
Sky leapt to her feet, ignoring the tears that flowed down her face. Elgara was great at keeping her composure, but whether you call it a strength or a weakness, Sky had never been shy about showing her emotions.
Why does it bother you so much? Why do you insist I waste my days in a stuffy, stupid lab when I can use my great intellect to help you, Mother? Because I never had that choice.
Elgara finally shouted. That was Sky's superpower. She was the one girl that could get her mother to behave like her, to open up and show how she truly felt. Elgara shut her eyes from pain, grinding her teeth as she cast her gaze away from shame.
Because I am a failure. Your great-grandmother, Vetz Heilmore, is considered one of the keenest minds in the universe, so much so that she was appointed as the goddess of time the day her mortal life concluded. Your grandmother, Shatali Heilmore, is such a prodigy in the magical arts. She's able to cast spells as a mortal that most gods can't even perform. Yet I'm not a genius. Not at anything. Do you think a vampire becomes a high school gym coach because they want to? Hell, I only got the job in the first place because Anthony pitied me. I doubt even a mortal school would have hired me with the kind of grades I had growing up.
The mother paused, Elgara needing to take a deep breath, lest she collapse from the strain that now hung oh so heavily on her heart.
I don't want to be selfish. I don't want to make this about me, but you need to understand, Sky. Imagine how it tears me up inside to see you, the genius I wanted to be, that the universe expected me to be, to see you throw your life away by becoming a soldier like me. You, who might go down in heaven as one of the greatest changers. A girl with the potential of joining the Council of Heaven the day you die, just like Vet's living her life as a warrior. If you unlock the rest of your vampiric powers, you'll be following my same path. No one will ever see how special you are, Sky. No one will ever worship you as the goddess you are meant to be.
Elgara collapsed into the table, her chest heaving as she fought to regain control. As for Sky, she continued to cry. Though it wasn't because of her anger now, it was pity, sorrow, and guilt at making her mother feel this way. It was a struggle for the daughter to process her many conflicting emotions and feelings. Sky losing much of her resolve now that the truth was out. Sky knew her mother was exaggerating, or at least, she understood that Elgara failed to see how valuable she was to heaven. Gods didn't place idiots in charge of planets. There were many qualified warriors and heroes that could have coordinated the war efforts on Anorta, but Jadis enjoyed having Elgara serve him, even finding her better at the job than her father robbed her. Besides, Cato married her, and Sky knew her father Cato was quite the catch. The man only took the best of the best of the best to be his lovers, the greatest compliment that Sky could think of for her mother. Which is how Sky regained her courage. It was that fact that helped the daughter know what to do and say. For she was not just the daughter of Elgara Herai, but the daughter of...
Mother, do you regret marrying Father? Of course not. Do you regret having me, Mother? There is no blessing greater in all of heaven than the privilege of calling you my daughter, Sky. Then as far as I'm concerned, despite how terrible this war is, it gave you a better life than you could have ever imagined. You are who you are, and I am who I am. And you know what, Mother? I may be as smart as Grandma Shatali or great-grandmother Vet's, but between their lives and yours, I want to live your life, Mother. So please, please help me, because I truly believe in my heart that I can be as happy as you are, if you but let me fight by your side. I don't know if it's the spirit, some revelation from God, or just my wild imagination, but I feel this is how I can live my best life, how I'll meet my husband, how I'll make peace with who I am and the life I've had to live. Everything I want in life I can gain from this war. So please, don't deny me. Let me be like you, Mother. Let me have what you have, so I can be happy too.
The mother questioned herself. The mother doubted herself. At last, the mother wondered if the day had come where the daughter had surpassed the mother, the singular wish of all good parents.
You absolutely feel this way? Yes, Mother. And this isn't a sudden thing, a recent thing? How long have you felt like this, Sky? Truly, how long have you wanted to become a warrior like me? For as long as I can remember. Ever since people first started asking me what I wanted to be when I grow up. I felt I was meant to become a fighter. Then one last time, Sky. Are you sure this is what you want to do? Knowing the horrors of war. Knowing what could happen to you if you ever lose a battle. Knowing that you will likely have scars in your soul that even the Savior Jesus Christ may have trouble healing, as the darkness of war taints your soul. You wish to become a mercenary? I do. With all my might. With all my mind and every fiber of my being. With every fiber of my soul, I want to be like you and serve upon the battlefield. Then before I change my mind and realize what an awful mother I must be to agree to this, stretch forth your right hand. I am the one that placed the lock upon your powers. It is only right that I should not only unlock them, but covenant to help you master your vampiric abilities.
For her part, Sky showed no hesitation. The girl thrust her arm out towards her mother, nearly punching her in the face. That caused Elgara to pause. But then, she noticed her daughter's smile. If nothing else, Elgara knew that even giving her daughter Sky the chance to train as a proper vampire would make her happy. There was nothing more the mother could give that would make her daughter happier. So what else could she do? All that a loving mother does is guided by this singular edict after all. All that a true mother does, they will always do for the children they love more than anyone else in the universe.
Oh, God. Please don't make me regret this.
The mother prayed. Elgara grabbed her daughter's exposed wrist and pressed it to her waiting lips. Then, before any last-second doubts could stop her, the mother vampire pushed her teeth against Sky's skin, biting down just hard enough to break through the skin. To cast her magic, Elgara only needed a few drops, so she pushed her daughter away as soon as she could, lest the vampire accidentally take more than she needed from her soon-to-be disciple, Sky.
And so we begin.
Elgara announced, her false green eyes turning purple as she showed off her true vampiric power.
Will of Elgara, I cast this spell and remove the chains that kept you from embracing your vampirism, my daughter Sky. From this day forth, your life as an ordinary mortal shall end. Let heaven recognize you as my child in name, in blood, and in nature. Until the day you meet your end upon the battlefield, may your enemies flee in terror, and your allies sing the song praising you, vampire, demigod, and heir of House of Crystal. This I covenant, this I bless you, and this I give you, so you may have your heart's greatest desire fulfilled, my daughter, my love, my Sky Crystal.
As a human with her vampirism repressed, Sky still had her purple eyes. However, her pupils were round, so while her eye color may have been exotic, no one ever thought that Sky was anything other than just another ordinary person. Elgara's magic worked, causing Sky to blink. When the heroine of our tale opened her eyes again, the round pupils were gone, replaced by narrow cat-like slits. Amusingly enough, this is pretty much how most days went for Sky Crystal. She got up in the morning, fearing the worst, only to look back upon the day and realize that everything ended up being pretty great. This day was no exception, for this is the day that Sky Crystal became a true vampire. Chapter 7. Narrator William Luck. Starring Sky Crystal. Worldline Cycle Heaven Era 3. 7:03 p.m. April 19th, Year 1. Outside Ren Fargias. Heaven.
No place like home, huh, Father?
Sky Crystal opened her eyes and found herself standing in the snow, similar to how our story began. She hadn't gone back in time, though. Being clothed and not vomiting her blood supply meant this was already a huge improvement over how her mission on Anorta began. There were other differences as well. The sky was shining blue instead of gray, but the fact Sky found herself standing next to a ski lift was the most interesting detail. That and being reunited with those who knew her well, for people around called out, "Hey, Katie! Welcome back, Katie! You're looking good, Katie!" Sky smiled, waving at old acquaintances and making chatter as she made her way to her destination. Why the sudden good mood, given how pouty she was on the airship? Checking her bracelet, Sky confirmed that it wasn't counting down her remaining time here in the realm of the gods.
Which means if I ever need a break, I just need to come home, huh? Too bad I lost my ability to visit heaven at will. Would make this mission a lot more manageable.
Sky considered, then shrugged. Truth is, Sky knew she couldn't truly relax until her mission was done. Shooting the bull, catching up with old friends, taking it easy, all of that would have to wait. So our heroine marched on, heading for the grand structure that took up almost her entire view of the horizon. Instead of a typical ski resort, those who visited this fun little slice of heaven would find a giant, monolithic structure that looked like someone had fused a shopping mall and a castle together.
Ren Fargus! Glad to see you're still standing after what happened to Dad.
Sky took a deep breath. She wasn't the type of person to dwell much on the past, mostly because there were more sad memories than happy nostalgia in days gone by. The last few chapters really should have made that obvious. Even so, heaven, however, made it easy to reflect. This was a place of pure joy, for everything about the realm of the gods was designed to bring comfort to the soul. All of her aching was gone, the soreness, the fatigue, even the dread and anxiety that came with mortal life had faded. There was something in the air that made it easier to breathe, an unseen power that lifted her spirits and told her that all was well, no matter the fights, challenges, and trials that awaited her back on Anorta. But no one can reflect in heaven for too long, for few come to paradise without some business to attend to. "You're late," a voice whispered in the back of Sky's mind, reading her thoughts. Mine, to be precise. "No more dilly-dallying. Come, Miss Christelle, we have something we must discuss before you return to your mission on Anorta. You'll find us at your favorite place." Sky guessed as much, but directions were always nice, especially in a place as big as this. The hold of Clan Christelle, Ren Fargius, had 100 floors, which I knew of, each of which was about 2 million square feet in size. An entire city, if not several, could lift comfortably in such a large structure, which its creator would need one day as Cato's connections grew, reaching out to others across the infinite expanse of space and time. So how did one navigate such a place? Sky walked to one of the many doors that led into the castle mall, finding several traditional glass entrances. The doors weren't as important as that which was attached to them, for our heroine also found several panels that glowed blue. A digital screen was attached to the face of each of these special entrances, magical device which would allow visitors to the establishment to simply warp to wherever they wished to go. All it took was a name. You'll learn that quickly in heaven. Nothing is more important up here in God's domain than a name.
Favorite place, huh? You always loved it more than me, Logan. But I won't deny that I've been missing their drinks.
Sky thought to herself, typing in a command. Destination accepted. Now opening a portal to Cafe Loser. Please step through within the next 30 seconds, or wait until the portal has closed, if you have changed your mind, the door declared. No point in waiting. Sky took a step and found herself suddenly standing in an all-too-familiar place. Remember what I said about her memories? Some of the happiest days of her life all took place at this restaurant, one of the most popular, though somewhat controversial hangout spots in the entire universe. Welcome to Cafe Loser. It looked like a sports bar, and that's because it was once upon a time. That is, before the editor of this tale, Anthony Johnson, bought it out. He wanted to realize the dream he had as a young adult, back when he was full of foolish ideas he wasn't ready to bring to life. Well, heaven is a place where dreams can finally come true, and though I hate to pay that stupid asshole Anthony any sort of compliment, good business speaks for itself. So much so that I was rather delighted when he gave me the invitation to become the cafe's manager once he was called to serve as, well, whatever secret calling Charity gave him. Neither he nor I, nor any of the previous managers, changed much of the interior over the years. The place was still lit up with a soft orange glow that matched the color of twilight. A movie-sized screen hung over the central bar, along with a dozen other small screens scattered throughout the cozy cafe, playing movies, news reports, sports competitions, TV shows, anime, and anything that might be of interest to the patrons or the owner. Was there anything else that made the place special? Well, Anthony is probably the only person dumb enough in the universe to think that having a library/bookstore at a sports bar is a good idea. Good business tends to follow a bell curve, so sometimes being stupid is exactly what it takes to make a fortune. Anthony converted the northeastern corner of the restaurant into an airport-sized bookstore, and when we were open, there were always at least a dozen shoppers who visited it.
Who staffed it? You'll be rather amused when you find out. But this comedic revelation will have to wait. Consider it a tease, an invitation even, to continue on with this story. But Sky hadn't come to visit the bookstore, and while she did enjoy that which we served at the cafe, she didn't have much of an appetite at the moment. Even so, I did my best to make her visit a pleasant one, calling out from the bar I manned. "Welcome, Master Sky. Congratulations on surviving the first act of Operation, the Mercenaries Crusade. I'm sure you're happy to have proven at least a few doubters wrong." Enter F. William Luck. Title: The false face worn by a shadow of God, forced into hiding. Bio: I battled Extremar Thanatos during his invasion of heaven, during which he struck me with a curse that robbed me of my true appearance. While I wasn't excited to live my life looking like someone else, I decided to copy the face of my eternal frenemy, Anthony M. Johnson. Why? So I might take advantage of all of the perks that come with being that man. I also hope to ruin his reputation as well, making my life as his evil doppelganger quite fun, even as I work to restore my true, stronger, and far more handsome body. Appearance: 5'10", pale-skinned, which means Anthony should really spend more time in the sun. A life of avoiding sleep has caused permanent raccoon-like lines to develop between his eyes and nose. Slim, but like everything else about him, he doesn't put enough time in exercising. Messy brown hair that he has to condition every morning if he doesn't want to look like a JRPG hero. I've never seen him wear anything other than a collared shirt. Loath as I am to admit it, his captivating steel blue eyes are the one feature of his I wish I could keep for myself once I am restored to my true body. How you managed to convince Anthony to let you copy his appearance is a miracle. My most important patron of the evening snorted. This was the man that our heroine had come to see, and Sky wasted no time in pleasing him, offering a genuinely respectful bow in greeting. Oh, there is no need for that today, Sky. After all, you are saving my world, my dear. The god took a swig from the soldier wine he has ordered. Who pleased him more, the drink I made, or the woman who had come to see him? It was hard to say, but the good man picked the option that made Sky feel welcomed and appreciated. If anything, I should be the one bowing to you right now. Enter Jadis. Title: The God of Anorta, and first deity to challenge Extremar Thanatos. Bio: In mortal life, he was a famous Roman general who laid the foundation for one of Earth's greatest empires until he was betrayed by the Senate and stabbed to death. Finding favor from God and repenting of his sins, he was granted exaltation and the privilege of becoming a god. Due to his experience as a warrior and his desire to repay heaven for the pardon granted to him, he volunteered to be the first god to challenge Extremar as part of the E3 conflict. Appearance: 5'11", fit, but more of a graceful gentleman than a burly brute, despite his remarkable and legendary reputation. He stays clean-shaven like during his mortal days, but has grown his dark brown hair out since his death, as if to show he is not a strict adherent to his Roman roots. Wears a dark brown three-piece suit with a red waistcoat. His outfit, the clothing which the sages of Silsey base their robes on. Dark brown eyes that glow with such keenness. They prove that hope, light, and bravery can be found even in the darkest dusk. Ah, a fitting tribute, William. Thank you for the kindly introduction. Jadis raised his wine glass in toast. There was sarcasm mixed in with that compliment, so I was ready for the follow-up from the god. Perhaps if you wear Anthony's body long enough, it will help you become a writer yet. A better writer than a drink maker, at least. Whatever you do here tonight, don't order the Posca, Sky. Dreadful. Absolutely dreadful stuff. What? I wiggled my nose, pretending to be offended. You can't say you hate how I make my drinks if you're already on your 7th glass for the evening.
Don't care. Not unless it's my drink we're talking about. You got any cocoa cherry left, old man?
This is what I get.
Hundreds of years as Master Kolob, now reduced to a friggin' bartender, I whistled. What does a man have to do to get some proper respect these days? Ah, forget it. Not like I'd be any happier if I still wore the dark mantle. 1 KKC coming up. Time for a lesson, my dear mercenary. Never start a meeting by talking about work, even if you have important matters to discuss. Ease into the conversation. Make some small talk first. Negotiations and disciplining go far better if everyone involved feels like they're friends. That is what Sky did, chatting with Jadis and I for a while, sipping down her favorite drink as we conversed. Cocoa Cherry was 1/2 cherry cola, 1/4 guarana, and 1/4 blood. Can't say I like the drink much myself, but every vampire has their preferences. As for our heroine, she knew exactly what made her happy. Sky took another sip and hummed with pleasure. The concoction trickled down her throat, tickling her insides with sweet, carbonated goodness. Find someone's favorite drink, and you'll have an easy way to be their friend for life. Another tip from a man who found himself better suited to being a bartender than the shadow of God. Probably why I lost that job. But let's move on with the story, shall we? It's been a while since I've seen you smile like that. Since I've seen anyone smile like that. Jadis sighed, taking another sip of his soldier wine. Not something I thought I would ever say about heaven, but the gospel makes it clear. You can't have joy without first knowing sorrow. I can only pray you and your siblings will be the means by which we recover our halcyon days. Jadis puckered his lips, and not because of the sourness of his drink.
Never thought I'd be the one expected to cheer a god up. But the work proceeds well, despite the setbacks. You could have warned me that Raelia had lost her memories. I really was counting on her to help me in the fights ahead.
What I told you going into the mission was true. From a certain point of view, my dear. I told you if you rescued Raelia, you would acquire the assistance you needed to triumph in the duels to come. That assistance is in the form of Raelia and Nitos. Besides, if I told you everything you needed to know, you might not have agreed to take the blade of the revanchist with you. Sky lowered her voice, making it clear she was ready to focus on business. I refilled her drink regardless, to help take the edge off of her suddenly serious tone, but the soda went ignored as our heroine prattled on.
Why Nitos? What's so special about her that I need to waste my incredibly limited time on Anorta rehabilitating her soul? I'm struggling as it is to save your world. Have I already met her? I see how she gets on with Lenus. Is she one of Zeus's famous wives?
You'll figure it out in due time. Furthermore, me and William here have a bet going between us. If Nitos falls in love with Lannis before the mission is over, I am to receive free drinks from Cafe Loser for a year, Jadis revealed.
You made a bet with a god? With Jadis of all people?
Sky looked at me, shaking her head in disbelief. She wasn't disappointed that someone was gambling over what she would do during her mission on Anorta. No, it was the fact that a family member, distant as he was, had made what she truly believed to be a stupid. Anthony already has 99 reasons to kill me, so what's the worrying of adding another? Either I get myself quite a lot of DP if I win the bet with Jadis, or I get to put Anthony further in debt by giving away more of his drinks. That's a win-win for me, I playfully laughed, topping everyone's drinks as celebration of my antagonistic ingenuity. If anyone ever figures out how to truly kill a shadow of God, it will be that man you continue to annoy, William, Jadis cautioned. Like most advice I receive, especially here in heaven, I tossed it in the trash and ignored it completely. Instead, I turned to Sky and checked her bracelet, hoping to change the focus of the conversation before someone found a way to really insult or upset me. Business then. The real reason you were summoned, besides checking in with some old friends, is because I need to give you a word of caution. You're burning through your time too quick. You need to restrain yourself. Stop relying so much on your power of kings, your fire magic, and other high-level abilities. Keep this up, and you won't even make it to Silsey before your life ends.
Yeah, I figured.
Sky took a long sip from her soda, glancing away from me out of embarrassment.
never the type of girl to take criticism well, and that hadn't changed if she was far more mature than the firebrand I had personally trained. I still made the mistake sometimes of seeing her as a young, brash vampire instead of the capable and very careful warrior she grew up to be. Even with eternal life, people like me just find it hard to see younger people than us grow up. To that end, we can confirm that your current path is the correct one. Go to Sakliek, free the Sowman, and establish a base that will help you and your allies liberate the rest of the world. Follow this path, and you just might be able to save your mother, your husband, and Anorta, I remarked. I must have been the bad cop for this meeting, because Jadis played the role of the kindly friend, even going so far as to pat our heroine on the back. Not only that, but your victory on Anorta may yet prove the foothold that we can use to launch our counterattack against the other fortresses of Extremar. We have finally reached the endgame of this conflict, Sky. Thanks to your efforts, we have embarked on the path that will lead to the final Archangel's final defeat.
I have served according to my obligations, and I will serve according to my faith.
Sky raised her soda glass in toast, tapping against the Posca glass Jadis was thoroughly enjoying, no matter how much he claimed otherwise.
Then is there anything else I should know before I return? Anything I should keep in mind during the battles ahead?
Sky asked. Only this, Jadis nodded, his eyes lighting up as he used some of his divine power to gaze into potential futures. The eyes of heaven, the eyes that allow those with the power of the divine to read the strands of fate, a gift given to the elect who achieve true godhood. Salvation is an individual effort, but exaltation is a communal effort. What is true for the gospel is true for the rest of life. You are a strong and capable vampire, which is why I can trust you to save my world, Jadis declared, only to point to the cafe. It was currently empty, save for the three of us gathered together. That was highly unusual, but we only closed down the store on the Sabbath and to clean things up after a massive party. That Jadis wanted to pay a visit without being pestered by as many fans was another reason to keep business closed. But not for much longer. Once the clock turned 8, we'd welcome the late evening crowd through our doors no matter what. I'd be out of a job if I didn't reopen on time, and despite putting his faith in me to keep the business afloat, Anthony would have gladly cut my line and left me out to drown if I crossed those kinds of lines. Darn it, sorry, but I shouldn't have interrupted here. What Jadis had to say next is rather important, so put on your serious reading glasses, my dear mercenary. Do you wish to know life's true meaning? All that life entails only comes through others, friends, allies, family, whatever you call them. Your success or failure will be determined by those you align yourself with. So, recruit as many people to your cause as you can, lest you spend your eternities in a home as empty as this cafe currently is. And Sky? Jadis paused, the air going silent for several long heartbeats before our heroine felt ready to continue. To make a friend is to expose the heart, and sooner or later, you'll bind yourself to someone who in the moment you wish you never met. Given what Brutus did to me, there were days where I regretted calling him kin. Even so, the good Lord heals all wounds, and his recompense makes up for any injustice or indignity that we suffer in life. So while it hurt in the moment, no man or woman will ever have cause to regret for reaching out to someone with the hand of friendship in the grand scheme of eternity. After all, today's enemy might be tomorrow's rescuer, if we but have faith that those we trust and treat with love will return our kindly favor. Amen to that, I declared, topping off their glasses as an invitation to stay. Which means, we've said everything you needed to hear from us. So come on, get comfortable. Take a load off, kid. You fought hard, so take a break with us and make use of the time you have left before you have to rush off to your next fight. The fate of the universe may be at stake, but even when it feels like the world is ending, you should always make time to have some fun. How about it? Care to waste an hour with a couple of blockheads who could use company as pretty as you?
Ah, Is this what Vets saw in you? Is this how you stole her heart? Maybe Raylia didn't raise such a bad son after all.
Sky giggled, making me wonder if I accidentally put something else inside her blood cherry cola.
Sure. You two helped me get to Anorta, made it possible for me to go on this mission despite Sherry's protests. Only fair I pay you back by providing you with pleasant entertainment.
So, we chatted the time away. Many hard battles would come for the three of us, both on Anorta and on worlds beyond. But this helped. Jadis, Sky, and I will be ready for the encounters to come, for it was through idle conversations like these that we gained the material we needed to steal our souls. You'd be surprised how often a warrior comes close to being consumed by despair in the heat of battle, only to find the hope they need to fight on from the most unexpected of places. A cheesy joke, a pleasant smile, or a kind compliment might seem stupid in the moment, but can change destiny when recalled by those fight with the aid of joyful memories. Which is where I will end this chapter, and this first act of the Mercenaries' Crusade. The book isn't over, so don't leave just yet, my dear mercenary reader. You still have another 2 acts before you complete your first training module. But take a break, a rest, a meal, a bath, or whatever else you need to refresh yourself. What awaits you when you're ready to read again? We'll continue our story with Sky's return to Anorta. Onward to the Siege of Dragonglass. Another Side, Another Story, Number 7. Narrator, William Luck. Starring, Rob Tern-Harry. Worldline Cycle, WL-J-1. 5:56 a.m., May 24th, year 1487, FO. A hired ship, the Crossing, heading to Silsey. Like Jonah fleeing from Nineveh, Rob Tern fled. Or rather, he tried. A couple hours before, with the sound of familiar rain falling on Castle Akis, the boy who could finally claim he was a true man found himself in bed. For only a man could be found naked in bed with a goddess. Only a man would have the right to lay next to the happy, resting Shatali. Though she remained as radiant as ever, something in the dark night had changed. Desire had gotten into a fight with fear, and in the end, it was the fear that won. Fear. Rob Tern had been struggling with his fears ever since he killed his father, always doubting, always second-guessing himself, always wondering if the decisions he was making were the right one. Fear is truly the mind killer, for it is fear that often causes us to make our worst choices in life, as was the case for the would-be archangel, Rob Tern-Harry. That is how he found himself on a merchant boat, leaning against a barrel as it drifted across the sea. Newly transformed into a vampire, he was testing out one of the abilities granted to him by the woman he should have called master and wife. The Dark Knight's eyes were now able to see in the dark just as well as they could in the day. Given he was at sea, it didn't offer him much. The ability was wasted on him. Those eyes should have been focusing on his wife's beautiful body, not studying the cold, heartless, and empty sea that would never love him as she did. But this did not last, for the eyes found something soon, or rather, someone, for his true master, his creator, ended the darkness, and brought with him the dawn of the new day. Beautiful, isn't it? A god can fashion a world however they desire, but Anorta was my first. I decided to replicate the lands I knew during my mortality. On my world, on Earth, this stretch of ocean would be known as the English Channel. I was tempted to swim the entire length as a mortal man, but I didn't. I never did, because there was too much at risk. There was too much that I would have lost, that I loved, had I drowned. All so I could satisfy my ego. Jadis, the god of Anorta, had come to see his duly appointed archangel. The man did not take a seat, but simply walked up to the railing that separated Rob Tern from the cold ocean water. It is good you didn't try to drown yourself, as Jonah did. Getting the creatures of the sea to obey you
even as a god, is harder than herding cats. Jadis smiled. A good attempt, but no mirth came to the sorry face of Robturn, the archangel. Have you come to punish me? The Dark Knight asked. You have punished yourself enough. Only a fool would leave the side of such a joyful and beautiful soul. I meant it when I say that Shatali is more than you deserve, my son. In time, you will realize your mistake, and you will seek to do all that you can to restore the rose that you have trampled upon. Robturn Herai, Jadis began, leaning against the railing so he might better embrace the ocean breeze. But I know your heart, and all the thoughts that you try and fail to keep hidden, not just from me, but yourself. You have fled because you feel you are not ready to be a husband, and more importantly, a man. You feel you have lived a sheltered life, that you do not truly know, that you do not truly understand people after all you have gone through these past few months. More than that, you feel there is still so much you haven't been able to do because of your obligations to House Akis. You wish, like all other young men your age, you wish to see the world. You wish to try exotic things, to taste foods and drinks you could have never imagined, to see the beauty of the world in all its diverse corners. You wish to experience life in its totality, and in doing so, you will come to realize what you want to dedicate the rest of your mortal life towards. A selfish wish. Robturn bowed his head in shame, only to be surprised as Jadis waggled a finger. Not as selfish as you might think. It is simply part of being a man, or at least a man of our nature, Robturn. I too took leave of my home to travel the world before I had turned 20, and by so doing, came to understand who I was meant to become. In this, you have not erred, though if you were a smarter boy, you would have invited Shatali to come with you during your coming travels. No, Robturn answered, surprised by his own defiance. This journey of mine is one I wish to go on alone, so I can discover for myself who I really am, without the influence of others dictating who I must be. The gods and goddesses of heaven agree. No man is an island. No man is truly alone. After all, how can you ever take leave of me, my son? Jadis turned around, leaning against the railing with his back, so he could look his archangel in the eye. Wherever you go, whatever you do, remember that I will always be with you. Even when I am not here physically, neither you nor any of my children are ever far from my thoughts. Such is what it means to be God, and why exaltation doesn't just require marriage, but is only possible because of it. A god and goddess are nothing more than a father or a mother who have dedicated themselves fully to their children, their most vital and majestic creation. Nothing more, and certainly nothing less, than a 100% commitment to their sons and daughters, Jadis remarked, Robturn finding the courage to look his father in the eye. The courage necessary to say the hardest prayer, for it goes against the nature of many a man who seeks to be their own person. What is thy will, father? What would you have me do? Robturn asked. You have chosen a path that, while I cannot fully condone, is nevertheless a path that will help you develop into a better version of yourself. By journey's end, you can be all that a true man aspires to be, powerful, wise, kind-hearted, a true knight embodying the chivalrous code that your generation obsesses over in tale and song. But you shall do so through overcoming the trials that await you. The world is full of darkness, my son, darkness that has gone unchecked, because of the demise of my previous angel. Shatali does a good work, and her dedication to the church has kept the devils of hell in check, Jadis proclaimed. For the first time during their entire conversation, Jadis frowned. A frown that seemed to affect the whole world of Anorta. Robturn, sensing a change in the air, as the god explained. But a churchwoman, a sage, can only do so much. She can drive away the shadows, but there are those who use the light to hide their iniquity, thieves who steal from the poor under the guise of good works, slave traders who treat their Sowman cousins at little better than livestock, partakers of the flesh with such insatiable appetites they turn their lusty gaze towards children, and even my priests, my children who proclaim to be my preachers, and yet corrupt heaven's truth, fools who present the good word, and instead deliver gospel I do not know, creating churches that mock all that I hold to be good and true. You would have me fight them, these humans who have fallen from your grace? Robtern asked. Anger filled the eyes of Jadis, the eyes of Anorta's god. The waves stirred, the wind howled, and though Robtern was his most important mortal servant, even he found himself cowed as he felt a taste, a mere smidgen, of the power of his creator as it shook the foundations of the world. I would have you kill them, destroy them, burn them to ash, and scatter the dust, so that even Christ's promise of resurrection will have trouble restoring their bodies at the judgment day. An archangel is the sword of God, wielded against those who have committed such great sin. The only answer left is death. Just as Michael drove out Lucifer from heaven at God's command, so too must you rid the world of the wickedness that now taints it by those who have turned their backs on me, their father. Jadis sighed, and that was enough to bring peace back to the world. The weather calmed, and the darkness of the morning faded. It was time for the sun to rise, an orange and purple glow, filling, changing the black skies from night to day. Light returned, and with it, a kinder tone as the god Jadis declared, Yours is a heavy burden. I gave you such a hard test in your youth, to see if your spirit can meet the challenge. And with the death of your corrupted father, you proved you had the mettle necessary for this calling, this divine station. You are Robtern Herai, my son, my archangel, my champion. Through the darkness you shall take into yourself, you shall make for a happier and better world. Through your acts, the poor will no longer be stolen from, freedom will be protected, as will the innocence and virtue of the common man. Fear will keep the politicians true to the oath of office they have sworn, and the white knights shall inspire the masses with their heroic tales, because you dirty your hands with the blood, work that shall stain your cloak and soul. You are my dark knight, my archangel, and my elect son, Jadis said, and by doing so, blessed the man the god had picked to be his archangel. I have served according to my oath, and I will serve according to thy will, Robtern swore, patting a fist against his chest. Then rise, my son. Stand tall. 3 years is what I require, before I will grant you leave to return to the vampire who has given you the power you now possess. Serve me well, and I will help you undo the damage you have caused to your relationship. Through service, through atonement, both of you shall gain all that you desire. Jadis offered his hand, stretching it towards Robtern. This is my covenant with you, my archangel Robtern. Will you accept this covenant, my son? The god asked. I shall, Robtern agreed, taking the hand into his own. The two shook on it, the cresting golden sun bearing witness to their oath. They would both come to regret this oath in time, but that is a story for another day.
Secret Report Number 7. Narrator, Red Leroy. Starring, Red Leroy. World Line Cycle, CCWL-19. 6:19 a.m., November 1st, 2024. The Luck Home, Portland, Oregon. Like most nights, I woke up early in the morning in a cold sweat. Chest heaving, my throat as dry as ever. I felt like I was about to have a tryst with death. Of course, I had nothing to fear, for I had already died once before. Death had no power over me, but I wouldn't figure that out for a while. My name is Red Leroy, and this is my story. The story of how I helped save the universe after I nearly destroyed it.
Enter Red Leroy. Title: The Simple-Minded Animal Lover Whose Fate Will Shape the Universe. Bio: A seemingly ordinary woman who never aspired to much in life. She's lived her life just trying to get by day. Things changed when we met at a rock concert, and soon enough, we were living together. Ever since that day, though, stranger and stranger things have been happening to her, causing her to wonder if love is making her lose her mind, or if there is more to life than meets the eye. Appearance: 5'6", pale-skinned, though that is to be expected from a Portland native. She used to smile a lot, but she doesn't do it much anymore and isn't sure why. Thin but doesn't really like working out. C-cup-sized chest that she doesn't pay much attention to. The only true unique thing about her is her long, naturally crimson hair, which she usually keeps tied up in a high ponytail. As the owner of a foster dog farm, she knows her clothes will quickly get dirty, so she usually just throws on whatever shirts, jackets, and jeans she has on hand. Normal brown eyes that make it clear she isn't anyone special, but stare long enough and you might see them flash red occasionally.
I've always loved the sound of rain beating on roof tiles. You have to learn to love the music of rain if you live in Portland, one of the wettest cities here in America. Love it or hate it, I guess. You'd be surprised by how many people make their way through life fueled entirely by hatred instead of love. Oh, am I getting off track already? Sorry. I'm supposed to make some sort of record for heaven before I'm gone. By the time you hear this, I will be a different person with a different name. Apparently, this isn't even the first time this has happened to me, but I'm not sad about it, if that's what you're worried about. Because I'll still be me. Even if I look different and talk different, even if everything about me changes, I'll always be around. I'll always be there to make the world a better place, because that's the one thing I know will never change about me. That is what makes me, well, me. But, I guess I have to tell my story now. I'm going to skip over most of my life because the memories I had were fake. My life growing up in Oregon, all that time I spent learning from parents, friends, and school, the boys and girls I got mixed up with, all the fun and stupid things I did with life, I thought I had wasted. Fake memories. Maybe some of them were based on things that really did happen to me in another life, but that's not the story I want to tell with the time I have left as Red. My real story begins on November 1st, 2024. Why? Because that's the day I would regain my vampiric powers and embark on a path that would bring about the end of my life as Red Leroy.
Hey, love. You're shaking. Are you all right, Red?
It all started with my boyfriend. The door to our bedroom pushed open, allowing the smell of coffee to drift on in. He wasn't the biggest fan of coffee, but I loved the stuff. Even more than blood, I would never lose my taste for coffee. He'd been telling me that I hadn't been smiling as much as I used to, but some morning Joe never failed to bring a big old grin on my sourful face. He didn't give himself enough credit either. Even if I didn't show it, I was always happier with him at my side, which is why, well, I won't get ahead of myself. And there's this strange message beeping now on my computer. I guess I'm supposed to load something.
Enter William Luck. Title: Hey, that's me, the second Master Kolob. Bio: What can I say about myself? I was firstborn son of the previous Master Kolob, the shadow of God before me. Born and raised in the strange land known as Florida, I trained all my days to succeed my father in the position, to ensure that the will of God is done in all things. All of the archangels and even the gods bent their knee to me, so I call none master, save for Elohim and our Savior, Jesus Christ. However, while I served well as God's shadow during the E3 conflict, I failed to stop Extremar's invasion of heaven and wound up with a curse that stole not only my true face, but most of my power. Despite requesting me to stay in the position, I resigned from my role as Master Kolob II, and instead turned my attention to protecting my wife's, Millie Schaefer's, legacy. Appearance. My true appearance. 5'11". So even as a regular vampire, I was still taller than my rivals. I've always been quite lean, but with a strong and sharp chin that other men envy. Fair-skinned even before I became a vampire. Thick black hair that I gel back every morning, and I have to shave every day, or I'll have a woodsman's beard in a week. Now that I no longer have to wear my work uniform, I typically go out wearing sweaters and slacks. I have one red eye and one purple eye, eyes that swap colors with each other depending on my mood. This is a pretty big giveaway that I was far more than human, so I wore contacts to hide my true identity when I hung among mortals.
Huh. So that's how he did it. I assumed he used magic to change his eye color, but contacts would make it a whole lot easier. Anyways, my boyfriend took a seat next to me on our bed, running a hand over my sweaty back. He was always so cold to the touch, which should have been another sign he was a vampire. But this was Portland. Everyone is cold all the time in Oregon's biggest city, and while things would get hot here in the summer, it didn't really matter much to me. It was easy for me to feel his affection despite his icy hands. Not like he tried to hide how much he loved me. The goofball started every morning by grabbing one of my boobs and honking. William was the biggest dork I'd ever met in my entire life, but after going out with my share of bad boys and goth girls, it was nice to be in a relationship with a goofy goober like him.
Ah, I didn't get a reaction out of you this morning. So much for being a master groper. Maybe I'll need to become a master of baiting instead.
William quipped, sipping at his usual morning drink. I always found his coffee strange. What he called his special blend. Turned out, he infused blood into his morning wake-up elixir, a drink I would take to making once I too regained my vampirism.
That bad of a nightmare, huh? What was it this time?
William asked, a little more serious as he nuzzled up to me. I was studying these strange monsters, I began, able to recall the dream with perfect memory. Well, that's because it wasn't a dream, but like everything else in my fake life, I wouldn't figure out the truth until much later. They used to be human, but they'd been infected by a virus. I think it was called the OEV, and it made creatures I called devil dogs.
I mean, you take care of dogs for a living, so it makes sense you'd worry about what would happen to them if they turned into monsters. That's all dreams are, you know. Your mind trying to process the problems of the day in a more creative way.
William reassured me, massaging my naked back. But the dreams are getting stranger, and they're happening more frequently. Why? What does it all mean? I asked, William reaching out and grabbing one of my hands, the hand that wore the engagement ring he'd given me a few months ago.
You're just stressed about the marriage. I know we've been living with each other for a while now, but tying the knot is still a big change. Especially since, well, our family of 2 might turn into a family of 3. Maybe even more if we get lucky with twins, triplets, or...
Shush! Don't you put that on me, Ricky Bobby! Don't you put that on me! I grabbed a pillow, playfully slapping the messy-haired man upside the head. We'd certainly been trying. It just sort of happened one night. Even now, I'm not sure what got into me, but I just took his condom off before and just sort of went from there. He hadn't bothered to put it on since, and a few weeks later is when he proposed. Everything was going great in my life, so why was I so worried? Why did I feel in my heart of hearts like the whole world was going to change? Why did the music of the rain sound so differently as it beat against the crying tiles outside my window?
Well, however many we have, I know we'll be great parents. We've been amazing at raising dogs.
Kids can't be that much harder to raise, right?
William teased, prompting me to roll my eyes. I would have pointed out all the ways they weren't alike, but I didn't need to when I was with William. I know he was far smarter than me, but he always did everything he could to wind me up and get me ranting, to make me feel something, to make me feel alive. He was a man that liked listening to me talk. That's the biggest reason why I grew to love him. Most people didn't care much for what I ever had to say, and yet he hung on to every word I spoke as if it was spoken by God himself. That's how I figured out what love was. How fortunate, hey? How lucky I was to meet a man who would help me see love for what it's meant to be.
Speaking of the dogs, we're going to have a big day ahead of us.
William declared, the man more prophetic than he could have known. Or did he? I don't know. I never did get the chance to ask William if he knew what was going to happen that day.
I was reading a report this morning that the election has everyone so on edge. More and more people are adopting dogs to help them with their nerves. We might actually clear out most of the farm by the end of next week, if things keep going the way they have been. So get dressed. Our puppies deserve good homes, and we need to do our part to help them meet their destined families.
William grabbed me, trying to pull me out of bed. I don't know, I sighed. I just feel off, you know? Maybe we can take it easy this morning. Tell the others I'm having a sick morning.
I warned you about having too many denticle destroyers. They always make you sick, dear. Keep it up and you're going to look like a pregnant woman, even without having a baby.
Dick? I gently slapped his belly in return. And who are you to talk? You're supposed to wait until after we have a kid to transition into a dad bod.
The best dads prepare early, so get going before I subjugate you to the jokes I've been working on. In fact, how's this one? You shouldn't get too excited for your next birthday. After all, it's only going to be half a minute.
Ugh, I already don't like where this is going, I groaned. What do you mean, Will?
It's going to be your 32nd birthday.
William declared, beaming with pride. 32nd. 30 seconds. 30 seconds to... William, I hate you. I want a divorce, I groaned, slapping my head that had been filled with giddy displeasure.
Have to marry me first before you can do that, dear. But have it your way. No reason why we can't have fun before the big day. I'm sure I can change your mind before we share our wedding vows.
What vows? All I'm going to say at the altar is that I'm marrying you because no one else will have me, I snorted, waving off the man. It was meant to be a joke, but given the tone of my voice, I guess there was still some truth in those painful words. Which is why William wouldn't leave me alone. Not on that note, as he wrapped his arms around me, grabbing me from behind so he can give me one more kiss on the neck.
Then the world is stupid to not see you for who you are. The kindest, smartest, most wonderful woman I've ever met, Red Leroy.
It was strange. Whenever someone said my name, it didn't feel like it belonged to me. I mean, you would think that you would get used to a name eventually, especially since it's the one you're born with. But that's the joke, isn't it? You already know that the reason for my discomfort. It's because Red Leroy isn't the name I was born with after all. Thank you, darling, I smiled, returning the kiss he gave me. Well, I gave him a kiss and a whole lot more, my fingers pushing past the waistband of his pajama pants. But you know I need proof that you love me. Talk is cheap.
So is cum. I believe sperm banks only pay about $90 a visit these days.
How the hell do you know how much they're paying? Did you seriously look that up just to mess with me, you dork? I asked, even as my fingers kept reaching deeper and deeper into his pants.
Hey, I need a backup plan, in case things don't work out with the dog farm. Besides, given how much you enjoy it, there must be something oppressive about my Ah!
Grabbing it always did shut him up, but it didn't take long for him to return the favor. It didn't take any time at all for us to fall back to our bed, the two of us entangled in each other's arms once more, nothing getting in between us and our love. I'm glad I managed to get him to embrace me one last time that morning. I, Red Leroy, would never again make love to my beloved William Luck.
Intermission number 1. Narrator, William Luck. Starring, Sky Crystal. Worldline Cycle, Heaven, Era 3. 10:39 p.m., March 1st, Year 1. Medical Room number 4. Ren Fargius, Heaven. Blood defines life. Explanation: it is blood that defines the many forms that life can take. The lifeless do not bleed, while that which imitates life, such as robots and so other called thinking machines, rely on oils, coolants, and other liquids that serve a similar purpose as blood. The blood of plants is chlorophyll, making vegetation our closest competitor to that which we call life. But only true life, the entities capable of genuine growth and thinking, will receive the gift of independence endowed to them by our Father and God. Only true life will ever have their veins filled with the crimson cells we call blood. To master science, magic, and all understanding in this universe, one must eventually turn to researching the secrets of blood. At least, that is what Sky mused that night as she laid upon the medical gurney, strapped down, lest the experiment she was undergoing caused her to lash out. 3 tubes protruded from the woman's body. In the center, just above her heart, a translucent ichor flowed out at a calm, smooth pace. Gods do not have blood per se, or at least the same kind of blood as those who cling to mortal life. I would have much to say about this, but because of the secrets contained within the ichor of the divine, I must hold my tongue for now. So let us focus on the blood that flowed through the other 2 pumps. Attached to Sky's right wrist was a tube full of red liquid, the currency of mortals we worship as blood. Its purpose? To return the woman to which she had been back on Earth, but had overcome by achieving her Class 7 vampirism. If Sky was to return to the E3 war, if Sky was to carry out the mission to save Anorta, she could not do it in her current deathless state. It is the work of mortals to fight fate, and so Sky embraced the mortality she once abandoned with her red blood. As for the left wrist, a black oil flowed with such ferocity it threatened to break free from the tube which contained it. Things are made well in heaven, and so the machines would hold. They would do their duty and force Extremar's corruption into Sky's body, a power that did not wish to serve the warrior, but would do so regardless. The High Council of Heaven, with the endorsement of Charity Mercy, had authorized Sky's mission and all that it entailed. All forces, no matter how rebellious, would obey Heaven's supreme will once the gods had reached an accord. Even Extremar's power will be brought to heel, to serve according to the will of Heaven. For such is the authority that God had given to those who served him. Heaven's singular desire was to serve God's almighty will, and it would do all that it could to bring his grand designs to pass. Even so, just because the gods willed something did not automatically make things easy, nor would it be painless, a fact our heroine was being reminded of with this procedure. But Sky was willing to pay the price, to return to a lesser state if it allowed her to regain all that she had lost. If it but gave our heroine a chance to recover all that Tempus Venus had taken from her.
Mother, father, husband, daughter, I will save you all. I promise. Geez, you look like a melting ice cube. If you of all people are hurting, then I can only imagine how painful this experiment must be. The things we do for the people we love, huh, sis?
Enter Sherry Sears. Title: The Third Master Kolob and the Ninth Child of Cato Crystal. Bio: the daughter of Cato and Sylvia Vantel. She quickly made a name for herself in heaven due to her sharp mind, unmatched tenacity, and zealous devotion to the woman she loved more than anyone else in the universe, Millie Schaefer.
The most ardent capitalist you'll ever meet, she managed to accumulate a fortune that surpassed the wealth of nearly every god through her mega corporation, Icy Sherry's Holdings. Following Millie's disappearance and my resignation, she was ultimately appointed as the third Shadow of God and the first woman to become Master Kolob. While Master Kolob III was originally a title meant to be given to her father, the Council of Heaven was pretty happy it went to her, a less controversial candidate, instead. Appearance: 4'10", but wears tall heels to make herself an even 5. The whitest of the children of Cato, which can be partially blamed on her freezing powers. Despite her shorter stature, she is proud to have C-cup breasts. Very petite, and stays thin because she doesn't have much time to eat. Dark blue-black hair, worn in a perfectly straight bob cut that ends at her chin. As Master Kolob, she is supposed to wear the designated magical black cloak of the Shadow of God. But unless she's on an official assignment, the wealthy businesswoman opts for a 3-piece black suit instead. While a Class 7 vampire, she prefers to change her irises to a cold azure shade that reminded all who serve her that she is the Ice Queen of Heaven.
Well, that is our family's lot. Course you would know better than most. Nothing is free in life, even in heaven, is your famous phrase after all, little sis. That it is, especially because I have idiots like you who keep proving it to be true.
Sherry sighed, taking a seat at her sister's side. Gently, making sure not to touch any of the infusion tubes, Sherry took her older sister's right hand and pressed it into her own. The only comfort the sister could give now, a sibling doing her best to show her love.
You'll be colder than me soon, despite the fact that you took to fire magic just as I took to ice. Irony has been thick in the air lately. Too thick for my tastes.
Sherry huffed. Sky sighed. Then she decided to rest her eyes a bit, shutting them tightly. There wasn't any real danger of being attacked in heaven, but old habits die hard. The vampire heroine of our tale could only fully relax now that there was someone to keep watch, to guard her, as Sky finally let her guard down. But not for long, because Sherry didn't come here just out of courtesy. The sister clearly wanted to air her grievances, and now that Sky couldn't move until the procedure was over, there really wasn't a better place or time to hash it all out than here.
I wish you came directly to me instead of going around my back, Sky. If you just gave me more time, I'm sure we would have figured out an alternative. One that wouldn't have forced you to sacrifice so much, to take so much upon your... Let's say I came to you from the start, that I told you I wasn't willing to have waited. Would you have approved if Charity didn't endorse me? Of course not. Then you understand why I couldn't talk to you about this. I'm sorry, Sherry, but I can't wait any longer. I need to do this. I've lost too much, and if I can bring any of them back, even one of them back, then it will be all worth it. Will it?
Sherry raised an eyebrow, reaching out and touching her sister's thin hospital gown. It took very little magic for the Shadow of God to transform the medical garment into something else. The thin fabric changing into flakes of snow. A beautiful change, albeit a transformation that evaporated quickly due to the heat that radiated from Sky's body. A change that also left Sky completely naked, allowing Sherry to see for herself one of the consequences of this experiment. The result of Sky turning from a god back into a demigod vampire meant reverting to...
You sacrificed so much so you could have the perfect body you wanted. A body that could actually give birth to children. An entirely female body. Yet here you are giving it up, returning to the body I knew you hated.
Sherry raised her hand to her face, pushing her eyebrows together in frustration. For Sky's part, even if she could move, she wouldn't have covered up. Sky actually managed to find her smile, content despite the pain that racked her body. The heroine of our tale explained.
No, I hated how others looked down upon me for the body I had. I hated how I couldn't give birth to miracles like Millie because of my imperfection. But I didn't hate my body just because I don't fit the standard image of a woman. If I could have my cake and eat it too, I would. I wouldn't have bothered getting rid of it, that which has defined me to be me. Disregard all you like, Sherry, but I am not letting something between my legs define who and what I am. There are also benefits to having a dick, as it would turn out. Benefits I will make use of while I'm on Anorta. Benefits that makes all this pain worth it.
Sky concluded, but she could tell something was still bothering her sister, Sherry.
Out with it. What are you really here to talk about? Me having a penis again doesn't bother you that much, does it? After the High Council of Heaven told me about your mission, I spoke to Charity privately. I asked to see the agreement you made with her. I saw it, Sky. I know that returning to being a vampire isn't the only sacrifice you made to get this mission approved. You had to convince Heaven to change their plans so they would go with the one you presented them. You had to give the gods something that would make their endorsement worth it. That was a steep price you paid, sister. A steeper price than I would ever have been willing to consider.
Sherry shuddered, a businesswoman shocked by the deal her sibling made. A deal that Sky didn't want to think about. Even bringing up the subject almost caused the strong heroine of our tale, a woman I am proud to call a descendant of mine, to break down into tears.
I know, but the covenant is made. I have made my choice, and there is no going back on it now. No matter the costs, I will try to... No. I will save them, Sherry. Cato, Algara, Logan, and all our other friends on Anorta. I have to. I have to do something, even if I have to give up that which I love most because of it. Victory goes to those who sacrifice the most. The mantra of my office remains true as ever, then, doesn't it, big sis? But you left a name off your list. She wasn't mentioned at all in the covenant you made with Charity, either. Your daughter, Millie. You don't believe you can save her, Sky?
Silence. Neither of them said anything a while. The room quiet, save for the occasional beat from a machine and the sounds that came from the tubes as blood continued to flow in and out of Sky. There wasn't a clock in the room, making it even harder to keep track of time, in a land where time did not flow naturally. But someone had to break the silence, eventually, and it fell upon Sky to do it.
I have come to believe that God alone can undo what she has done. I want to believe that I can speak to her again someday, that she can be restored to us. But my daughter is 1,000 times smarter and stronger than I ever was or will be, and until I manage to save the others, I have no hope of undoing that which she has done to herself. And for that, I am sorry, Sherry. I know how much you loved her, but there is nothing I can do for Millie. Not now. Not until I save Anorta and complete my mission there.
Sky repeated, tears finally leaking out of her tired, mournful eyes. Sherry took out a handkerchief, one given to her by her mentor and master. A valuable treasure, for these short but wonderful words were embroidered on the inside of the white cloth. From M to my precious S. A fitting tool to wipe away tears. Sherry repaying the daughter's love to her, the lonely Ice Queen, by tending to Millie's mother.
What you are going to do on Anorta more than makes up for any debt you think you owe, Sky. I am grateful. Truly, despite what I think. Because I do think you're being stupid. I wish you would be more patient. I hate how much you're giving up, but I am eternally grateful and forever in your debt for what you're doing for me. For us. For all of us in heaven, Sky. Do I deserve any credit when I'm doing it all because of what I want, Sherry? Because saving those I cherish matters more than serving you as a good and proper soldier. House Cristal answers to me now that Father is gone, but I never believed for a second that I would get to fall in line with the others, Sky. You're the eldest, the firstborn, and have always been the biggest hothead among us siblings. For me, it was never a question of if you would rush off and try and save Anorta and those trapped there. It was merely a question of how. All I can do now is support you in your endeavors and pray that I can make the most of your sacrifice. Profit from it enough to win this war and stop Extremar for good. Nothing more. And you know I never settle for less in life, sister. One of your finest qualities, Sherry.
Sky agreed, finally laughing despite the pain it caused as mortal weakness continued its steady, horrible, yet necessary return. The price we pay for love. The price we pay to serve. The price we pay to challenge fate. We, children of the gods, no matter the worlds from which we hail and die on.